Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Soul Chess in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 196, Soul Reaper Origins, Ginangarita. Artificial Dimension. Are you sure about this? Talbumasuk asked Kazumi as they walked together down the hall. My goal is still the same. The fact that you are my father changes nothing. Kazumi glanced over her shoulder. She actually smiled. It only changes the number of people that will be left alive when I am successful. Talbumasuk furrowed his brow. Kazumi, what do you mean? What are your true intentions with that Ryotsu pocket? She turned to face him, arms folded. When I defeat the Soul King, I will take his throne. As the laws of nature demand, a new king must take his place. I will take his throne and I will become God. And then I will recreate the world in my image. Originally it was just going to be an empty void with myself, all alone, but now, she smiled again, you and mother will share with me in my bliss. Talbumasuk walked up to his daughter and gave Kazumi another hug. I want to hear what drove you to this at some point. What you're saying has me scared, Kazumi. Not because I'm afraid for the chances of your success, but because I can't even imagine what would drive you to destroy absolutely everything. There are things in this world even I find aren't worth getting rid of, but a black void of solitude. He hugged his daughter tighter. I'm truly sorry. Kazumi put her hands underneath her father's shoulders. Why couldn't you be around when I needed you the most? Now I'm starting to wonder if you should have sent me away at all. I'm starting to question that same thing. But now that I'm here I won't leave you alone again, I promise. No matter what. Until I draw my last breath, you are safe with me if you feel vulnerable. That's the first time I've heard that. So many Togabito say things to me in order to endear me, but that's the first time someone has made that kind of promise to me. The audible clearing of someone's throat could be heard behind Kazumi and Talbumasuk. The Arrancar Lord turned to see Mia standing with her arms folded, foot tapping. Oh, hello dear this is not what it looks like. Then what, pray tell, is it, Talbumasuk-sama? I don't believe it. She's acting jealous. She of all people, Talbumasuk noted humorously. I'll explain it to you later. We don't want to keep the others waiting. Fine. Mia stomped forward and passed Kazumi and Talbumasuk by, leaving Kazumi confused. She'd never seen Mia like that before. Is she reading the situation wrong? Don't worry. If she knew the truth, she'd understand. If you say so. Kazumi figured her dad would know her mother best. Kazumi entered the area where the large Ryotsu pocket was circulating around inside a giant inhibitor ring. She had tethered it with a spell using the Book of Volcarona to grow it even greater, to bulge with as much of the expelled Ryotsu during the hell on earth as it could hold, and it was at its ultimate limit. With all the Ryotsu here and the Lotus system under her command, Kazumi was confident she would be able to defeat the Soul King. Aizen, Naira, Mia, and Tsukishima were waiting for her and Talbumasuk. Nice of you to finally join us. Kazumi looked around. Where are Vanguard and Ulquiorra? Lost in the battle, I'm afraid, Aizen noted. Kazumi folded her arms. Shame, they were good pawns. I still had some use for them. She approached the large pocket of Ryotsu. Aizen, did you take care of that little errand I asked of you? Yes, Naira took care of it, didn't you, Naira? Naira barked happily in confirmation. I see. Then our guest is in a holding cell in another room. I'll show her to you momentarily. Good then, Kazumi reached out towards the Ryotsu pocket. We are setting into motion now. Aizen asked. Why not now? We've recovered plenty and the Soul Society is licking their wounds as we speak. Once I have absorbed this Ryotsu, the sooner we strike while the iron is hot, the more confused they'll be, sloppy. I'll overpower them all. I've already proven my superiority, there's no reason to let them live now. We should eliminate the threats in our way and then set our eyes on the prize. And before you start whining about ultimate despair, save your breath, I've made up my mind. And this is why I despise you, Kazumi, Aizen scowled. He looked at her as she cautiously neared the Ryotsu pocket. I've got to be quick and precise about this. Aizen thought to himself. He'd had a chance to analyze the Ryotsu pocket and now he would make absolutely certain that it was he who absorbed the energy swirling within. Kazumi's smile was wide with glee as she stood in front of the Ryotsu pocket and broke off the inhibitor ring, emanating her wings as she prepared to absorb all of the Ryotsu into her body. At long last, finally I will have the power to step far past Rita and the Soul King, far past the very nature of the gods themselves. Nothing will stand in my way. Kazumi reached out to absorb the contained mass of energy. It began to trickle towards her as her eyes became frenzied with glee. She was about to absorb every last bit of the pocket, but she was suddenly shoved out of the way, by Aizen. As Kazumi hit the floor she saw what was happening and exclaimed, "No!" Aizen levitated into the air and began to absorb all of the power the group had been storing up and transcended far above Kazumi's own maximum power. With the power he had absorbed, Kazumi was not 100% certain he could beat the Soul King, but at this point he could easily trump her in a fight given the feeling she was getting. His Ryotsu continued to rise as there was a bright flash of light like the sun gone supernova. As the light died down, Aizen's new form could be seen. Aizen's hair reached down below his mid-back in a mullet style. His uniform had also gone through a metamorphosis. It now seemed like it was bonded to him in a fashion more to the effect that it was like an Aaron Carr's arrow than a uniform. Besides just his torso, Aizen's arms were coated with the same whitish armor. His legs were covered in a similar armor that was covered in bright blue flames. Blue, translucent, angelic wings extended out of Aizen's back, twice as big as Kazumi's black ones. Kazumi folded her arms. "Well, I suppose it doesn't matter which one of us wields the power so long as the plan remains intact." "That's fine with me," Aizen said calmly. With her guard down, Kazumi was not ready when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach. She looked down. Aizen's blade was now penetrated straight through her navel. Kazumi found herself losing Ryotsu rapidly as a fair amount of her power began to be absorbed into Aizen's body as he stole it from her. He withdrew the blade haphazardly as he staggered back, his current form unable to take as much as he had tried and began to undergo a full-fledged metamorphosis. As the wound in Kazumi's stomach continued to bleed and she felt weak in the knees and considerably anemic, Talbumasuk could feel Kazumi getting weaker and weaker, far beneath his own power. "Kazumi!" He rushed towards her and cradled her as Aizen was encased in a dark black light that then exploded around everyone and completely covered Aizen from view. Talbumasuk squatted down and shook her lightly. "Hey, come on Kazumi, speak to me." His daughter coughed, blood trickling from her mouth. She was wounded, but she was still alive thanks to being a spirit. Aizen hadn't struck that deep, but his wound was not what was ailing her. He had absorbed a majority of her powers and left her with ones he deemed unnecessary for his own or ones that were deeply rooted in Kazumi's own body. Some of the remaining powers were unstable without some of the other powers Kazumi had absorbed, which Aizen had taken, balancing them out. Furthermore, when she opened her eyes to look at her father they were brown and not the artificially altered black. Talbumasuk could tell just how weak she had become. He then looked forward to where Aizen was beginning to step out of the black light. Aizen was covered completely in jade green armor complete with an overcoat similar in design to his Aaron Carr uniform worn over it with a golden hue on the inside of the jacket's coat tails. Down the center of his torso his dark jade armor was doubled up by a golden plate over it. Aizen had two spikes jutting up above his shoulder blades and outward above his pectorals. He had a chain belt wrapped tightly around his overcoat and armor with the tailcoat flapping down by his ankles. Aizen was wearing dark jade armored boots with rigid solace that went up to his thighs underneath his thick armor. Aizen's hands were wreathed in blue solar flames. His head was incorporeal and just black visage of a pair of slanted eye holes and a mouth wreathed in the same brightly burning blue fire. Aizen snapped his fingers and instead of glowing with hellfire his hands glowed with azure Ryoku energy. Aizen grinned with his toothless mouth open and let his Ryotsu leak out as he levitated several centimeters off the ground with his hands glowing and head bent backwards to look at the ceiling. "The power is mine." His voice echoed darkly. Aizen had truly done it now. In her battle with Rita, Kazumi had barely beaten her. Now, nothing short of a miracle could defeat Aizen with the Ryotsu he was currently emitting. Tsukishima and Naira were rather impressed, the latter owing and ahhing while clapping her ethereal hands. Talbumasuk, meanwhile, was livid. "Aizen, what the hell?" he shouted as loud as he could. dropping the honorifics. Aizen looked at his apprentice, arms folded. My, how unusual. Have you changed allegiances when I wasn't looking, Talbumasuk? Has that girl promised you something that I cannot understand this, Talbumasuk? As I am now, I am an unstoppable force. Aizen slowly lowered Heimelf to the ground and gripped his fist as it glowed with energy. I have power so unfathomable that not even the warden can pose a threat to me any longer. There was no reason for you to go and take Kazumi's power like that. Talbumasuk chastised. Aizen folded his arms. If I hadn't, she would have eventually tried to take it back from me. Surely even you can agree that I am the better man for the job, Aizen stated. Talbumasuk glared. I will ask you one thing and answer me honestly. Does the fact that Kazumi is my long-lost daughter change the outlook on your actions? Mia gasped, holding her hand up by her face. She hadn't expected that to be the reason that she saw what she saw earlier. The reveal left her too shocked to speak. Aizen remained as unmoved as ever. It makes no difference. I am the only worthy one of such power, and I needed her power to ensure that that power will not be taken away from me. All obstacles must be dealt with accordingly. His eye holes converged. You of all people should know that. It hurts. Daddy, it hurts. Kazumi clutched at her father's lapel. Her looked down at her, unsure what to do. When Aizen spoke again, he looked back at his sensei. Her desire was to die, and now she can fulfill that desire. I've given her what she's always wanted. There's no need for your anger, Talbumasuk. If the world she desired had been created, there would be no need for her death. Talbumasuk shouted. If you have a problem with my methods, Talbumasuk, perhaps you are no longer worthy of being my apprentice, Aizen stated. Talbumasuk looked down at Kazumi and smirked. You're right. If I question your methods, then I can't be your apprentice anymore, he said, and set Kazumi down on the ground and stood in front of her, crouching down as if in allegiance. What? But you promised. Daddy, did you lie to me? Daddy. Kazumi heard a clicking noise followed by Talbumasuk's voice. But then again, Kazumi heard the sound of the unsheathing of a blade as Talbumasuk rose to his feet. Jikinkami's sealed form was aimed directly at Aizen and scowled. Who would want to be an apprentice to a selfish bastard like you? Aizen laughed in amusement. Unbelievable. You actually intend to fight me? He then scoffed his now former apprentice. You don't have the means. Maybe not. Talbumasuk's blade morphed into Shikai without him calling it out, but it's better than standing idly and letting you harm my daughter, Talbumasuk said with an icy stare. Bankai. Korokami no Jikin to Kyukin. Talbumasuk whipped out his two swords. Mia! He exclaimed, take Kazumi and run. But, Mia stared at her lover. I'll follow suit shortly. I promise, Talbumasuk told her with a smile. Mia used Sonito, grabbed Kazumi and ran off with her daughter. Naira intended to give chase, but Aizen stopped her with a hand gesture. No, Naira, let them go. They can't stop me any better than he can, Aizen said, referring to Talbumasuk. With a mere flick of his index finger off his thumb, Aizen fired a dart of energy at Talbumasuk, and as the impact hit Talbumasuk's crossed blades, the man sunk to one knee. Aizen floated into the air and looked down at Talbumasuk. Tell me, Talbumasuk, have you forgotten the hand that fed you? With a wave of his hand, Aizen telekinetically injured Talbumasuk with a small burst of energy right on the Arrancar Lord's location. Have you forgotten who took you when you had nothing? He blasted Talbumasuk with a ball of lightning created so casually and flung ridiculously fast. Have you forgotten who treated you like a son more than your father ever did? Aizen flung Talbumasuk against the wall with a wave of telekinetic energy. Talbumasuk bled from his mouth as stood hunched over, blades at the ready. And I still thank you for that, he said with a smile only to scowl, but you crossed a line and attacked my daughter. I cannot accept that. If I have to choose between you and her, I will choose her every single time. My family comes first. I told you that when we met. You're a fool, Talbumasuk. You are leaving the winning side. Talbumasuk smirked. Winning side? You are just one man. Talbumasuk struck forward with his blades, one overhead, and the other sweeping low. Aizen grabbed them both in between his fingers. You've made mistakes. Talbumasuk pulled away and swung both blades overhead. Aizen blocked with merely the side of his arm. So have I. It will be impossible for you to defeat the Soul Society on your own. Maybe before, but absolute power trumps anything. I believe it was I who taught you that. With a swat of his arm, Aizen cut through Talbumasuk's shirt and caused him to bleed. I'm sorry it has to be this way, Aizen said and summoned a katana in his both hands. You were such a useful pawn, Talbumasuk. Talbumasuk and Aizen clashed blades. Aizen had a clear advantage with his monstrous strength, snapping Talbumasuk's blades 3 times, forcing him to use his time regression to repair them. Thankfully for him, Talbumasuk was fighting defensively. He was testing the limits of Aizen's Ryutsu, trying to see just how strong the man had become. He was being cautious enough to prevent himself from receiving a critical injury. Talbumasuk's attacks failed to impact Aizen at all, when he did see a decent opening that only someone with knowledge of Aizen's fighting style could see for more than a millisecond, but Talbumasuk kept at it. He had to let Mia run for just a little while longer. Then, with a single slash, Aizen had shattered one of Talbumasuk's swords and cut right through the man's Ryutsu and torso, creating a large, deep laceration across his chest. Talbumasuk coughed as he dropped to one knee. That was foolish, Talbumasuk. You will leave your daughter crying for her father and Mia crying for the man she loves. In the end you are nothing. He swung a single blade down at Talbumasuk, but a fool. Talbumasuk panted and then coughed. He dropped to one knee and one hand and then he laughed until he could feel a sharp pain in his lungs which caused him to laugh again. Aizen scowled. Why do you laugh in the face of your own destruction? Because, Aizen, you're the fool. Talbumasuk said with a smug grin as he looked up. You always think that no one else can properly plan or think besides those who outwit you. You never take precautions against potential threats proactively, only reactively. When you have power, you lose sight of the ants you can crush. Your brilliant mind is impeded by your immense strength. That's why Lelouch and Ichigo work so well together. They fill in the pieces the other needs. No one person can achieve perfection, but 2 or more can come close. And this realization is why you are laughing? You're still going to die. Aizen was the type of man to let his opponent have a last spat of dialogue with him before dying. If this situation were reversed, Talbumasuk wouldn't be letting this happening. No, I'm not, Talbumasuk said as his sword flashed red in color, because you thought I was actually trying to defeat you so you let me have a chance to humor me. But I wasn't and you just gave me some very useful data I intend to hand over to the other side. He wouldn't. See ya. The red light on Talbumasuk's sword glowed brightly and he vanished in an instant, catching up to Mia just as the timer was running out. How cowardly, Tsukishima said with a slight chuckle. Shall Naira and I give chase? No, let him go, Aizen said with a smirk. I'm almost proud of that wretch of a boy. He's finally learned to think for himself. Unfortunately, he's picked the wrong way to think. He'll be back, and you can all be assured he'll bring the others with him, but no matter what happens, as long as I am in charge, we are invincible. I've underestimated Lelouch before, it will not happen again. Like they say, the 3rd time's the charm. By the way, Tsukishima. Yes. Tsukishima answered only to have Aizen create a bunch of jagged yellow energy blades and telekinetically run Tsukishima through with all of them. I can't run the risk that you will use the Book of the End on Naira and turn her against me, Aizen said as Naira scratched the side of her head with her right leg. She is more useful than you and I no longer require your services anyway. On top of that, you are too weak to fight for me. As Tsukishima collapsed onto the ground, his only thoughts were simply thus, Aizen, you bastard. Soul Society. Talbumasuk, Mia, and Kazumi exited out into the Soul Society. Kazumi was now unconscious and the hollow DNA within her could be heard as she breathed hoarsely. Mia cradled her daughter as Talbumasuk did his best to try and patch up his gash dealt to him by Aizen. The trio was in Rokanga, in the middle of the woods. For now, they would be undiscovered, but that wasn't what they wanted. Mia spoke to her lover as she did her best to try and ease Kazumi's pain with soothing words and strong arms as the former number one's skin turned gray and sickly. Is this really our? She is, Talbumasuk answered as he removed his entire shirt and tied it around the gaping wound on his chest. He wasn't proficient enough at Kaido to patch himself up. He had sacrificed mastering the skill to master his Bankai, fighting tactics, and high-level Hados. How can you tell? Mia asked. Talbumisk squatted down by Mia's side. Well, she has your hair color for one, Talbumasuk said, showing Mia the tips of Kazumi's hair. She has Ryotsu composition that would indicate a Soul Reaper and Arrancar or Soul Reaper and Visored parents. And she's beautiful, Talbumasuk said, stroking Mia's hair, just like her mother. Mia smiled, but it faded fast. She held Kazumi's body in her arms, feeling her vitality slowly drain. She's dying, Talbumasuk-sama. I know. That's why we came here. I wanted to get her help. Talbumasuk stood up and clenched his fist. But I don't recognize this part of the Rokanga. He closed his eyes. I have no idea which direction we should head in. Aizen did this, I'm sure, or the Cosmos are just screwing with us. I suppose it's fitting though, Talbumasuk said as he let go of his tension and spoke depressingly, it's only fitting, given that I tried to crush the Soul Society. Now, why would the Cosmos punish someone who is currently trying to be a good person at heart? Talbumasuk recognized the voice he heard and he whirled his head up and to the side to see a figure descending from above the treetops. Rita. The squirrely Soul Reaper touched down onto the ground. Based on what you've told me, I suspect that Aizen will betray Kazumi. When that happens, I imagine Talbumasuk will spar with him defensively and momentarily. And after that, he'll come here. What makes you say that? Talbumasuk may be a sinner, but he had good intentions and above all, he cares about his family. But if I know Aizen, when Talbumasuk makes his escape he'll send him to a Rokanga he's unfamiliar with. That's a lot of ground for me to cover. But you can do it. You have the capacity. Rita, if we play this right, no matter what Aizen's plans are, we can gain the keys to beating him. All right, let's hope you're right. There's only a 7% chances I'm wrong. And now it's 100, Rita thought as she stood before the trio of Togabito. She saw Kazumi and could feel the girl's suffering. Is she, okay? She's alive, but she's dying, Talbumasuk told Rita. Is there anything you can do to help her? Mia requested. Of course, Rita said and walked towards Mia and brushed the back of her hand towards the Arrancar, indicating Rita wanted to get closer to Kazumi. Mia leaned back from her child and Rita touched her hand underneath Kazumi's chin and cheek. Kaido flooded out and color flushed back into Kazumi's face. There, she'll stabilize for now. Rita. Talbumasuk was stunned, thank you. I just wanted to help her, Rita stood up and sniffed, all this time, I just wanted to help her. Rita. Mia looked at her curiously. Even though you're her parents, you don't know how much she's suffered because of my inaction. Rita began rubbing her eyes. Damn it, why am I crying? I don't even cry when Retsu is hurt, I just get angry. Talbumasuk put a hand on Rita's shoulder, but it wasn't one of malevolence. You're frustrated and it shows. You wanted to help my daughter, but she wouldn't let you. You're a good person, Rita. I've come to understand that. That's why I came here. Talbumasuk then dropped to one knee. I gladly offer up Mia and Kazumi's services for the mission of taking down Aizen. Is it really that necessary? I mean, how did Kazumi end up like this? Rita asked. Lelich had wagered she'd have to convince Talbumasuk to join the Soul Society, but here he was willingly offering up his services. Either he was really pissed at Aizen, or something really bad had happened. Unbeknownst to Rita, it was both. I'll explain to you the entire plan if you take us to the others. I am forever in your debt for saving my daughter just now, Rita. If you tell me what she has suffered, I will gladly explain to you Aizen's intentions, and my impressions of how powerful he is. It's a deal, Rita gave her hand to Talbumasuk. He took it and stood up. He and Rita shook hands and Talbumasuk looked at Mia as she stood up with Kazumi in her arms. Is she going to be okay now? Mia asked. Not indefinitely, Rita shook her head. I'll have to work with the research department to fully stabilize and treat her, but she'll survive the trip back to the Soul Society unlike before until she's had proper help. You are a lifesaver. No, I'm not, Rita said, I'm a sinner. She began to walk forward to lead Talbumasuk and the others to the Siriti. Just like all of you. Unknown time ago. A long time ago, on this very plane of existence, the Soul Society was much less populated than it was today, or, at the very least, many less homes were built and many less lives existed. The current date was being used to celebrate the end of the Hell's Rebellion, a war of the Soul Reapers against Togabito and Hell who tried to escape its domain. The Soul Reapers were informed by the Soul King of this rebellion and easily put a stop to it. At the front line, and now renowned champion of the war was a young, female Soul Reaper by the name of Rita Jinanga. She had big, brown doe eyes, ears, and a big bushy tail like that of a squirrel, and though she was much older, physically she was only 14. Rita was a member of what was known as the Kokunin 20, Kokunin equals guardian. Although there were many Soul Reapers, the Kokunin were amongst those given the power to fight the Hollow Menace when a woman by the name of Feluca Telra Sheraman came before them, selected them individually and gave them the power to fight. However, after the initial war, Feluca mysteriously disappeared. However, her last wishes were for the Soul Reapers she granted power to serve the Soul King and protect the Soul Society and human beings from harm from the Hollows. The 20 Soul Reapers she blessed with her power became known as the Kokunin, charged with protecting the Soul Society, the Soul King and all the realms in between the Soul Society and the world of the living. They were few in number, but their followers had grown over time. When each member of the Kokunin was blessed with power, they were each given the opportunity to select any amount of followers in exchange for a small portion of the power they were given. Only 2 of these blessed individuals chose not to have any direct followers, Jinanga Rita and Yamamoto Shigekuni. Over the course of time 4 of the members would later become the founders of what would become the great noble houses, their followers becoming the noble houses beneath them as well as the founder of the not quite so noble, but still not a follower, Kazumioji House. 5 of these members would also later become the Royal Guard, but they did not know that fate at this time. Another 5 would become the founding judges that would later become the first incarnation of the Central 46. Jinanga Rita, Yamamoto Shigekuni, and Sheraman Feluca were the only Soul Reapers out of the remaining 5 whose existence would remain significant in the history of Soul Reapers, concealed or otherwise. The remaining 2 were destined to die and fade into obscurity, but right now, the entire unit was composed of the most important men and women in all of the Soul Society and the afterlife. They all resided in a large, tri-layered, finely crafted settlement, known as the Siriti. The outskirts of the Siriti had marble pathways all around it with bridges hanging over a moat that surrounded the entire settlement. The bridges extended off the 4 compass directions towards the 4 sections away from the Siriti known as the Rukanga. The large building in the center was the residence and business place of all the members of the Kokunin. The building was layered like a cake, with circular floors, each circumference smaller than the one below it. The residence halls were all on the top floor. On the middle floor, meetings and formal occasions took place, and on the bottom floor was a market district for congregation of the common folk, the followers of the Kokunin and those that were not Soul Reapers. It was a small settlement compared to the rest of the Siriti, but the building itself stretched beyond the size of the yet-to-be-built Roman Colosseum at its lowest floor. It was quite comfortable for its denizens. Each floor also had several windows and balconies, and the top floor was constructed with a wooden, circular-built roof with the wood arranged in a floral pattern. On the lower floors these wooden planks were constructed just beneath the windows of the floor above to create an overhang, allowing one to stand on a balcony without bad weather obstructing one's view of nature, the scent of the great outdoors, or creating the possibility of becoming soaked to the bone. Right now, Jinanga Rita, physical age 14, stood on one of the second-floor balconies with her hand on a banister, peering out into the great blue yonder. It was a warm and sunny day, the middle of summer. Celebrations were occurring on the lower floor, but Rita was taking a break from the festivities. From behind, she was approached by a young man with a physical age of 17, with blonde hair coming down to his shoulders, brushed to either side, but left to lay wherever it may at the ends, approached her from behind. Rita turned around, hearing his approach. Like her, he was wearing the Shiakusho of a Soul Reaper and the white Haori that signified him as a member of the Kokunin. This same Haori would later become the marker to signify a captain of what would become known as the Godi 13 or a member of the Royal Guard. Thinking about your actions? The young man asked accusatorily. His voice was deeper than his youthful appearance would indicate. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just surveying the area, wondering if we'll be called to battle again, Rita said in a very business-like tone. You sacrificed the men you were with to defeat the enemy. Why? The young man shouted at her. There's no reason to raise your voice, Rita said to him, glancing over her shoulder. I did what had to be done. And I did not sacrifice them. They simply couldn't handle my power. Rita was the only one to walk away from hell alive from a task force of 75 people. She confessed that she had used her Bankai at the start of the battle and caused quite a stir during it. Some of her allies exploded into giblets due to her massive spiritual pressure while others were left unable to defend themselves. Rita eliminated the enemy, but it was at the cost of those sent to destroy the enemy with her. You killed other Soul Reapers. The enemies are dead, aren't they? They could have been killed without slaughtering our own as well. Rita turned around and put the end of her tail on the low-rising wall at the edge of the balcony. She folded her arms. She looked at the man with the cold eyes of a ruthless, emotionless killer. Are you telling me you could have done a better job, Yamamoto Shichikanai? Of course I could have. Using Bankai was unnecessary. Surely your Shikai would have sufficed. My Shikai? Rita asked, rubbing her hand against the katana sheathed at her side. She looked at Yamamoto. Now that I have Bankai, my Shikai serves no purpose unless I am looking to subdue the enemy. Mercy, compassion, and restraint are words that have no meaning in combat. They are 100% useless. Enemies must die. If you are not strong enough to stand with your enemy's enemies, then you don't deserve to be on that battlefield at all. Many people will die if you use that way of thinking. Don't you remember the Soul King's warning? Yamamoto threw his arm out at his sides. In years to come our power will continue to grow. If we continue to use our power to its fullest extent, we'll do more harm than good, especially in the world of the living. And if humans die, they will populate the Siridii, Rita said very methodically without a hint of remorse or care. Rita, what's happened to you? I remember you from before we became Soul Reapers. You were always such a cheerful little girl. You weren't a cold, calculating killer. Has power changed you? This discussion can serve no purpose, Shijikuni. I'm leaving, Rita said and prepared to walk past her friend. Yamamoto grabbed her shoulder as she walked past. I'm not done talking to you. That only makes one of us. Let go of my shoulder. Rita, just what is it you want to do? What motivates you to do the things you do? If I answer, you tell me. Fine. I do all of the things I do, fight at my fullest strength so that I can carry out Felucca and the Soul King's will. I was asked to stop Hell's rebellion. I stopped it. Death has no consequence. Those that die in the living world come here, and those that die in the Soul Society are reincarnated with no memory of their existence prior to. However, by fighting at my full power, I hope that maybe I can strengthen the world by eliminating those that are weak. If we show that the members of the Kokunin are not to be trifled with, we will create fewer attacks. It will strike fear into the hollows and force them to either wither away or rise to face us. And if they rise to face us, Yamamoto was going to object. Rita cut him off. If they rise to face us, then there is a balance of power and both sides will be motivated to become even stronger until one side fades into obscurity. You're using conflict to create strength. To build something from nothing. Those who wish to rise to the challenge will rise and those who won't will fall. That has always been the way the world has worked. Rita glanced harshly at Yamamoto. Survival of the fittest. That's not how you used to believe. What happened to the Jinangarita who desired to spread joy and mirth? Oh, I'm right here, Rita huffed, but you are bringing up a very dull subject, Shijikuni. A true warrior must feign madness, but keep her balance, after all. There was a brief silence. All right, your turn. Yamamoto stepped over to the balcony and looked out at the sky. Well, with Felucca's disappearance, someone should lead the Kokunin. And? Rita asked. I want to become that next leader. I believe it is my destiny to lead. Rita smiled. Lead, and I will follow, Shijikuni. After all, I trust you. Rita walked back over to the balcony and leaned against the railing. Yamamoto was off-put by Rita's sudden change in attitude. Had he really been talking to a sullen warrior mere moments ago? However, Rita said as she leaned forward, only those with power are those who are fit to lead. If you do not have the power to lead, do not be surprised if those who are stronger than you disobey that leadership. I've already put that in mind, Yamamoto responded. Rita smirked. As the two watched out over the horizon, Yamamoto put his hand on Rita's back and rubbed it. Rita curled her tail around her childhood friend. Many years later, Yamamoto did become the next leader of the Kokunin. In the time that passed, the Soul Reaper faction expanded, and he and its founders expanded the Siraiti to more than just the central building. 5 of the Kokunin members founded a political system and became known as the Central 46. 5 of the members founded the great noble houses, the Kuchikis, the Shibas, the Shioins, the Kazumioji, and the house that would change names more than once over the course of history, Pendragon and Britannia being 2 of them, but was founded as the House of Rome. The remaining 8, since Feluca was still gone from society and one of them had died, still did their best to lead the Soul Society, following Yamamoto as their leader. However, not all was well during this era. Hollows were becoming more and more rambunctious, and Hell was experiencing a greater rise in denizens all the more. On top of that, Hueco Mundo, the realm of the Hollows, was predicted by the Kokunin's greatest mind, Hakai Funkiryo, to spill over into the Soul Society in an inadvertent invasion sometime soon. Do you mean to say that the Hollows will soon invade the Soul Society? Yamamoto, physical age 27, asked her. Well, that's what my predictions are showing, but it doesn't matter their reason. Rita, physical age 19, smacked her fist into her open palm. We'll crush them for even thinking of messing with the Soul Society. Don't be so eager to rush into a fight, Rita, a dark-skinned man, Shihoin Torigo, physical age 34, told her. Kiryo has said that the enemy will spill over into our realm. It sounds like it's not so much an invasion as it is an imbalance between the 2 realms. Yes, the living world has become quite overpopulated with beings of crazed persistence and unfulfilled desires. At this rate we could become outnumbered by the Hollows within a decade and a half, another member, Senjimaru Shudera, physical age 22, stated. We should prepare for war. Osho, physical age 44, declared. Indeed, Yamamoto agreed. Everyone prepare your followers for wartime functions. Yamato, meet with the Central 46 and inform them of this. Yamamoto said, looking over to Kukaki Yamato, physical age 27, a man with short black hair coming down a little past his ears, looking very similar to many of his descendants in generations to come. Yamamoto then dismissed the group, leaving a very perturbed Rita who, at her first chance, pulled Hakai-Fun aside, one-on-one. What is it, Rita-chan? Kiryo-san, can you show me exactly where it is you think the Hollows will show up? Of course, that's easy, but Hakai-Fun looked concerned. Why would you want to go there? I want to show that we're worrying over nothing. Single-handedly, I will crush whatever comes our way. Rita declared, glaring with confidence. Hakai-Fun looked concerned. I can show you, but please be careful, Rita. You're the last person of the group we want to lose from the front lines. Rita disregarded Hakai-Fun's worry with a single humph. Several weeks later, Rita was waiting by herself in the middle of an empty area of the Soul Society. What once had been flat, green land was now a cratered wasteland that stretched on for miles upon miles upon miles. Rita sat with her legs crossed, sealed, and sheathed blade in her lap, arms folded over her chest. Mood, unsettled and impatient. She was meditating and waiting patiently for someone to come and look at the cataclysm she had wrought. Not a soul was left alive in her wake. The Hollows that were supposed to attack the Siraiti had appeared as Hakai-Fun predicted, a new type of Hollow the Kokunin had encountered before called the Jillian. The spillover had allowed no less than 750 of those monstrosities to emerge into the Soul Society. Rita had taken them all down and she showed no signs of being in mortal danger or having any significant injuries. She heard footsteps from behind. She opened her eyes. You're late, she said broodingly. If you had shown up now, the Hollows would have already wiped out this entire area. You've already done that yourself. Yamamoto bellowed. And? I evacuated the civilians. No one was caught in the battle. Rita stood up and dusted her kneecap off. Well, besides the hollows. Do you have any idea the damage you've caused to the environment? Better some plant life than the lives of civilians, no. Rita said, dusting off her other knee, the threat's neutralized, isn't it? Rita turned around to face Yamamoto. You cannot deny that I saved lives. That I stopped the threat before it hit. You also don't seem to realize the wanton destruction you carried with you. Rita, if you keep this up, one day there will be someone caught in the crossfire and you will put the lives of others in mortal danger. Rita stomped over to Yamamoto and pointed at him with her index finger. Let's get one thing straight here, Shijikuni, Rita said, I don't make mistakes. She punctuated each word with a jab of her elbow, sending her index finger towards Yamamoto's eye. She then walked around him. Yamamoto was left to look at the cratered earth Rita had left in her wake. You fool! I'm trying to make you see this, in order to protect you. 1 century later. Yamamoto's hair had finally darkened and he'd begun to grow a mustache. The Soul Society had continued to expand and Rita had continued to grow in power. She was gaining quite the reputation too, the kamikaze squirrel people called her. Rita was probably one of the friendliest members of the Kokunin next to Hikaifuin, but pissing her off would make it look like another KT event occurred. Debates went on throughout the Siri, which had continued to expand and was now a large, bustling city, about who was the stronger warrior, Jinenga Rita or Yamamoto Shijikuni. Eventually the debates reached the halls of the meeting hall where the Kokunin would meet. They were now the Kokunin 7, what with only Rita and Yamamoto being the ones not belonging to the destined members of the Royal Guard and the only other member that was alive prior to this date, also having died off or having stepped down from old age, as was the case with those who were the founders of the noble clans and the Central 46 already having gone through a recycle during a horrible uprising within the nobility that caused the entire unit to be wiped out. It was a dark month for the Siri. Sounds like you two ought to get into the ring with each other, Kairanji Tenjiro said, smiling as he continued to chew on the small stick in his mouth. I myself am most interested in knowing which of the two of you is stronger, Asho said with a big grin and his arms folded. I'll bulk up and whip up a big feast for the spectators, Hikaifuin said cheerfully. That's a little. Rita seemed almost hesitant to step into battle. Oh. My. Gosh. I think I must be hearing and seeing things. Kairanji grinned, Rita hesitating to fight? Did hell freeze over? Tenjiro, mind your tongue. Jinenga and Yamamoto-sama are old friends. I can understand Rita's hesitation, Shudera stated. Besides, we all know they've more than likely grappled with each other before. Shut up. Rita shouted, blushing, her tail bristling. Still, it would be the event of the century. It would be crazy. Nimeiya exclaimed. You two need to set up a battle, like now. It's not necessary, Rita said matter-of-factly with a nod and folded arms, regardless of who is stronger. Shijikuni is our leader. That's quite different from your if you don't have the power to lead you shouldn't be leader mentality of yesteryear, Rita, Yamamoto said condescendingly to her. Rita gave Yamamoto a childish face, which including sticking her tongue at him, a playful gesture, which served to show just how informal the two were with one another. Besides, we all know who would be victorious. Yeah, Rita said with a sweet smile. Me, they both said at the same time. What? They said flatly, also simultaneously. Rita laughed nervously and scratched her head. Sorry, I guess maybe I have too much dirt in my ears. Did you honestly just say you could beat me in a fight if we went all out? Ha. I should say the same to you, Yamamoto barked. It sounded to me that you were pretty confident that you were the superior fighter. I am the superior fighter. Rita exclaimed and stepped out of line to stand in front of Yamamoto. I'll prove it, even. Rita jabbed her index finger at him. Looks like we got a fight brewing, Kairanji said aloud to himself with a grin. I accept your challenge. Yamamoto exclaimed, stepping towards Rita, towering over her by a full decimeter. We shall meet at the absolute center of the Siri in 1 week. On the air then, got it. Anything goes. Nothing is restricted. Yamamoto looked at the other members of the Kokunin, do try to keep damage to the others to a minimum. There's no telling how much damage we might do during this friendly spar. You'd better come at this with everything you've got, Rita encouraged. I know better than to hold back against the likes of you, Rita. You are the strongest warrior I know, that is not me. The same from me to you. This is going to be epic. Osho declared with his arms folded, grinning to show his pearly whites. What do you mean? Kairanji asked. I don't see any tales to be woven around here. No, you misunderstand, Osho stated. I'm saying that this battle will be so amazing and awe-inspiring that a tale should be woven about it. So you said it would be epic, Shuddera said. Something being epic, it has a nice ring to it. Yes. I thought so too. Gahahaha. 1 week later. High in the air at medium altitude, Yamamoto and Rita stood across from each other, stances taken, weapons ready to be drawn. You ready? Rita asked. Ladies first, Yamamoto told her. You're going to regret saying that, Rita said, and drew her sword as she held her scabbard and sword in front of her, blade and the closed part of the sheath towards the sky. Bankai. Bankai from the start. Yamamoto was not prepared for Rita's utilization. He thought she'd at least take things slow against him, but Rita was going full force right from the get-go. Jigo Kunmoi Okubo no Dehia. Without warning, several chains launched themselves at Yamamoto in an attempt to inflict bodily harm. Yamamoto used the art of Shunpo to dodge around Rita's attacks. Bankai. Yamamoto shouted and prepared to unleash his full power as well. Ryujinjaka Mugenakari. Yamamoto barely had a chance to block Rita's incoming strikes. She was coming at him so strongly. What's the matter, Shijikuni? I thought you weren't going to hold back. Jokia. Rita fired the pointed chain links at Yamamoto, piercing him with their pointed tips and dragging him towards her. However, Yamamoto was not so easily discombobulated, and with several weapons of his Bankai's extending arms hacked the chains right off his person, though the pointed spokes on the ends of them still dug into his skin and remained as plugs in his body. Rita continued to come at him furiously with the chains of her secret weapon as she electrified each and every one of them. Yamamoto swerved and dodged out of the way of each incoming strike until he gained some ground on Rita. He honed in on her with the blades of his troll spirit, swerving towards her with an array of scimitars. Rita made a wall of chains to block, but suddenly Yamamoto was behind her and slashed her across her exposed back with a burning katana. Rita took damage and retreated away from Yamamoto. All right then, playtime's over, she said with a smirk as she flung out her arms and straightened her back and disappeared all active chains. She stood rigidly and then cupped her left wrist with her right hand. Releasing limits, Rita twisted the enclosed cuff on her wrist, activating full power. The cuff came off and dropped to the ground, showing absolutely no mercy. Rita did the same with the other cuff. Suddenly Rita's Ryutsu skyrocketed as an aura of energy surrounded her as she tucked her wrists down at her hips. Perhaps you'd like to know, Shijikuni, that the Bankai is not the end-all be-all of the Zanpakuto. There is another level of power within the Bankai itself that is the true form of the Bankai, coming from years of tempered training and perfect synchronization with the Zanpakuto itself. I call this the Chikaku Ketaki core form. And I will use this power to prove that I am superior. Rita extended her palms outward. Activate. With that, Rita was enveloped in a bright golden light. A layer of similarly colored dust swirled around her and enveloped her like a caterpillar entering a cocoon. The cocoon shimmered around her for a moment until the golden light began to fade away and began to unravel like a cat undoing a ball of yarn. First, Rita's head emerged from the golden cocoon and she was shown to be wearing golden skull earrings. Around her neck, Rita wore a golden collar with a skull in the center of it. Instead of her shiakusho, Rita was wearing a breast guard that didn't come down completely over her average-sized chest. There were skulls shapes over each of her breasts. The armor was shoulderless and she also had another piece of armor wrapped around her upper thighs and waist. Both were golden in color and were decorated with gilded humanoid skulls. Rita was wearing ankle-high boots matching her armor. It was identical in color and design. Rita's hair and tail fur turned bright yellow and several white stripes ran through the top of her tail and a few platinum highlights appeared in her hair. A circlet manifested itself around her forehead and back of her head. Rita opened her palms and clenched them as golden, leather fingerless gloves appeared on her hands. Rita then punched forward with her right to obtain a golden, blade tonfa in it with a skull on the back of the grip of the object. She then swung her left arm down like she was holding a sword in it and obtained another blade tonfa. She then let her left arm hang down at her side and extended her right arm forward as fierce golden Ryoryoku burst around her like a campfire's fire. Tenrei Jigoku Moyokubo no Dehya. Divine representative of Hell's desire. Yamamoto marveled at the display before him. He had nothing to say except to let his jaw hang open as the hairs on his mustache bristled from his inner tension caused by Rita's release. When did you discover this? How? Unlike you, Rita said to the physically older man, I don't have a political schedule or any responsibilities beyond, kill that and be done with it, allowing me to devote plenty of time to training. And, because I'm always using Bankai straight out when I recover, I can use Bankai for longer and longer periods of time and get less and less tired until activating Bankai was like breathing air. This led me to a discovery to reach an even greater power, to use my abilities to the fullest to protect the Soul Society full and complete. What's the matter? Have you not made the same discovery? Yamamoto's expression read that he had not. That's too bad. Guess this'll be. Rita disappeared and was behind Yamamoto in an instant. My victory. With a fierce punch, Rita sent Yamamoto careening across the air and then appeared above him and smashed him into the ground with an overhead smash of her hands in a hammer pattern. Yamamoto impacted like a meteor striking the earth. The force he was smashed with was too intense for him to bounce. Rita came down to the ground with Yamamoto, cracking the ground as she landed like lead. Rita, wait, Yamamoto said as he got up, blood trickling from his forehead. Wait. This is a battle and I am your enemy. Defend yourself or lose, the choice is yours. Stupid girl, she doesn't realize the magnitude of her strength right now. If she attacks. Yamamoto didn't even have the time to gather himself before Rita struck forward and smashed him in the chest. Blast. Off. Energy exploded out through the back end of her tonfa as Rita sent Yamamoto sailing through several walls and buildings. Yamamoto's Shiakusho burned away and Rita drew blood from his stomach. Yamamoto dropped to one knee as the young squirrely Soul Reaper emerged from the rubble. Her eyes were strong and remorseless. Yamamoto directed his troll to attack Rita and explode upon her. Rita dodged the incoming with a magnificent sidestep that Yamamoto couldn't even follow, but only saw the result of before charging forward and uppercutting the man in the jaw before appearing behind him and striking him with a Ryotsu charged Tonfa strike, noted by the bright and glowing aura around the weapon, sending him across the Siridi and tearing up the ground beneath Rita in the process, turning it into the aftermath of an earthquake tearing through a government center. From the observation area, the other remains of the Kokunin could only note at Rita's destruction. What is that? Kairanji gaped as the stick fell from his mouth. It's Rita, Shudera stated with no inflection of emotion. What the heck is with her Ryotsu? Hakaifun asked in worry. Nimeiya remained uncharacteristically quiet as he observed Rita with growing interest, analyzing her overwhelming advantage over Yamamoto as she continued to plow him into the ground repeatedly, with Yamamoto unable to do anything so much as counter-attack, and she was tearing up the Siridi along with it. After a few moments he said, Osho, make your way to the royal dimension. Osho raised his eyebrows. Nimeiya's expression was one of the utmost seriousness and concern. We may need His Majesty to stop this before it gets out of control. Rita landed on the ground with the weight of an elephant as Yamamoto fell towards her before she grabbed him by the back of his haori and slammed him into the ground. Admit defeat. She shouted. However, as she threw her punch, she was stunned when Yamamoto caught it and stared back at her with anger as if there were flames in his very pupils. Yamamoto gripped her hand tightly. Do you really think you have the power to take me on? The older man rose to his feet. Yamamoto stood up again and flexed his muscles. I didn't want to use this on you, Rita, but you have left me with no choice. Ryujinjaka. Yamamoto shouted out to his Zanpakuto, and suddenly the troll spirit manifested into a single blade of pure flowing lava. I may not have a core form like your Bankai, Jinangarita, but my Zanpakuto is not limited to a single state. Ryujinjaka Muogenikari is just Ryujinjaka's base form. It has another, one that I have sworn never to use except under dire circumstances and to keep you from laying waste to the Siridi. Absent-mindedly you have forced me to use it. Rita felt the air tense up and the sweat from her skin evaporate. What is happening? She then noticed the lava-like blade harden and crack and form into a magma-like blade with a steel handle. Behold, Rita, Ryujinjaka Muogenakari's second form, Zanka no Tachi. For once in her life, Rita stood trembling with fear at the intense power she felt from the blade in Yamamoto's hand. Be careful, Rita. As you said, I have not had as much time to practice as you have, so this mode. Yamamoto's arm flexed as he raised the blade high above his head. I've yet to learn to control. With a mighty swing, Yamamoto brought the blade down. Rita just barely managed to make an escape out of the way, and what Yamamoto left in his wake was a burning stream of fire that set upon a climactic, heated atmosphere around the battlefield. Yamamoto looked at Rita. Let us call the whole thing off. I do not want to take you on with this power. Too bad, Rita stated, readying herself. The people demand a winner. If you think this can beat me, bring it. Besides, I don't know why, but I'm trembling with excitement. Let's keep it going. You fool. Do you know how many innocent lives will be lost? They asked for this. They know what they got themselves into. Besides, Rita began to move. Death and reincarnation is just another part of life. With a fierce leap, Rita smashed Yamamoto in the face with a Ryutsu augmented kick. She took a slightly crouching stance as she turned to the side with one tonfa in a position being used to guard her head. You might have a powerful blade, but I have 4 limbs to augment my strength. You're nothing compared to me, Yamamoto Shijikuni. The only reason I haven't taken control is because I am loyal to you. Rita leapt at Yamamoto again, but as she neared, an intense pressure of heat forced her to abandon her attack as her boot began to melt and she was forced to kick it off to avoid permanent damage to her leg. She watched as Yamamoto was wreathed in flames. As I said, Zanka no Tachi is a little hard to control, so I can't always use it to its greatest advantage, but when it works, Yamamoto struck at Rita again, it works. Another blaze of flame tore through the ground as Rita leapt high into the air to stop Yamamoto's attack from setting her aflame. Rita wiped the sweat from her brow only for the sweat to dissolve into the atmosphere from the heat. Yamamoto then appeared behind Rita and swung, unleashing a bright arc of flame across the sky and trailing down and away into a nearby building, setting part of the Citi on fire and disturbing the citizens. Smooth, Rita said sarcastically. Do you see why I wish to call off the fight? I do, but that, the strain on Rita's voice as she said the last word, indicated she was going to attack again, changes nothing. With a Ryutsu augmented strike, Rita smashed her fist into the blade of Yamamoto Shijikuni. Yamamoto stared at her. Rita, stop, he looked at her with sympathy, you are strong. You've proven it. Will you accept my defeat and call it off? I will accept no surrender. When you black out or die, Rita took a deep breath, then it is finished. Rita augmented her strength with Ryutsu even further. Enka 10. Flashpoint. The blast of energy from Rita's back arm sent Yamamoto spiraling across the air as the backlash from the strike caused an explosion of light-based energy to blow up a few buildings that reached all the way to the newly reconstructed Senteikyu, only not damaging the structure due to its Sekizeki ore. Yamamoto looked at his blade and then saw Rita's angry, feral expression. What is with her? This is not the Rita I know. She can't control this power within her either. It's a driving force, pushing her forward. Core forms are indeed a dangerous entity. Perhaps the world is not yet ready for them. Or perhaps, no, I'll have a talk with Rita, after I win. Yamamoto swung again, setting the area on fire. Rita made no attempt to dodge. SH just turned her arm upwards and held her fingertips towards the sky like she did when she removed her cuff bracelets, clamping the handle with only her palm. Yamamoto watched in awe as Rita absorbed every last bit of Ryutsu into the weapon as it glowed fiercely, creating a powerful aura. What is this? Rita looked at Yamamoto with her battle-like cold expression that she showed many enemies before finishing them off. My core form can absorb the donation of any willing Ryutsu or any Ryutsu I understand, and I have known you for close to 1,000 years or more, Shijikuni. Unfortunately, like it or not, this is where it ends. The battle will end here. Rita pulled back her arm and went to strike forward with the power streaming behind the size of a cruise liner. Victory is mine. Tsuki Funsai Dejeki. Moon-shattering strike. Rita raged forward as Yamamoto was left paralyzed in awe at the fact that Rita had absorbed his entire attack. However, just as Rita got midway to him, her fist was stopped and her power silenced. Standing before Rita and in front of Yamamoto was a busta woman with long pink hair, wearing a yellow robe with a white sash. She had black sclera and white pupils shaped like starbursts. Felucca. Is it possible? Yamamoto sputtered. Rita, Felucca's voice was kind and gentle. Stop. Stop. Rita stuttered. His Majesty has asked that you stop this fighting. Look at the damage you have caused. The damage? Rita asked, still shocked at seeing Felucca. Rita looked around and down below. The Siriti was mostly in ruins. So what? Rita snapped back looking at Felucca. It's a fight, things get destroyed. Felucca put a finger to her lips. Do not raise your voice, Jinangarita, she gestured to the world below, listen to the world and understand what you have done. Rita closed her eyes and did as she was told, listening to the world as she focused. Mommy, Mommy please get up. Mommy. Daddy. Daddy are you there? Daddy. Oba-chan. Ryuu-nii-chan. Yuki-sama. Gansai Dono. Rita could hear more and more shouts of family and the deaths of innocents as lives cried out for the lives of others. Rita slumped to her knees in shock as Felucca used her grand power to lower Yamamoto and Rita to the ground through some form of advanced telekinesis. Felucca then walked over to Rita. You have always been alone, never understanding what it means to be familiar with someone, to consider someone close to your heart. By training you closed your heart away and you have forgotten your past and yourself. Flashbacks to her childhood swamped Rita's mind of climbing trees to get objects her adopted family in Seoul society could not reach, scampering away on all fours as she pickpocketed an unsuspecting sap who was too loose with his money, and of course her living family, of which she was the eldest daughter of a proud family of 5 children. Felucca put a gentle hand on Rita's shoulder as tears formed in the Soul Reaper's eyes. I did all of this. And no, Shijikuni did some as well. Yamamoto-san was trying to stop you from causing further damage. His actions were a result of your recklessness. Rita, Felucca knelt down in front of Rita and put her hands on Rita's shoulders looking at her with a warm, motherly smile. We're going to go see His Majesty, okay? Rita bit down and trembled a bit. She grinded her teeth and clenched her fist before uttering her responsive, and no. Felucca leaned back and looked at Rita with concern as the bestial Soul Reaper shouted out, I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't cause this catastrophe. The people wanted a spectacle. I was trying to help. It's not my fault. Tears streamed down Rita's face. It's not my fault. Inside you know you did wrong, that's why you're crying, Felucca stated, what you say betrays what you know. Rita continued to sniffle and cry. Rita Yamamoto opened his mouth to speak as he approached, Zanpakuto already sealed, but Felucca put up a hand to stop him. Shijikuni, I am handling it, she told him, please go see what the others are doing. Yes ma'am, shall I make note of your return? No. I will not be staying. Do not even mention that I was here. Just say that you sent Rita to see His Majesty. I understand. It shall be done. Yamamoto left the area. Come with me, Rita. A flash of light appeared before Rita's eyes and the next thing she knew she was in a dark room facing down with a featureless man in a long, black, tattered cloak with a shadow obscuring his body. Jinangarita, I had high hopes for you, but I am very disappointed in your behavior. The figure before her was undoubtedly one of the avatars of the Soul King. I didn't mean to do any of that, Your Majesty. I'm loyal to you. I always have been. Please don't erase me. Rita crawled towards the Maker in mercy. You beg for your life as if it means something, yet you discard the value of the lives of others as if they were autumn leaves off a tree, the Soul King chastised angrily. Lives do mean something, I see that now. Please, give me another chance. I will control this power of mine, I promise. No. Please. My word is law. The Soul King's voice echoed in the featureless, dark room, save for the single shining light from an unknown source upon him and Rita. He lifted his arm, which was black and bony. Your power is too great. You are undeserving of it. Wisps of beige energy evaporated from Rita as her core form dissipated and she was left in her Bankai's normal form as her cuffs appeared on her again. Jinenga Rita, you have failed as a Soul Reaper, but, perhaps you can be useful elsewhere. I'll do anything. As long as I can serve you, Your Majesty, I am satisfied. Rita said, positioned on the ground on her stomach like a housewife that had been struck across the face and was pushing up to look at her abusive husband dead in the eye in apology. The Soul King lifted his black bony arm again. From now on, Jinenga Rita was forced into sealed form as she heard the crackling of air and a strange sensation fill her body as wisps of similar beige energy entered into her very soul. Rita gasped as the sensation put a great pressure on her chest as she was forced to sit up and arch her back. Her sword transformed into a pyrite-colored staff with a circle at one end and a triangle inside the circle with an eye inside the triangle. Rita was now wearing an orange leotard as opposed to a shiakusho. You will serve as the Warden of Hell, and keep more Togabito from ever trying to escape again. You will command great beings known as Kushonada to keep the place safe. Rita collapsed as the Soul King let go of his telekinetic hold on her. He lowered his arm. Hell is now your domain. You are free to do with it as you see fit. Punish those who do wrong and never allow them to escape. It is your realm to wreak havoc and destroy what you wish. However, you must do so within my limits and my rules, and your core form is now. The Soul King unraveled his bony arm to show a glowing, swirling golden sphere of energy in his hand, under my lock and key. I do not like playing God, Rita, but I do what I can to protect my domain. Do you understand me? Yes, Your Majesty. Rita's voice was calm and apologetic. I am sorry. Very good. Shadowy tendrils reached out from beneath the Soul King as he levitated into the air and the light began to fade. Let me show you to my new station. Millennia later. So much time had passed since that day that the only people around to even remember Rita were Yamamoto, Hikaifun, Nimeya, Asho, Shutara, and Kairanji. The Kokanin had been disbanded and an academy had been opened in hopes of starting a new organization, which would be called the Godei 13. By founding a Soul Reaper Academy, Yamamoto intended to find the best talent to pad out this new military organization with 7 of its best. Yes, the Seirei had certainly gone through a lot of changes in the last several thousand years and several wars, a civil war insurrection put down by Kukaki Koga, a war with vampires that controlled puppets, a near genocide of the Quincies, and more deforestation and industrialization. Of all the recruits in the academy and those currently in training by officers Yamamoto and the others considered to have substance, there were plenty of students Yamamoto considered to have promise. Shunsui, you little rascal. How many times have I told you not to come in here without permission? Speaking of which. Yamamoto whapped Shunsui upside the head. He had caught the young boy sneaking into his office again. Ouch. I'm sorry. There wasn't one bit of sincerity in that. Yamamoto bellowed. Shunsui bowed his head in apology as Yamamoto prepared to unleash corporal punishment again. I've learned my lesson, okay? But that picture really bugs me. Shunsui was referring to a speck of a man standing atop a mountain of flames that spawned all across the landscape of the old-style painting. Since you don't really seem the type to hang pictures, so what is it? Some kind of mythical god of fire or something? Yamamoto looked at the picture with solemn eyes, remembering his battle with Rita and how he let Zenka no Tachi rampage through the Seirei in order to fight his friend, how he forced himself to find an alternative means of using that uncontrollable force, eventually finding his core form, which he used to beat down Waiwak, leader of the Quincies, with his fists. If he had mastered Zenka no Tachi, he could have mastered it, turned the mode into the Bankai itself, according to Ryujinjaka, but Yamamoto chose not to, allowing YHWCH to escape and retreat. Still, Yamamoto felt he made the right decision. It was a monster that rampaged across the Soul Society a long time ago. It came when the Soul Society was already in a mess and messed things up even more. Yamamoto turned away from the picture, but it will never appear again. But, what if it does appear? Shunsui asked, turning to look at his sensei. Then, I probably will not be around, to see the aftermath of it being quelled. Present day. As Rita continued to walk towards the Seirei with Talbumasuk, Kazumi, and Miyashi, her flashback nearly over, She remembered her last discussion with Yamamoto after his death and Aizen's second defeat, right before she added him to the system of reincarnation. 19 years ago. Having left the Soul Society and returning to her abode, Rita met with Yamamoto, prepared to send him on his way to be put into the cycle of reincarnation. Already the old man's body was breaking down. As Rita returned Yamamoto's soul to a spherical form and put him back into the system, he appeared as a panel on the apparatus to speak with her. Rita, there's something I want to tell you before you send me away. Rita listened as Yamamoto told her about his conversation with Shunsui. I never used Zenkan no Tachi again. What? But that was so powerful. If you had used it you could have. To protect the Soul Society is what you strived for, is it not? That was always my goal as well. I saw, that day, what the destructive powers of our Zanpakuto are truly capable of, and it has cost me both my life, and my best friend. Shijikuni. Rita, there was more to that discussion. Over 1,000 years ago. As Yamamoto continued to stare at the painting of Zenkan no Tachi, Shunsui had turned his attention to the other side of the room. Hey, Yamaji, what's this one? Shunsui asked as he noticed another picture on the far side of the room. The picture was a painting of a squirrel, but in its maw was not an acorn, but an olive branch. Wrapped in its tail was a sword and above it was the Japanese rising sun. Hey, Shunsui noticed something interesting, that painting. He panned his hands across the room like a movie maker to make sure, looks like it's exactly across from the monster. Because, that squirrel was the Soul Society's greatest protector and the beast of fire swallowed her up, dragging her down to the bowels of hell themselves. An image of Rita and her smiling face passed through Yamamoto's mind. One day, you might meet her, Shunsui. What will happen if I meet her? What does that mean? It means that the Soul Society is in great need of saving and all hell might break loose. 19 years ago. You said that to him. But I was the one who. I think my position proves you were right. The Soul Society should be protected, no matter the cost. It's in good hands now, Shijikuni. Retsu can lead it, I know she can. You speak so fondly of her. It's like you know her. I handpicked her myself to become a Soul Reaper from the Rokanga. Yamamoto was perplexed. I wasn't aware you were allowed to simply abandon hell. It was a slow day, Rita excused. Be that as it may, what landed you unto her? Rita's serious expression rose again. Because I knew this day would come, the day that you would be unable to protect the Soul Society. I knew that a proper successor to your will would be needed. Is someone so close to my level really needed? Aizen is only the number 2 here. The number 1 and I have never gotten along since we've met. One day she will try to break free from this place, and when that happens, without my core form, I don't know if I can stop her alone. I wanted someone who could fight on her level. I did not expect Retsu to make a complete personality change. She did that on her own. Rita smiled. I'm very proud of her, as if I was her mother. She will need your strength, I'm sure. Now that she is in charge, I trust communication will be kept as open as always. Your bond will be what keeps the Soul Society intact. Rita nodded. I truly believe that when Kazumi finally decides to rebel, that the Soul Society will be able to repel her with everything it's got. I was hoping we would have you on board, but I guess I'll have to improvise. Improvise? How? With the one piece on the board yet to realize his full potential. Present day. Kurosaki Ichigo, Rita spoke aloud, remembering how that conversation ended. She thought about how well she had trained Ichigo and how far he'd come. He really showed Aizen what for in the previous battle. If not for his inexperience, Ichigo could take the reins from Anohana. He was arguably more powerful by now. As Rita trotted down the path, she and the others found someone standing before them. Kiraku Shunsui. Rita stopped in her tracks, as did the others. Well now, didn't expect to see you out here. You're supposed to be in bed. I don't answer to the Godei, Rita said, stiffening. I didn't say you were in trouble, just making an icebreaker. He took note of Talbumasuk, Mia, and Kazumi. So, the situation's changed. Rita nodded. He sighed. Yeah, that about figures. Things can't stay simple around here, can they? Lemme guess, Aizen's gone, and started acting like a complete god-complex nutcase and you three switched sides. He's more than acting, Kiraku Teiko, Talbumasuk said with slight disdain. Oh joy, Shunsui said sarcastically, best get to Division 1 and give it to the lot of us. We just love bad news. Division 12 first, Talbumasuk said, approaching the captain and walking past him, my daughter needs extensive care. Shunsui smirked as he bent his head forward. Mia walked past him, Kazumi in her arms. Rita attempted to do the same, but Shunsui spoke before she could get past him. I caught glimpses of the battle with Kazumi, Rita. Rita stopped moving and listened. The picture Yamaji hung on his wall in his office of the squirrel with the olive branch in his jaw represents you, doesn't it? Rita smiled, yeah. Shunsui smiled, could you tell me all about it, you and him, over some tea? In this lull in the chaos, I'd like to be able to prod into Yamaji's life one more time. Rita smiled, tea sounds lovely. She and Shunsui headed off together. As they did, Rita looked up at the sky and smiled. She was doing her job. She loved the Soul Society. She was its protector once again. End of chapter 196. Chapter 197, Talbumasuka Tremere, Man of Complexity. 12th Division. With Shunsui leading them, Rita, Talbumasuk and Mia, with Kazumi in her arms, made their way to Division 12. Eyes were all on the Arrancar Lord, a known enemy of the Soul Society. All the rank and file were on edge, especially with the other Arrancar around as well. Ichimaru-jin was no stranger to these feelings, and so, when Talbumasuk and the others approached the Department of Research and Development, a good portion of squad members were surrounding the group with Jin at the helm, arms folded in his shiakusho. All right, Ichimaru Teiko, what's with the welcome party? Shunsui asked. I could ask you something similar, why are you parading around with an amoral warden and known criminals? I could have you written up for treason, Captain. Come now, Rita's always been on our side. She employs the Togabito to work for her from time to time, you know that. Oh I do, but they were on the battlefield as our enemies moments ago. I've received no report that the situation has changed. It has changed, Rita said with a serious tone, we were going to explain it at Division 1, but right now, Rita gestured to Kazumi, she needs serious special treatment only the 12th Division equipment can provide. Jin, you know what her story is. Talbumasuk and Mia are her parents. They just want to help their little girl. Aizen's gone nuts. That's the short version. What more do you want? Jin, Talbumasuk stepped forward, you know what it's like to go to great lengths for someone you care about. Talbumasuk then, much to Jin's amazement, dropped to his hands and knees, grinding his hands into the tile pathway beneath him. Please, Jin, I'm begging you. Let me help my little girl. I want her to live and to be okay. Talbumasuk's face was one of notable anguish. I've already given my blade to Rita and intend to give it to the Soul Society as well. Senna has my house and my estate. I have nothing else to give. Many of the Soul Reapers were surprised. Their former enemy was pleading with their captain for help. The man who declared open war on the Soul Society was now desperately begging it to save the life of his daughter. They're my responsibility, Rita stated, if they try anything funny, you can be sure I'll make a move. Jin slumped back into a shifty posture, well, all right. Go on. Jin, Talbumasuk picked his head up. Thought I was gonna have ta ask ya ta beg. Huh. Just wanted to see if ya were willin' to discard your pride and such. I had no real intention of stoppin' ya in the long run. Talbumasuk simply grinned with the shake of his head, Jin you tricky little fox. Jin just laughed, go on, get her checked out. Thanks. Talbumasuk and the others began to head inside the research bureau. See Captain, is this really alright? He's an enemy of the Soul Society. He ain't no more. Jin said as he glanced at Talbumasuk from behind, it seems in the span of 20 years, Tally's finally gone and put a good head on his shoulders. 10th Division. Lelich's office. After Rita left, Suzaku and Lelich had been in heavy discussion with each other about what Lelich had been up to. He'd told Suzaku everything he'd been up to over the course of the last 140-something years. Lelich sat behind his desk while Suzaku sat in the chair across from it, arms folded, listening intently. "Let me see if I have this straight," Suzaku said, as Lelich finished. "You were thrown back close to a century and a half before today's date. You worked yourself up amongst the rank and file while employing the usual tactics. Everyone around here knows what you did and you've worked hard to make up for it. Your mother is atoning for her actions, you have a lot of political and militaristic pull, you're strong enough to kick my ass, so you claim, and now we're attempting to fight your archenemy for the sake of the entire world. Does that sound about right? You're missing a few details, but yes. This is really hard to absorb, Lelich. However," Suzaku opened his eyes, "it gives me a good feeling to know that you turned over a new leaf because of me. I said to myself when I first started, I'll try it Suzaku's way for once, see where it goes. And look where it's led me. So what now? What's the next course of action?" Lelich interlocked his fingers in front of him. "For now we fortify our defenses and prepare for war. However, if my calculations are correct, we should be expecting a mandatory meeting in less than an hour." "What for?" "I have a hunch Aizen will stab Kazumi in the back, and when that happens, Talbumasuk, who I suspect to be her father and probably knows it too, will turn on Aizen and come here to join forces." "Well, you generally aren't wrong about reading people. As long as I'm here though, whose authority am I under exactly? What sort of clearance do I have?" "Well, you're my guest, so you're welcome on my division's grounds in my home. However, as for who you take orders from, I'd wager either Cornelia or Nunnally. Other than that I don't control you. You're not an officer of the Godei." Lelich smirked slyly. "Unless you want to push me around." Suzaku smirked. "No. I get it, thanks." The sound of a mallet hitting a wooden gong could be heard throughout the Sirai. "Attention all captains," a childlike female voice sounded across the court. "Vera." Lelich was surprised. Normally the 1st Division's 3rd seat made the announcements. Suzaku furrowed his brow, but said nothing. "Please report to the Division 1 meeting hall for a mandatory strategy meeting. This meeting is for captains only. Vice captains, VIP guests should meet outside the hall and await further instruction. Any other Soul Reapers not from the 1st Division must receive permission from their captain to be on Division 1 grounds at this time until further notice. That is all." "Well, that includes you," Lelich said, getting up. "Huh? It does. You're a VIP guest. You're going to be fighting. You're involved." All right then." Suzaku followed Lelich out of his office. Division 1. Vera climbed down from the announcement post and took her place within the captain's meeting hall. Being Division 1 vice captain had its perks. She was allowed to listen in on all captains' meetings. She had to as Anohana's deputy. Vera and Anohana had already had a long discussion about her past upon arriving back in the Soul Society once Anohana had properly recovered. Earlier, Anohana had just returned to her office, whereupon she found Vera waiting for her. She seemed troubled, as if she needed to speak with her superior about something urgent. Anohana pushed open the door and nodded, indicating that Vera was allowed inside. Anohana sat down at her desk and Vera sat down at the chair across from her captain and scooted forward. "Whenever you're ready, Vera," Anohana said to her. "I want to tell you about my past. And, whatever your opinions are of me afterwards, you may feel free to do with me as you will." Anohana seemed slightly confused, but nonetheless nodded. "Go ahead," she told Vera. Vera recounted her past to Anohana, all the violence, every last detail. She started with her life before she became a ruthless killer. Anohana marveled at how much Vera was speaking out loud. Normally talking to her was like a mix of charades and taciturn comments. Here, Vera was giving her entire history in monologue. She didn't change the tone of her voice. She kept very deadpan, as though recalling all of this bothered her once, but did no longer. Vera talked like she was giving official testimony. "I am one of those that come to the Soul Society as a child. My living life was terrible. I was an orphan without an orphanage to call home. I spent my life living underneath newspapers and in boxes. I died from illness at the age of 6. I was abandoned, forgotten, shown no love. When I came to Soul Society, a man took me in. He made me scrub his floors and earn my keepsake in his house. It was the first time I was shown kindness. However, after a few years, he betrayed me. He sold me to a group of bandits to cover his debts. I was furious. I was 10, I think, at the time. That was the day I discovered how to kill. As the bandits began to drag me away and I saw the money being exchanged, I lost my temper, and it was the same day that I learned I had Ryotsu. I was able to cow the others into staggering positions. I elbowed one of my captives in the groin and stole his knife. And then I stabbed them, all of them. People saw me. I grabbed a cleaver from the kitchen. I killed until I was soaked to the bone. Don't judge me. Don't any of you judge me. I had yelled with a frenzied, terrified look as I saw the shocked, horrified faces of the other villagers. I went into hiding. I tempered my skill and I learned how to kill. I enjoyed it. Killing gave me power. However, as my body matured and I began to grow older, my sex drive came along with it, and I began seeking carnal pleasures from others. I mastered the art of seduction. I built residence wherever I could find empty houses. Sometimes I killed the current residents and buried the bodies out back. However, I was so paranoid, when I felt my crush slipping from me, or no longer felt satisfied, the only answer was a bloody, violent death. Sex and violence mingled. Bathing in the blood of my victims gave me this ecstatic feeling from the time I first killed, as I had realized how much I enjoyed killing. Vera continued her story about the lover she met whom she'd been unable to kill and how that had later facilitated her becoming a soul reaper, how she'd stolen a broken Zanpakuto and killed a man, neglected to answer many of her psych questions in hopes of just being left alone. I kept my distance from society. These people were to be my comrades in arms. I had to do my best to suppress my desires. Sometimes things would go wrong though, and I'd soon find myself needing to bury bodies by moonlight. And no one caught on to this. Well, actually. Several centuries ago. Vera stood in a ditch she was digging with tears rolling down her face. She cried as she dug out a grave for the corpse next to her. These were not tears of remorse, but tears of panic. Vera was trying to change, but she'd snuck into someone's room and killed a fellow student to satisfy her petty desires. She continued to dig with her spade as she sniveled whilst she continued to dig, calling herself stupid internally over and over again. It is way past curfew, little miss. Vera froze. She was caught red-handed. It was all over. She'd be killed, exiled, punished. She couldn't change. She was just a monster. She had wanted to be a soul reaper to put positive energy into slaying hollows. She'd been allowed to be a student because she wanted to kill hollows rather than hurt people. But now she was caught with a body and blood on her hands. There was no way she'd be allowed to stay. Once it got out, she killed a fellow student. Oh, is this your doing? Vera didn't even turn to look at who was standing behind her as their shadow loomed over her, but it was a man's voice. It was calm, smooth and gentle. Vera continued to dig energetically. It was all her mind could have her do. Wait, I know you. I teach your Kido class. Vera turned her head to see a man with square-rimmed glasses and flat brown hair standing behind her. Vera, yes. Vera nodded. I'm not going to report you, Vera, her teacher said, patting her on the head, just leave this to me. I'll cover it up. Go on back to bed. In fact, the man smiled, if this happens again, I'll clean it up again for you. You'd do that for me? Vera squeaked. Aizen-sensei. Of course, Vera. I think people like you should be soul reapers. It adds some variety to the mix. Present day. Let me get this straight, Aizen covered for you. Vera nodded and then shook her head. I don't know why he did it. At the time he was still with Mari's division. So before Hashima got a hold of him, Anohana affirmed. I think he knew. I think he could see right through me, and he saw a little girl trying to change her ways, but unable to control herself. I see, so Aizen Sosuke used to actually be a good man at heart, interesting to know. Vera nodded. He recommended me to Akari Teiko. She brought me into the division. She treated me like a daughter, told me that the division should be like family. I wanted to believe her, but I felt I couldn't trust anyone. Even though Eisen helped you. Vera fiddled with her fingers. I still didn't believe that he wouldn't betray me too one day. Look how that turned out. Lamperouge Teiko was the first person who really seemed like he was interested in getting to know me. I don't know what it was, but there was something comfortable about his presence when he would speak with me. Do you like him? Anohana asked. I don't think I ever harbored romantic feelings for Lamperouge Teiko. I think he was just a person who walked into my life and put a chink in the wall between reality and me. Especially now, Vera grabbed her knees and trembled, especially now after he revealed his past to us. I felt it was time I came clean too. To let you know who I am and what I was and what I'm trying to be. Now that I have Bankai, I can be considered a huge security risk. So that's why you still trust Lamperouge Lelich, and me even, you find yourself connected to us in a way. Vera nodded. Yes. I am, worse than both of you. Vera drew out her sword and held it at her neck. Just say the word. I've already resigned myself to this being my last day as a Soul Reaper. Vera, put your sword away. What? Isn't it Lamperouge Lelich who said, look towards the future or you'll be left behind in time, or something like that? Vera held her sword at her side. But this should have been known from the start. I should have never have been allowed to be a Soul Reaper. One of these days, Vera now had tears in her eyes, one of these days I'll turn on the Soul Society, I just know it. The monster inside of me won't stay suppressed forever, and now that I've embraced who I am, it's only a matter of time. It's best if I die now rather than cause trouble for you all later. Anohana stood up, walked around from behind her desk and slapped Vera across the face. It wasn't harsh, but it wasn't a love tap either. Vera, control yourself. You are a vice captain. You should act as such. But I. Vera, drop it, Anohana said tersely. Vera let her Zanpakuto hit the floor and just stared blankly at her captain. Anohana wrapped her arms around the mahogany-haired vice captain, causing Vera's head to land into her chest. Vera, I would have never asked you to be my vice captain if I didn't think that you were a capable Soul Reaper. You are a respected member of the Godai. It's all right to be scared of what you may become. Look at me. Look at the Kurosaki Ichigo of the past. To commit suicide would be so foolish. However, if you feel like dying, then from now on, your life is in my hands, and whether you live or die is up to me. Not only is your voice like that of a child's, but so is how you think. And so, like a child, I will comfort you like a mother if I must. I am your friend, before I am your captain. You've come to terms with what you are, now come to terms with how we think of you. To most of us it doesn't matter your past. There are so many of us in the Godai have tales and histories that we have not told many other people. Vera, the nightmare and struggle for survival you once lived is over now. Anohana put her hands on Vera's cheeks and tilted her head to look at her smiling face. You're here with me now. You have Yuka Teiko as an adoptive brother who considers you a very beloved sister. You have a friend in Lamperouge Lelich and the other vice captains and even those who were on the Phantoms of Justice. You're not a monster, Vera. On the inside, you're a traumatized little girl. And there's nothing in the law that says that traumatized little girls that have worked past the trauma and become fine Soul Reapers are to be punished. So shed those tears and dry those eyes, because this isn't the end of your life. It's the beginning of when you really start to live. Anohana Teiko, Vera sniffed. She then wrapped her arms around Anohana and cried into her captain's stomach, clinging to the Suteiko's Haori whilst she let all her tears come forth into one marathon of sadness. Anohana smiled as she listened to Vera cry. "Tch, as I thought," she said to herself as she gave Vera a comforting, motherly embrace, like a child. Present time. The captains of the 13 divisions piled into the meeting hall one by one and took their appropriate places. Talbumasuk was escorted personally by Shunsui as a special guest. He and Lelich remained wary of each other. While it was justice in the long run, Talbumasuk still couldn't forgive Lelich for destroying his home. Still, both men knew that Eisen was met with power and they'd have to work together to take him down. As Talbumasuk was given the floor to speak, Anohana stood at the far end of the captain's hall while the other 12 captains stood in their appropriate spots. Vera, as per the norm, was knelt down at Anohana's side. The royal guard was also allowed in the room, the males to Anohana's left and the females to her right. Anohana began the meeting with a speech. Utramir Talbumasuk, you are a high traitor to the Soul Society and a Togabito to boot. That being said, we are to understand that you have defected from Aizen and intend to assist us in defeating him. While this is in effect, we must grudgingly accept you as our ally, but that does not mean we have to like it. Now then, I am to understand you have information for us. At this time, you may speak. Yes, thank you, Talbumasuk responded seriously, frowning with the lids to his eyes lowered just slightly. My fellow Soul Reapers, I once waged war on you as your enemy, and I understand that it would make it hard for you to trust me, but everything I do now is for Kazumi's sake and to get Aizen back for harming her. Also, I understand that Aizen is a madman. To overthrow the Soul King is madness. When I waged war on you, such a thing was never my intention. What was your intention then? Hisuna inquired. I waged war revenge for my house, loyalty to my sensei, and desire to prove that hollows can be curbed from being mindless beasts, but mostly the first thing. I was young, inexperienced. My defeat showed me the error of my ways, and I've worked to atone in hell to that end. My lover, Mia, and my daughter, Kazumi, are also things in this world I have worth fighting for. Whoa, hold on, wait a minute, back up, Yuna said, waving her hands and shaking her head. Kazumi is your daughter. How is that possible? Talbumasuk explained the situation and how Kazumi was his daughter, affirming Lelich's suspicions about the man. So in the long run it's not you we need to convince, it's your daughter, Shunsui spoke up. What do you mean, Kiraku Teiko? Stefan questioned. Talbumasuk-kun, you said you would follow whatever path your daughter walked, yes? Rather you implied it. Talbumasuk nodded. Shunsui continued. How do you know that Kazumi will fight on this side? She wants to be free, that much has never been wrong. She knows that what she did, merging hell with earth, will up her sentence considerably. Defeating Aizen and saving the Soul Society could easily counteract that. Sounds legit, Jin commented. So what now then? Byakuya wanted to know. What is Aizen's next move? If Kazumi was still in charge, this conversation would never be happening. You'd be dead and she'd be laughing. Aizen meanwhile runs things differently. I know the man well. I studied under him for several decades, learned from his mistakes. However, Aizen is the type of man that is resistant to change and doesn't admit that he can make mistakes. Kyoka Suijutsu might be very difficult to counter, but it, coupled with Aizen's raw strength, has left him with this mentality that he cannot be defeated. I used to believe such things, but you have all overpowered him twice, and me, defeat is always possible. It's just a matter of probability. So what do we do? Hakaifun wanted to know. I clashed with Aizen before making my escape. He's strong. My attacks could barely impact him at all. I didn't use Zeko no Sozo on him, so I don't know how strong he is compared to my real power, but he was toying with me. His entire body is coated in a thick jade armor, denser than any spiritual material I've tried to cut. His Ryutsu is also blinding. It was difficult for me not to stagger. I'd wager his full power would be enough to defeat Jinin Garita much easier than Kazumi managed to. Where is Rita anyway? Marianne asked. Shouldn't she be here? Rita is working with Urahara Kisuk on stabilizing Kazumi's Ryutsu at the 12th Division. Mia is overseeing things for my sake. So what does this all boil down to exactly? Lelich asked. Aizen is an arrogant man. He probably believes that no matter what you throw at him that he cannot be defeated. I imagine he's going to wait for us to strike within the dimension we created and prepare for our assault. Why don't we wait for him to strike? Kairanji asked. That dimension ain't exactly bothering anyone. On the contrary, Kazumi created a last resort on the off chance you somehow managed to defeat her. If the dimension were to somehow collapse, the resulting multi-dimensional explosion, considering the point in space I set it, would completely wipe out the royal dimension were it given enough of a charge. Shocked faces were all around the room. That's insane. Hisuna exclaimed. Insanity is the name of the game, Talbumasuk quipped. So, I basically poke at Aizen's ego again with a stick. Lelich asked. I don't think it's going to be quite that simple, Talbumasuk stated in response and then turned to face the 10th Division captain. Lamperouge Lelich, while we aren't on the best of terms, you and I both know you're Seoul Society's lead strategist. I also know Eisen better than you know him, as does Jin. If the three of us work together we might be able to formulate a plan. I would be uneasy to leave a plan to the three of you, Anohana said slightly crossly. If a plan is going to be formulated, I would at least like to sit in on the meetings. As would I, Byakuya stated. Let's not get carried away here, Lelich said, too many cooks spoil the broth. We're just moderators, Lelich. I have to take care of the Seoul Society. I don't intend to offer anything except restrictions if I feel you three are going too far. The same with me to make sure you're not about to make unnecessary sacrifices, Byakuya spoke up. Sounds like we got ourselves a strategy group, Shunsui doffed his hat. We might also want to ask Urahara Kisuk, Lelich said, pondering as he held his finger underneath his chin. He's dealt with Eisen too before and his intellect for planning far exceeds that of my own. How much time do you estimate we have? Tison asked Talbumasuk. Honestly I'm not sure, Talbumasuk stated. But if I know Eisen he'd wait until we at least were all at full strength. You'll have time to redouble our efforts and relax. Maybe about a week? I really couldn't say, honestly. Lelich seemed deep in thought for a moment with his eyes closed and fingers still resting underneath his chin. After a little while he finally spoke, if I were Eisen, I'd already be estimating how long it would take for my enemies to recover. With that said, Lelich looked at Momo, how are we doing on injuries? Give me a range to work with. If we work through the night we can be back at full strength in 3 days. Then we'll be ready to go in 6, that'll give us time to not have to rush. Against Eisen no mistakes can be made. The others seemed a bit off-put about this. Lelich, are you sure? Yuna asked. That's awfully narrow time frame. No, it's a good idea, Talbumasuk agreed. If we wait too long to lick our wounds that'll give Eisen time to plan as well, perhaps even set up some sort of monitoring system to watch over us. The sooner we can be ready to go the better. Then here's what we're going to do, Lelich stated, I'll start drafting some basic war plans straight through the night. Anohana Suteiko, tomorrow let's meet in the vice-captain conference room and begin drafting plans. If we work all day we should have something by the end of the day. That'll give us 2 days to distribute and explain plans to the rest of the Godi I-13 and our allies. After that we can use the next 2 days to make preparations for the fight. We'll go after Eisen in the afternoon the next day so that everyone can be well rested. This really feels like a final showdown, doesn't it? Asho said with a big grin. Lamperouge Teiko, would it be alright if I prepared a feast? If everyone's all energized on my cooking we can be in even better shape. Lelich pondered what to do with his knowledge of Hikaifun's cooking ability for a moment and then proposed, cook every day if necessary. If we eat your food all week long we might be at a slight advantage when we go after Eisen. But if you do that Hikaifun won't be able to go after Eisen, she'll be too tired, Marianne spoke up. If everyone goes after Eisen then there's no cavalry, Talbumasuk input. If we keep some strong reserve units it might help if the battle becomes one of attrition. Well then, it looks like we have an idea of what to do. Does anyone have anything further to add? Anohana asked. No one said anything. All right then, she clapped her hands loudly, dismissed. 12th Division. Department of Research and Development. Kazumi was sitting in a dome-shaped healing tank, naked and unconscious. Because of her hollow DNA, Rita and Urahara had to use an older healing model on her. The tanks like the one Marianne was in had special chemicals in them that attacked hollow DNA like acid. This older model used strictly water with a special powder mixed into the formula. However, because it was water and not the special oxygenated mixture of the newer models, Kazumi had to have an oxygen mask hooked up to her face whilst she sat in the tank. The water was regulated to 20 degrees Celsius. There were several needles and tubes plugged into Kazumi's arms and shoulders. Mia looked worriedly in front of the two-way glass porthole in front of the tank. She'd been looking all over for Kazumi, much like Talbumasuk. She was so upset that she had found her only to maybe lose her. Worse, the note they had ended on would have been Mia thinking Talbumasuk was seducing her. Mia was kicking herself mentally. She wondered what had made her so jealous, to think that Talbumasuk was looking at another woman, or why it mattered. She loved him sure, but they were just lovers. Marriage had never been filed. She had even thought before that it didn't matter if Talbumasuk walked away from her. She was never upset when Loli or Mainoli needed his comfort in Hueco Mundo. So why did she get so envious? Did it matter after all? Were her feelings towards Talbumasuk really that strong that she felt she didn't want to part from him? She was slowly coming to that conclusion. She was worried about so many things right now, but she had to settle for focusing on Kazumi at the moment. She turned around to where Rita looked deep in thought, hunched over a control panel while Urahara stood behind her patiently. "Ah geez, this thing is like it's from the Stone Age. Load already, you hunk of junk." Rita exasperated. "That's what happens when you work with such fast-paced technology," Urahara stated. "You can't stand to be patient anymore." "But Kazumi's life is on the line." "Shhh, not so loud, do you want her to hear us?" Urahara said, referring to Mia. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Mia asked. "What's wrong with my Kazumi?" Rita and Urahara exchanged glances. Rita continued to stand hunched over the machine while Urahara explained things to Mia. "Your daughter's been using a device called the Lotus System. It's what made her as powerful as she was. However, Aizen somehow got a hold of a faux copy of it and managed to steal some of Kazumi's abilities. Neither can use the system's most devastating ability of absorption, they can only copy and transfer abilities from one person to the next. Thankfully the Lotus System works like a neural implant. With Kazumi-chan in that tank we're trying to remotely activate the implant and see if we can't recover and restore the data that Aizen damaged." "Why? What will that accomplish?" "I'm not sure I understand." "To put it simply," Rita said, glancing over from the apparatus, "if this works, we can restore most of Kazumi's abilities, or at the very least maybe we can trick the system into thinking she has them or certain parts of them. Aizen did a lot of damage to the system." "What's the worst-case scenario?" Mia asked. "We'd have to remove the implant completely," Rita stated. "What will happen if you do that?" Mia asked. "The implant is connected directly to Kazumi's memories. If we were to dislodge it," Urahara stated, snapping the fan shut, "it's likely she could lose all of her precious memories, or maybe pedal backwards to how she was before she obtained the system at all. Can't you just recover her file and repair her in Circle 9? Isn't that an option? Kazumi's file is huge. I don't know how much time that would take." "I mean, it is an option, but..." "But what?" Mia asked. Rita sighed. "Kazumi unleashed hell upon earth for the sake of revenge. If I were to send her back to hell now, her new sentence would be automatically added. I can't even fathom how long she'd be sentenced for. I'm afraid to even estimate and be wrong. If I send her back to hell just to save her, what if she winds up just like Zurich, a sinner for the rest of her life? She'd blame it all on me." Rita started to have tears in her eyes. "I don't want that. I won't fail her again. I want to help her. She matters. This all matters." Urahara put his hands on Rita's shoulders. "Rita-san, why don't you take a break for a bit and leave this to me? I'm sure Anohana-san could use some company. But I'll be sure to tell Kazumi-chan you were here earlier and helping. Or if I start to make progress I'll send a hell butterfly, but it isn't worth it for you to be here all stressed out. It's not good for a laboratory setting." Rita sighed. "You're right." She left the lab area without another word. Urahara looked at the progress bar stalled at 46%. "Kazumi-chan, pull through for Rita-san and your parents, all right? If you can get back to where you were, you'll be our greatest asset to fight Aizen." Mia stretched her arms up over her head. "I think I'll go see what Talbumasuk-sama is up to." "You do that. He should be done with the meeting by now, I'd wager." Mia nodded and then left. Somewhere in the Siriti, Talbumasuk walked around the Siriti, soldiers fleeing from him in fear. Although it had been made public that he was on the side of the Soul Society shortly after the meeting, the damage he had done and the being that he was did not change. It was understandable that the Soul Society would see him as some kind of monster. He paid them no mind. He had people to talk to. If he was in the Siriti, there was one person he desperately wanted to see. However, he met her sooner than he had intended. As he walked down, a blonde ran into his field of vision from a T intersection. Talbumasuk stopped, recognizing the short blonde hair on the girl. Senna. Senna turned towards the direction of the voice. As a clan leader, it wasn't often she was referred to by just her given name. She turned to see a dumbstruck, tall man in white robes with black hair and red eyes. She'd heard the rumors, that's why she'd run out into the open. Nii-chan. Talbumasuk smiled and nodded. Senna's heart felt warm and fuzzy and she dashed towards her big brother and gave him a big hug. "Oh, I missed you so much," Senna said with a smile. "You're really here? Senna, I'm so happy to see you." "I'm glad you're doing well," Talbumasuk said as he put his arms around his little sister. He then noticed her shoulder. "Is that a lieutenant's armband?" "Yup," Senna backed away and pumped her fist. "I'm the Fukotaiko of Tisantaiko. And I'm the leader of our clan, Nii-chan. Isn't that great?" "Leader? Then mother is." Senna stared at the ground. Talbumasuk didn't need a confirmation to understand. "Nii-chan, Lamperouge Taiko said you found a woman." Senna reached into her pocket and held up a locket. "I always carry this with me. It's my memento of you." "My locket?" Talbumasuk opened it and saw the picture of him and Mia. He smiled as he looked at the picture, then he closed the locket and draped it around Senna's neck. What are you doing?" "This is yours." Talbumasuk put his hands on Senna's shoulders. "Keep it," he told her, "wear it proudly. My stay here is not permanent. If it's your memento, let it be your strength to know that I always loved you and mother." "Nii-chan. You've gotten so big, Senna, and you've done so well for yourself, despite my actions. I'm very proud of you." "Really?" Senna was touched. "Would I ever lie to you, Imuto?" Senna wiped her eye and shook her head. "Talbumasuk-sama." A voice called in delight. "Well, I certainly have the devil's luck." Talbumasuk chuckled and turned to see Mia down the road behind him as she waved and ran up to him from behind and latched onto him, wrapping her arms around his body and pressing firmly into him. "I caught you," Mia chuckled. "So you have. Nii-chan, is this her?" Mia craned her head to look at Senna. "Oh, I know you, your master's little sister. You've grown up quite well compared to the pictures I've seen of you." Senna flushed and covered her breasts. That reaction, Mia chuckled, "You're still a naive little virgin, aren't you, compared to your handsome, sexy big brother here who's such a man?" Mia questioned and tilted her body up and licked Talbumasuk's neck. The woman had no shame. Though her body was pure, Senna's mind was not, and Mia's overtness about her sexuality and lust had already put an image in her mind of her and her brother. Ugh. Nii-chan, do something. She's totally disturbing me. Senna said with a flushed face. She's like that, but that's what I love about her. Talbumasuk tipped up Mia's chin and kissed her. Ack. My eyes. Senna covered her eyes. What's there to be so bothered about? Mia asked as she traipsed around Talbumasuk's front, her back to him. You should be happy your Nii-san is attached to someone as hot and sexy as me. She moved up Talbumasuk and then held out an S sound as she moved down his body to simulate hot sizzling sexiness. You're not the reason my eyes are covered. Mia laughed as she took a step forward. Oh, how cute, she can't bear to see her older brother engaged in public displays of affection. She's so innocent. Oh, the things I could teach and do to you. Talbumasuk put a firm hand on Mia's shoulder and squeezed. Mia, as much as I love you, my sister's sexual affairs are not for you to interfere with, is that clear? Oh, please forgive me, master, I didn't mean anything by it. Mia turned over and lay against Talbumasuk's chest, running her hand up his front. I was just saying that your sister could use someone to get up close and personal with. Senna continued to turn red. Let her go at her own pace, Mia, Talbumasuk said, gently clasping her hand upon his chest. What say you and I go somewhere private for a little while? Talbumasuk looked at his sister. Senna, which way to our clan house? Where it used to be. It's arranged differently, so ask the servants for help if you need internal directions. Thank you, sister, Talbumasuk said, and he and Mia walked off together. It was nice meeting you, Mia winked at her. As the two walked away, Senna realized she'd forgotten to say something important since Mia had interrupted her and her brother's moment. Nnii-chan. Talbumasuk turned his head in Senna's direction. Senna smiled with misty eyes. You're the best Nnii-chan ever, okay? I just wanted to say that. And I'm glad you're happy. No matter what anyone else thinks of Nnii-chan, Nnii-chan will always be special to me. Thank you, Senna. And the same is from me to you, Talbumasuk said to her, and then he and Mia walked away. Division 5. Hitsugaya sat at his desk contemplating the last 24 hours. The battle between him and Zurich alongside Momo was like a blur. Had the two of them really grown so much stronger in the last 2 decades? Momo, the 5th Division captain, thought to himself as she entered his mind. He had finally managed to let her know how he felt, but now what? Did he ask her out? Did he let her come to him? He had taken a large step forward, not knowing what to do at all. Momo would certainly have her hands full for now, that much was mentioned at the meeting. In all his years he'd never expected she would become a captain. He had to keep getting stronger. He had to remain better than her. She was his to protect, that was the way it had to be. He kept telling himself that, as though Momo, being the strong, proud captain she was now, was completely different from the crybaby turned cheerful child turned greenhorn of the past. A knock on the door jarred him from his thoughts. Who is it? It's me, Shiro-chan. May I come in? Oh, of course, Hitsugaya stated. Momo slid the door open to his office and entered. She sighed. Ah, thank goodness. I'd been trying to take a break for a while now. I thought Lelich said not to work yourselves to the bone. We're not, but being captain still is a lot to sift through. We did lose some soldiers and some students. 4th Division has a lot to answer for. Next to Divisions 12 and 2, our division is probably going to be the busiest over the next couple of days. It's all right really, Momo continued to rationalize as she waved her hands back and forth. She put one hand down on her lap and curled her fist up by her chin with the other. I had a talk with Lamperouge-sensei about what happened. Huh? What? Why? I trust his opinion. I told him how I felt, and I felt kind of lost. I didn't want to say anything silly. Hitsugaya looked at Momo with a small smirk, and what did he say? That I was overcomplicating things. Shiro-chan, I don't have time right now, but tomorrow I want to spend the whole day with you, just like old times. Can you promise me that? Hitsugaya smiled. Sure Momo, anything for you. Great, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye Shiro-chan. Momo waved as she left Hitsugaya's office. Goodbye, Hitsugaya said as if his voice was trapped in his throat. As the door clicked shut and he was sure Momo was gone, he grabbed his hair. Guo. Stupid. He bashed his head against the desk. Stupid. Stupid. He bashed it with each annotation of the word. He let his arms go slack at his sides. Idiot, why didn't you say anything more to her? He chastised himself aloud. Sure. Anything for you? That's kids' stuff. You should have said something like, I'm looking forward to it. Be a man, you're a man now. Afraid to be a child, Hitsugaya Teiko. Hitsugaya picked his head up to see Lelich standing in his office doorway. You know it's not professional to open an office door without knocking. I passed Momo on the way. She said you were in. What do you want? Come to rub it in my face, tell me I'm an idiot for waiting for so long. I wasn't even going to bring it up, Lelich grinned. Sure you weren't, Hitsugaya huffed, unconvinced. I'm checking into every division. I need a head count of your remaining division strength in my mailbox as soon as possible. Working the kinks out of your strategy already. No time like the present, Lelich quipped. Hitsugaya sighed, fine. I'll get Rurakiyo to get you the report in your mailbox by tonight. Thanks. I appreciate it. Lelich began to leave. Lelich, before you go. The situation hasn't changed between us. This was a professional conversation, nothing more. Yeah, I figured, Lelich said and then left completely. Upon returning home he was greeted at the door by the smiling face of his half-sister. Welcome home, dear brother. Yuffie exclaimed. Hello, Euphemia, Lelich said with a smile, were you waiting for me? I'm waiting for Suzaku, actually, Yuffie said twisting her ankle into the floor. Why? Where is he? I thought he'd be here. I wanted to inform him of the situation before I went to Byakuya's to request a division strength report and maybe ask Susanna to ask Yuna for one so I don't have to make a trip all the way to Division 7. Oh, Kurosaka-san saw him earlier and said he wanted to speak with Suzaku. Ichigo and Suzaku? Why does that not sound right? Lelich thought to himself. That's what Mrs. Kurosaka said to me when she dropped by earlier. Okay, now I know something's up. Lelich began to open the door. Ah, Lelich, you just got here. I'll be back. I forgot something, Lelich said and left. Damn it Ichigo, don't do anything stupid. You're better than this now. Lelich was almost certain that Ichigo or one of his friends was going to take their anger out on Suzaku for betraying his nation and becoming a knight of the round, Tatsuki especially because she lost her parents at the SAZ massacre. This could only end in disaster. Lelich tried to trace Ichigo's Ryutsu, but it had become so well controlled in recent years that it was harder to trace. Lelich wouldn't give up though. There was more than one way to skin this cat. He managed to trace Fullbring Ryutsu and saw if he could find a group of it near Captain Class Soul Reaper Ryutsu. His destination wound up landing him on the western outskirts of Division 1. There it seemed Ichigo and Tatsuki were having an argument while Suzaku and Cornelia stood off to the sidelines with their eyes flickering back and forth like it was a tennis match. What are they yelling about? Lelich asked as he stood by his sister and friend while he watched Tatsuki put Ichigo in a full Nelson. Kurosaka's friend tried to pummel me as a traitor to Britannia. It seems she's the type to hold a grudge. Ichigo blocked for me, telling her that we shouldn't be infighting, and then she started yelling about the SAZ massacre. And? What about you? Lelich asked. I just left your house to go look for Suzaku at Euphemia's request. I figured people around her would know Ichigo well enough, so I asked around. I've been waiting here for this to finish in case they start looking for him. Shouldn't we stop them, though? They're best friends, Cornelia said, shrugging, throwing her hands up. Let them fight. The three bystanders watched Ichigo and Tatsuki make more and more complete fools of themselves in public as the positions they were wrestling in got goofier and goofier. Right, I'd wager we could be waiting an hour for this to finish. Let's head back to my place, Lelich said. If they want they can find us there. They're good enough at sensing Ryutsu. Sokioku Hill. It was starting to get late in the afternoon. The sun was even starting to call it quits for the day. Knowing this, Kigo was guiding Ririka by the hand as she wore a blindfold, up the stairs to the top of Sokioku Hill. While him and the other VIP guests were waiting outside Division 1 during the strategy meet, Kigo had asked Ichigo if he knew any places around here that were worth taking a girl. Ichigo gave Kigo a look first, but when he finally recognized Ririka he seemed to understand and gave Kigo a hint that Kigo gave him a big huge rather friendly hug for, to which Ichigo told Kigo never to hug him like that again. As Kigo and Ririka reached the top of the hill next to the destroyed stand, Kigo led her over to aforementioned stand and told her, okay, you can take the blindfold off now. Ririka reached behind her head to take the blindfold off and was subject to the glow of many different smooth, calm, colors of reds, oranges, purples and yellows. Atop Sokioku Hill the sight was beautiful. She was captivated by the scenery. Pretty amazing, right? Kigo said, as though he had a hand in its creation. It's beautiful, Ririka's eyes quivered in amazement. She'd never seen something so marvelous in her life. Kigo walked up to her and put his arm around her back. Ririka turned her head to look at him. You should move back to Japan with me, he told her. Huh? You should come on tour with me. Heck, you could be my band's new manager, he then had a thought. I wonder if the guys made it out okay. What makes you think I'd want to? Ririka snapped in typical, I'm not going to admit I like you to your face, form. Don't you want to be with me? Well, Kigo turned Ririka to face him, grasping her shoulders. Don't disappear from my life again. Why did you even the first time? Ririka looked away from Kigo. She didn't answer. Ririka, the years may have gone by, but you're still the girl I fell in love with. Baka. Don't just go saying stupid things. Without warning, Kigo then kissed Ririka. She fought it at first, but gave in, realizing it was pointless. Tears streamed down her face. Why did she run away? She couldn't even answer that. Was she ashamed? Did she not want Kigo to be around her because she no longer had her powers? The more and more she thought about it, all she could think about was how foolish she had been to try and disappear from the one time in the world she'd actually felt happy. When she and Kigo separated, she looked at him with her tear-stained eyes. Kigo, do you really still love me? I don't think I ever stopped, Kigo told her. Their lips met again in front of the sunset. Division 1. Rita, Shunsui, Anohana, and Yukatake were sitting around having a spot of tea and sushi in a small luncheon room at the Division 1 barracks. Thanks for letting me stay in the barracks, Rita said to Anohana. I'm just surprised His Majesty is allowing you to stay, Shunsui commented. I'm on suspended duty until this matter is settled. Besides, those souls aren't going anywhere, Rita said as she sipped her piping hot tea. That's what bothers me more than anything, Shunsui input. I always thought souls just came here like an automatic funnel. That's what we're taught. Not every soul goes to Miretsu. His Majesty normally takes care of the process, but I'm just a special filter. Only 40% of all souls ever wind up in my domain, and not all of them I feel need to be there and send them back to His Majesty. Only 40%. Yukatake asked. Rita nodded. Roughly that much. It could be higher or lower. I only get the real bastards and the real extreme cases. Like one time I got this sicko who ate babies. Rita took another sip of her tea and said with a straight face that resembled deep thought, I gave him 700 years. That guy is still burning. It hasn't even been a seventh of his sentence. That's lovely, Shunsui said sarcastically. You asked? Rita shrugged. I mean the man who embezzles money from his company for less than 15,000 currency, or the woman who forgets to pay for a cupcake isn't really my concern. Now those kinds of people aren't true sinners, Rita frowned, but the woman who abuses her child until he dies at the age of 6, or the man who rapes 17 women, even if he's never caught by the police, and especially if innocent people are found guilty in his place, those are the people that burn when they come to me. I am, or rather whoever has my job is the law. We go by what is factually true. All truth and knowledge of a person's life is stored within that person's soul when they die. The souls who lose their memory are done so to separate them from tragic experiences, or sometimes when they are hollows, memory loss is common. Just what kind of secrets did the first generation keep from us? Plenty, much of which I'm not at liberty to discuss. As if on cue, a hell butterfly flew in through the open window and landed on Rita's finger. Anohana watched as Rita went from intently listening to smiling a little until her smile was wide and cheerful. That's a relief, Rita said aloud as she let the butterfly go. What's the matter? Shunsui asked. Kazumi's recovered, Rita smiled. Urahara managed to get her to recover just fine. The Lotus system reconfigured itself. So she's still at 100%. Shunsui asked. Doesn't that make her a little hard to control? Kazumi might be strong, but she's not stupid. You heard what happened, didn't you? After she beat Rita, she could barely keep up with Lelich. No, she won't turn on us now. We're too valuable as allies to her. So now what? Shunsui asked. Now, Rita said as she held up a shrimp roll, now we hope a parent's love can redeem the child. Southern Siritai. Ichigo and Tatsuki had finally stopped fighting. Their argument had led into a huge blowout in the Rokanga. Tatsuki won the fight, but Ichigo won the argument. Of course, he was holding back, only using Shikai against her. He'd gotten Tatsuki to understand Suzaku's position on things, and of course he had to come out and explain to her what he knew about Lelich inadvertently causing the SAZ massacre. He told her everything he'd been up to as Rita's herald. He came clean to her. She wailed on him, vented out on him. She was just really upset about her parents and everything. For Kigo, his sister and mother were alive somewhere. Chad and Orium hadn't had much of a family to speak of since before graduation, but more than Orium, who'd started to get things back, Tatsuki was the one who hit rock bottom. And what did she have to show for it? Absolutely nothing at all. Yeah, life sucked. Still, Ichigo seemed to calm her temper, as he was wanting to do, and after letting Tatsuki fly on ahead of him, Ichigo took a long walk back to the Siridi. He intended to see how Orium's condition was faring, and then he'd go back to the Shiba Manor with her, where he'd made arrangements with Kaien and Rukia to stay until this whole mess was over. However, as he made his way to the edge of a cliff, he spotted Kazumi sitting by a tree. He'd heard the rumors, but like everyone else he had to see it to believe it. Her Ryotsu seemed different in a way, but Ichigo couldn't put his finger down as to why. He sat down next to her. "Hey," he said. "I thought you said you weren't going to come to this side." Kazumi took notice of Ichigo as he called out to her. "Plans change," Kazumi said bluntly. "You shouldn't have trusted Aizen," Ichigo commented. "Thank you, Captain Obvious," Kazumi sighed. "I've heard rumors about your family. Is it true?" "I said before, we're both hybrids." "Yes, it is." Ichigo didn't say anything back. He couldn't think of what to say without perhaps trampling too personally into Kazumi's heart. Instead, she said something to him as she stared at her hand. "I should have taken the opportunity you gave me. It's just, I've never learned to trust anyone. I've lived my whole life unable to trust anyone." "Why?" "I don't want to talk about it. It's just I feel like a fool. I should have kept a closer eye on Aizen. I knew he'd try and betray me, but I was so secure in my power, I thought there was no way he'd be able to overtake me. Although if I hadn't, I wouldn't have induced an apocalypse and tried to destroy us all." "What?" "No, in fact, if I hadn't underestimated Aizen, this conversation never would be happening. You'd be dead and I'd be laughing." Ichigo was silent for a moment. "So, what wouldn't you have done then?" "If I hadn't been so arrogant, so damn vengeful, then maybe I never would have found the family I thought I long since lost. So perhaps it all worked out for the better." Kazumi sighed in frustration. "Still, I've been such a fool." "At least you admit it," Ichigo teased. "What's the point in denying what is true?" Both individuals smiled with a nostalgic feeling of déjà vu. Things were quiet for a little while until Kazumi broke it. "What's it like, Ichigo?" "What's what like?" "Freedom? Being in love? There are so many things I'll never get the chance to experience because of how I was born." "How did you get to be the way you are anyway?" Ichigo asked. "Involuntary time travel and a wrong entry in Hell's filing system," Kazumi responded bitingly. "That's the short, ungraphic version." "How long have you been alive?" "Honestly?" Kazumi asked and then quickly answered. "Longer than my parents." "Yikes," Ichigo retorted. Kazumi chuckled. "You still didn't answer my questions." "Well," Ichigo said, sliding a bit closer and a little bit forward, "freedom's not much different from the life you lead, I guess, except the air and sky are generally clearer and you aren't bound in chains." "Well, I'm not bound right now because of the data corruption. Rita said she'd re-enter me when this is over." "So then you are experiencing freedom right now?" Kazumi looked up at the sky as the sun set and the stars came out up over the horizon. "I guess I am." Her eyes closed halfway. "It's a good feeling." As for being in love, Ichigo thought of how to word things and ultimately answered with the cliché, "It's probably the greatest feeling in the world." "How can you tell when you are?" Well, Ichigo was not an expert on this, but he considered Kazumi his nakama and therefore felt the need to give it his best effort to answer. "Usually you know when you spend so much time with a person. You want to get close to them as much as possible and do eka things to them, but it's okay because you're in love and you both want to do it to each other. Union is a beautiful thing." Kazumi briefly was reminded of all the rape and suffering she endured. "To do that willingly, her eyes narrowed in solace. "Yes, Codex taught me of such things." Her mind wandered elsewhere. "Although I suppose that Mom and Dad probably." Kazumi's mind trailed off. Eeyov. As with any child, the idea of her parents having sex was not a pleasant thought, especially considering her mother's attitude. It made the whole thing uncomfortably kinky. Did you ever have anyone you liked? Ichigo asked Kazumi. You're seriously asking that? Kazumi said with a dull stare and roll of her eyes. I thought some Togabito had unions and alliances with one another, Ichigo said, showing his knowledge. I didn't get to the top by making friends, Ichigo, Kazumi said dryly. So you've been alone all this time? Ichigo inquired sympathetically. Kazumi pointed to the Zanpakuto at her hipside and moved her index finger back and forth to indicate how she wasn't always. Right, dumb question. I wonder if I ever could find love or be loved. Kazumi looked back up at the sky as she sighed. Well, just like with turning to our side, it's never too late. Kazumi felt funny talking to Ichigo. He was always so nice to her. Even after she wanted him to kill her, he continued to treat her like a human being. She wondered if this was the feeling he was referring to. She looked away so that he couldn't see that she was blushing. Well, what about you? Ichigo was caught off guard by the question, but let Kazumi down as gently as he could. I'm married, I can't. Kazumi looked at him funny with a head tilt. Married? You're kidding. You weren't taught about marriage before. Kazumi shook her head. Rita taught me a lot, but I've never heard the term married before. Well, to be married, or marriage as it's referred to, means having a contract with another person that you vow you want to spend the rest of your life with them. I'm married to Orium the same way Kayan is married to Rukia and Byakuya is married to Hisuna. But Lampuj Lelich has 2 wives, so. Ichigo waved his hands quickly back and forth. Bigamy, that's being married to 2 people, is a rarity and usually doesn't work out. Lelich is just lucky that both his wives are willing to share him. And he has the excuse at least of being part of nobility. I'm just a normal guy. Kazumi seemed disheartened, but Ichigo put a hand on her shoulder. Hey, don't worry. I'm not one in a million. You'll find someone to love you for who you are. Kazumi took Ichigo's words to heart. She felt as if she could believe his words. Yes, she could trust the words he said to her. He was someone who would never betray her. Somehow she got that impression. It didn't have to make sense based on logic or trauma. Ichigo was someone she could trust. After another slight pause, Kazumi then asked, what about my parents, are they married? Ichigo scratched his head. I don't know if your parents are married. They might just be lovers. What's the difference? Kazumi asked. Commitment. If your parents wanted to, they could decide to go their separate ways or join with other people. Marriage means you're committed to that same person for the rest of your life. And this, I take it, is a commitment made out of love. Kazumi asked. Ichigo nodded only to retract his statement. Well, usually anyway, some cultures believe in arranged marriages, but that's another story. Kazumi looked over the horizon again. Marriage, huh? To be so closely connected to another person. I can't even begin to imagine what that would be like. I'm afraid just to let someone touch me. Why? Ichigo asked. I don't want to talk about it, Kazumi said depressingly. It's too painful. Are you sure? I'm sure. If you're worried about troubling me or whatever, it's no big deal. I said I don't want to talk about it, okay? Kazumi said, getting snappy. Drop it. Ichigo shrugged and dropped the matter. Alright, fine. Sorry for butting in. I guess I got too personal. You got that right, Kazumi steamed. She took a deep breath only to flush a little again. Of course, I wouldn't mind if you put your hands on me. I know you can't love me, but, I know tasking to muchame. She tensed when Ichigo put his hands on her shoulders, tenderly. How's this? Kazumi felt his weight on her shoulders. Her instinctive reaction to leave did not stir. Kazumi could tell that the warmth and tenderness she could feel on her shoulders was a sign of her trust in Ichigo. She felt peaceful. She hadn't felt this way before in her entire life. She lay back and let her body fall back against Ichigo's. She saw his confused face. She sat up. Sorry, was that too invasive? And no, just unexpected. You haven't done anything that's more than friendly. Oh, okay. Kazumi went back to laying the back of her head against Ichigo's chest. Her arms were folded over her own chest. Does this make us friends then? You were a friend to me ever since you helped me rescue my sister. Really? Kazumi's heart was warmed considerably by Ichigo's statement. What's the point in denying what is true? Ichigo said, stealing Kazumi's line. She smiled. You know, when you smile happily like that, it really shows your true colors. What do you mean? Kazumi asked. I've always known you weren't a bad person. Since we met I wanted to know what was troubling you. If things were different maybe you could immerse yourself to find out. If you weren't married, I'd have no trouble letting you in. You're the first person I think I've ever trusted. What about your parents? My parents don't count. Of course I trust my parents. They saved my life. Neither of them wanted this life for me and they have always been searching for me, but Rita taught me about the taboo between relatives. Kazumi sighed. I wish, the first person I met in hell, could have been someone like you. She closed her eyes feeling drowsy. I'm falling asleep? She smiled. Well, I couldn't think of a better time, and I don't have to do it with one eye open. Ichigo heard Kazumi's calmed breaths as she fell asleep. He heard footsteps come up from behind him as Orium and Talbumasuk appeared. Orium? Talbumasuk? You were right, the nobleman said, they were together. Ah yeah, Kazumi and I were chatting. She's asleep now though. I see, Talbumasuk walked around to see his daughter's sleeping face. In the short time I've known her for what she is, I've never seen her so peaceful. Kazumi-san is lucky to have you for a father, Orium said with a smile. You think? Absolutely, it was Ichigo who answered, you never wanted what she became. You wanted her to be happy and you never stopped looking for her. She told you. She mentioned involuntary time travel and a misentry in hell. I filled in the missing pieces myself. You are a good dad. I think my former enemies just massaged my ego. Talbumasuk said and bent down to scoop his sleeping daughter up into his arms and sat down, cradling her. I haven't been able to hold her like this since she was an infant and I was running from the Kushana. To think what I was looking for was in the one place I never thought to look. Ichigo realized there was a lingering question he wanted to ask Talbumasuk. Hey, by the way, Senna told me that you wanted to turn the hollows into Arrancar because you wanted them to have the choice as to whether or not they wanted to be savages or civil. Is that true? Talbumasuk nodded. No matter how much I steeped myself amongst their ranks, I knew that I was still a soul reaper, and when I began converting many of the hollows I recruited into Arrancar I noticed how much more intelligent they became instead of brutal savages. Sure, like Grimjo, some remained brutal savages, but a lot of them gained a moral code of some sort, like Neliel. I saw the potential. Why fight us then if that was your intention? Ichigo questioned. I still had the intention of crushing you all for Aizen's sake, Talbumasuk chuckled, in hindsight that was so foolish. But you know the difference now, Ichigo noted, you should give your research to Anohana-san and have her speak to the Soul King. Maybe something could be done. Arrancar are stronger than regular hollows. I'd be screwing over the weaker recruits in the process, Talbumasuk noted, a lot of changes would have to go on. I'm not sure it would work. It sounds good on paper, but unless the Arrancar could be accepted by the Soul Society there would be no point. You've thought a lot about this, Ichigo commented. I did, and I became obsessed with my research. At first I was just trying to continue Aizen's research in trying to create the perfect Soul Reaper and Hollow hybrid, and I thought Mia was the key. She was the closest thing we had developed, albeit completely inadvertently, but as I worked closer and closer with her and the other Arrancar, the less it became about Aizen's research and more about understanding their kind. And you fell in love, Orium said. Talbumasuk nodded and looked down at Kazumi. And look at what became of our union, the very thing of which Aizen desired. He wanted the perfect hybrid of a Hollow and a Soul Reaper. But I won't let him touch her. Kazumi is my daughter and I was never happier when she was born and never sadder when she was taken. Do you think Kazumi could become some sort of messiah? Ichigo asked. Truthfully, I think she might be rejected by both sides for being what she is rather than a savior of both. Also, that's not what she wants for herself and that's not what I want for her either. What do you want for her? Orium wanted to know. Talbumasuk smiled as he looked at his daughter's sleeping face. I want her to be happy. You're okay with letting her die as long as it makes her happy. We are Togabito, Ichigo, our only option is to die and be reincarnated. But, I hope that having us around will make Kazumi want to live for a little while longer. Also, I'm sorry to both of you for everything I put you through. We know you're sorry, that's the whole reason you're on our side right now. Ichigo said, standing up. Even as a man who was the punisher of criminal scum, Ichigo was a firm believer that the legal system could change criminals, and what better prison or purgatory was there than hell. In 20 years Ichigo believed Talbumasuk could go through such a change in character. Just because Soul Reapers lived longer than humans did not mean that mental development took just as long. But it seemed Talbumasuk's change had begun even during the clash, or so Ichigo was bringing himself to conclude. That or it may have been physical maturity that brought Talbumasuk to the man he was today. Also, just because you are going to be a family later doesn't mean you shouldn't take the time you have to really bond with your daughter. Was already planning on it, Talbumasuk smiled. Ichigo and Orium left Kazumi and her father and went off on their own together to guest room in the Shiba Manor Kyokaku had allocated for them. Talbumasuk sat down with his daughter in his arms. Kazumi, to think you wound up with the name I always intended to give you. He brought her closer to him and cradled her in his lap. You've grown up so well physically. I'm sorry I wasn't there to protect you when you needed me, but from now on I will always protect you, Kazumi. You are my daughter and I love you. So long as I'm around, you won't be alone anymore. End of chapter 197. Chapter 198, Senna at Tremere and the Dinner Disaster. At Tremere family grounds. On his first trip to the Tremere household, Talbumasuk was slightly surprised to learn of Lelich's oath of servitude to the house through his brother Clovis, even more shocked to learn of Lelich's own temporal displacement. Clovis didn't go into detail, all he said was Lelich was misplaced in time and called it a terrible tragedy, despite it being the greatest thing that could have happened to the young-looking captain considering the alternative. How Talbumasuk met Clovis was when he saw Clovis walking the grounds and mistook him for the help only for Clovis to apologize, denoting Talbumasuk with a surprisingly great amount of respect. As Talbumasuk was before Clovis' time, the impact of seeing him as some kind of monster was replaced with Senna's fond thoughts of her older brother. You know my sister? Talbumasuk had asked. Why yes. Lady Senna is quite the regal lady of the court. As I am manager of my brother's estate for circumstances prevented him from doing so, she and I see each other quite often, despite my lack of experience as a soul reaper. Your sister has the finest taste in paintings, I must say. Does she now? Talbumasuk said, getting a very obvious vibe from Clovis' words. Clovis was it? Clovis-san, let me make something perfectly clear. Talbumasuk grabbed his lapels and hoisted him up slightly off the ground. If you're going to continue to see my sister in such a manner, please make sure you intend to treat her with proper respect and, above all else, should you break her heart or mistreat her, be it emotionally, verbally, or physically, I don't care what it takes, but you can expect a visit from me from the deepest part of hell, and if you are not soiling your trousers right now, you can be sure you'll be doing so then. Do I make myself clear? Clovis gulped and stuttered for a bit with a hard C sound before finally getting out, Crystal. Right, Talbumasuk said, letting the poor man go. He then slapped Clovis heartily on the shoulder, as you were then. Now, if you will excuse me, I need use of a guest room in my house. Talbumasuk then took Mia by the hand, of whom Clovis had been too terrified of Talbumasuk's threats to notice until now, but as if Talbumasuk had telepathy, his Ryotsu increased and Clovis pretty much had the sense of, touch her and die, coming off the black-haired Togabito. So, when Talbumasuk returned to the mansion with his sleeping daughter in his arms, he was fully aware of the presence of the Lamperouge family and its connections to his. He arrived in the main house and set Kazumi down in a separate bedroom from his own on a queen-sized bed and sat in a chair across from the bed, watching her, letting her sleep. Mia, he figured, had to be around somewhere. He could sense her Ryotsu. Eventually, though, it was Senna, not Mia, who came to him first. Oh, Nii-chan, you're home, she said, poking her head in. Something I can do for you, Senna? Talbumasuk asked sincerely. Well, I figured that since the whole family's home we'd have one big dinner celebration. Big dinner? But there are only 4 of us. Senna laughed as if Talbumasuk was joking. No silly, the Lamperouges are going to be here as well. Lamperouge Teiko's mom and siblings are here. It'll be a big celebration. Something then didn't sit right with her. Wait, 4 of us? Nii-chan, what do you mean? Not all the news had reached Senna yet. She then saw Kazumi snoring on the guest bed. Is she related to us in some way? Wait, that's Kazumi, isn't it? What's she doing here? Didn't you hear? Aizen betrayed the team and is going solo. That's why I'm here. But Kazumi is here, Talbumasuk said, pointing to the ground, because her full name is Kazumi Atramir, your niece. Senna's voice went up in pitch with every instant of the exclamation. Talbumasuk chuckled. Yes, I was shocked too. He looked at Kazumi, but, yes, she's my daughter, Mia's too. We lost her to the time stream. She's around the same age as the current head captain, I'd wager. For that long? The poor thing, Senna frowned in sorrow. Has she told you yet what happened to her? What do you mean? Do you know something? Talbumasuk asked. Senna's shoulders sank and she walked into the room and sat across from her brother in another chair. Rita told us everything about her history before we went to war with you, she began. Her life has been miserable, Nii-chan. You probably have no idea how much you being at her side means to her. Talbumasuk didn't look happy. He nodded to Senna to indicate her to tell him everything she knew. He started off frowning, then scowling, and then looking absolutely crushed and anguished towards the end. He had no idea all the trauma his daughter had been through, and there it was plain as day for him to hear: betrayal, rape, slavery, pregnancy, and unwanted birth. The more he listened, the more he started to feel more and more like a failure. By the end of Senna's story, his face was in his hands in defeat and despair. Go get dinner ready, he said, looking down. I need some time. Okay, Senna said, getting up. She got the door and grasped the doorway before turning towards her brother and saying, Nii-chan, I heard about what happened at the 12th Division and your escape from Aizen from Mia-san. You're a good dad, Nii-chan. You might feel like you failed Kazumi, but you now have the chance to do your best and make up for it. The fact that you feel this way and the fact that you care shows that you know what it means to be a parent. I know it's not much, but can you feel solace in knowing that? A little, Talbumasuk said. Thank you, Senna. I appreciate it. Senna smiled and then left the room. Talbumasuk sat and continued to watch his daughter like a hawk, fiercely, but his eyes turned compassionate, and he soon realized that when she woke up that he needed to hug her again. Lord knew she needed as many as she could get. Smothering her wasn't the brightest of ideas, but it was all he could do. To think she had fallen so low, and he hadn't been there to protect her. Kazumi stirred on the bed. It'd been a long walk from the southern Rukonga to his house. She'd been asleep the entire walk over. It was understandable that she'd finally be waking up now. Kazumi opened her eyes and sat up, rubbing her right eye roughly as her left brown iris scanned the unfamiliar room she'd been laying in. She spotted her father out of the corner of her vision, but his presence didn't register in her half-asleep state. How are you feeling? Did you sleep well? Talbumasuk asked. Daddy. Talbumasuk nodded. We're in my sister's estate, what used to be my family's estate. How I wished we could be living here. You would have loved this lifestyle. Would I? She's never known any other lifestyle. I've taught her everything I can, but she's still unaware of many goings-on in the world. I could be a teacher, but it's up to you to be a parent. Rita's words from Talbumasuk's initial walk to the Siriti reverberated in his head. He smiled. Yeah. You would have. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you. Why are you apologizing? I tried to give you a life you could live in normally. I tried to send you here or to another world entirely. Hell is no place for a child. Mia and I couldn't raise you, but, Talbumasuk put his hand to his eye looking like he was going to cry, Senna just told me everything and how much you've suffered. I should have been there to protect you. I should have. It wouldn't have made a difference, Kazumi said bitterly, tossed her head to the side. Don't say that. Talbumasuk went to Kazumi's side and grabbed her shoulders. If I had kept you I would have done everything for you. If you were taken I would have done everything I could have to find you. I'm your father. It's my job to protect you. He hugged Kazumi tightly. I'll never be able to take any of the pain away that you felt, but I hope that you can find safety in my arms. Talbumasuk felt the tears coming. I'll never betray you. I swear I won't. No matter what happens, I'll always be at your side and you'll always have a shoulder to cry on and arms to hold you. You might be stronger than me, but I'm still your father. You can always rely on me no matter what. The tears just kept coming. I missed so much of your life. I wasn't able to hear your first words, see your first steps or see your first smile. My only memory of you is of you crying in my arms, terrified and scared. I didn't even get to give you your name. I could have never imagined that, even before you were born, that you walked among me. I didn't want to be seen, Kazumi mumbled. I know, Talbumasuk said, stroking his daughter's back, it must have been tough on your own. I'm such a terrible father. No, you're not. Daddies are supposed to take care of their children or at least want to take care of them. You want to take care of me, you do care about me. Kazumi hyperventilated. I always tell myself I shouldn't trust anyone, even now, I don't even know why I should listen to you, but I want to trust you, I want to be able to trust others. I just don't know how. Talbumasuk held Kazumi tighter in his embrace. It starts with knowing where you can cry. And you're always welcome to cry in my arms, Kazumi. That's what I'm here for. But, I don't. There's no reason for you to hold back. Talbumasuk stroked his daughter's back. Let me comfort you. Kazumi stopped fighting her tears and held on to her father. It was like this before, when we were at Aizen's. Back then you didn't care because you were so overcome with emotion, but your pain runs deeper than I could ever understand. Talbumasuk talked to Kazumi as she sobbed. He continued to have tears in his own eyes. I know what it's like to feel all alone, but I can't imagine how it would be to feel like that for over 2,000 years. But from now on, you don't have to be alone. I'm here with you and so is your mother. We won't ever hurt you and we will never let anything hurt you. We love you. We always will. This isn't the world we wanted you to grow up in. Kazumi, Talbumasuk's tears ran down his cheeks. I'm so sorry. Kazumi and her father held on to each other as both let out their pain. When both had calmed down, Talbumasuk noticed Mia's Ryotsu just outside the door. You can come in, you know. Mia had her back to the wall. She'd been listening to the crying for a little while. She stood in the doorway not knowing what to say. Talbumasuk had already bonded with Kazumi plenty already, but to Mia she was little more than a stranger. What should she say? What should she do? This grown woman came out of her body and she hadn't even known such a thing until recently. This was her daughter. How did she start? Hi, I'm sorry I couldn't be at your side and you got conceived because I used to be and still am so much of a slut. Yeah, that'd go over well. Talbumasuk got up and put a hand on Mia's shoulder. Let's talk outside for a minute. He told Mia about what Senna told him, while Kazumi waited inside letting her parents have their talk, suspecting that Talbumasuk might be bringing Mia up to speed. The biggest problem was that Mia was so much of a kink-driven sex fiend that some of what Talbumasuk was saying didn't register with her at first. Heck, this was the same woman who had on more than one occasion attempted to beat down and rape Kai and Shiba. Who, as anyone could suspect, was none too thrilled she was even here to begin with. But she was teasing him, mostly. It was a game to her, psychological warfare. Talbumasuk had to explain to her how different this was and how traumatizing this had to have been. Mia got the story easily, but it bothered Talbumasuk a little that he had to explain it. She explained though that she didn't know, if she were in Kazumi's position, if she would have gone through same trauma because of what she was and how she was. You're kidding me, Talbumasuk had said at one point, trying to control his frustration. You're telling me if someone you didn't know forced you down and penetrated you that you would not fight back. Sex is a drug to me, Talbumasuk-sama, I really can't resist it, I'm sorry. What do you want me to say? They ultimately decided on Mia just not bringing it up if she could help it, but as the talk continued, and it went on for a while, Talbumasuk was able to get Mia somewhat on his wavelength. Even if Mia couldn't understand things in Kazumi's shoes, Talbumasuk was able to get her to understand it in a different way. Remember when you were in your last months of pregnancy and you felt so weak and couldn't do a thing? Remember how vulnerable you felt, how weak you felt. How panicked you were when we were separated before I found you. Imagine Kazumi going through that but for 2,000 years, never being able to relax, always on her toes, feeling alone and scared, unsure if she even wants to go on living. That got through to Mia, and at that point Mia was able to finally understand how utterly traumatized and miserable Kazumi must have been. After that, Talbumasuk felt comfortable leaving the two of them alone, saying he was going to go see if Senna needed help with anything or if the two of them could play catch-up, see if he could hear about her days in the academy and as a soul reaper. Mia and Kazumi sat in uncomfortable silence on the bed together, with Kazumi with her legs bent behind her and Mia sitting on the edge of the bed looking down, still unsure how to break the ice. This was her daughter. This grown woman had come out of her womb. She was broken yet very much alive and so very beautiful. Mia could barely believe that she had started off as a tiny little baby. When they say they grow up fast, this could not have been what they were talking about, whoever they were. After a tense silence, Mia finally said, "So, you really came from me then? I can understand if it's hard for you to understand or if you don't want to believe it." Mia swung her legs onto the bed and moved towards Kazumi. When she heard response, an instinct kicked into her and Mia realized she'd been a maternal figure before, to her fraction loli and mainoli. Once she thought of it like that, it instantly became easier to care for Kazumi. The only difference was that Kazumi came directly from her and from her lover Talbumasuk. And it was at that point when she realized how much she should know about Kazumi, but didn't because she wasn't there for her. Now all of what Talbumasuk was saying was starting to penetrate, and she was slowly starting to see how Kazumi ended up the way she did. Maternal instinct Mia knew she had, but hadn't put into practice in nearly 20 years, was taking effect. "Now, how could I say that?" Mia asked with a pouting tone, stroking Kazumi's face with the backside of her hand. "Who wouldn't want to have a beautiful daughter like you? I'm sure most would rather have me be something else to them," Kazumi snapped, disdainful of her beauty. "Yes, you certainly give off that vibe," Mia smiled. "That's one part of me I can definitely see in you." She curled a lock of her hair around her finger. "How can you be so proud of it? How can you be?" Kazumi's disgusted tone was understandable given what happened to her. "Proud to be what you are." "It's how I am," Mia said without the slightest bit of remorse. "How revolting." Kazumi seemed hateful towards Mia. "I don't understand. What does Daddy see in you? You come across as what Rita described to me as a slut." Mia's smile remained even though she wanted to apologize, but such a thing just didn't seem in her nature apparently. "Sex is just a part of life, Kazumi." She managed to get the smile off her face and let go of her hair. "What you experienced was the worst it has to offer, but it can be a beautiful thing." She put a hand on Kazumi's cheek again. "You wouldn't be here if it wasn't for sex." Kazumi was looking at the bed sheets. "So then what does Daddy like about you?" Mia chuckled. "I can satisfy him like no other." "Besides that," Kazumi exclaimed with flushed cheeks. She already had the bad mental imagery once, she didn't need it twice. Mia laughed a little. "Your father was like most men when we first met," Mia said with a smile back to twirling a lock of her hair. "He saw me as a beautiful thing. I'm easy and I was so perfectly close to the hybrid he and Aizen were trying to perfect. Eventually though the feelings he had for me became more than skin deep. It was so funny, as the espada of lust I never thought I could really love anyone. But your father showed me that even someone like me could have someone truly love them and that I could want to love someone else. And when I realized how much he meant to me," Mia paused wondering how to word her next statement and ultimately decided upon, "I didn't want your father to be with anyone else." Mia smiled. "I still remember the night you were conceived, how passionate it was. I wanted your father to win the battle and be harmonious with me forevermore. I don't understand." Kazumi couldn't grasp the beauty of union because of her awful past or how Mia could talk about the passion as if it was the greatest thing ever. "You've never been in love, kitten," Mia said, referring to her daughter by an affectionate pet name. "Mom." Mia put her arms around Kazumi, holding her close. "When you were born," Mia breathed deeply, "I didn't even get a chance to hold you. Now look at you, you're big and strong and, Kazumi's trauma began to run through Mia's mind as Talbumasuk had described the situation to Mia with her replaced with Kazumi, and the awful fear of when she was pregnant and having to give birth alone, to have been pregnant or forced to be with another man while potentially watching Talbumasuk's lifeless body thrown at her feet. The fearful vision of what could have been if life had been particularly cruel to Mia finally penetrated and she held Kazumi even tighter, and I've never done anything for you. A tear splashed the covers from Mia's face. Your father, her shoulders shook, while I was pregnant, her grip tightened as she pushed Kazumi's head into her chest, he did everything for you. He thought of all of the things we could do as a family, Mia started to sniff, we wanted to raise you, we really did, but, Mia could still remember the awful pains, the fear and panic when she was alone, the sorrow she felt when Talbumasuk said he had lost Kazumi, when the Kusanada came, Mia struggled to keep her voice coherent as she sobbed, we knew we couldn't keep you. We loved you so much and we couldn't even care for you. I would cry myself to sleep in his arms. He was the only one allowed to see me so weak. We've been looking for you for close to 2 decades. And now that we have you, Mia squeezed tighter, we realize how stupid we were to try and abandon you. You didn't abandon me, Kazumi sniffed, you wanted me to be happy. You wanted to give me a good life. Daddy sent me away so that I would wind up on someone's doorstep and live a good life, but he didn't succeed. It's not his fault. I don't blame you too, Kazumi said, feeling like crying again. I don't want to die anymore, mother. I want to live. I want to live with you too and know what it's like to have a family. I thought I was all alone, but you've always been looking for me. You always wanted to make sure I was doing all right. You care. You care. We care, kitten. We care. Talbumasuk could hear his lover and child as he passed by the room and came inside and put his arms around both. Kazumi continued to cry. She was still crying long after Mia and Talbumasuk had both stopped. Talbumasuk and Mia didn't let go of her, not even for a second. Both of them were finally able to have the trio they always desired and always wanted. The reunion was not how they wanted, but it was enough that they had each other. I'm not alone anymore, Kazumi sobbed. You're not alone, Talbumasuk told her. I'm sorry, Kazumi sobbed. Why are you apologizing? Mia asked. All parents want their children to be good little boys and girls, but I've been so terrible. You must be so ashamed of me. How could we be ashamed of you, silly girl? You're not just the #1 Togabito, you're our #1. You survived. You persevered. I would never be ashamed to call you my daughter. I'm proud to be your father. I love you, Kazumi. I love you too, kitten, Mia told her. You're everything I hoped you would be. You have no reason to think that we'd be ashamed of you. In all the effort you've done with your life, can you think of any reason we would be ashamed of you? What about Kazumi was about to bring up her rape and the fact that she killed her child. That's neither here nor there, kitten, Mia said, knowing what Kazumi was going to say, everyone has wounds and scars. You pushed past the shame and humiliation you felt. How could we hate you for trying so hard? Mia stroked Kazumi's right temple. Kazumi buried her face into her mother's chest. Mia held onto her and Talbumasuk hugged her from behind her as Kazumi was sandwiched between her parents. Despite being sinners, despite being hated by the Soul Society, there was no doubt about it that in their time in hell that both Mia and Talbumasuk had changed. Both had hidden virtuousness in their hearts, both sought to atone for the wrongs they had committed and both, undeniably, were good parents. 1 hour later. Lelich's siblings, spouses, and mother were all at attendance at the dinner table with him. On Lelich's side of the table it was a bit of a fight of who got to sit next to whom. Ultimately the table wound up looking like so. Senna sat at one end of the table, understandable since she was house head. To her left was Clovis. Next to Clovis sat Nunnally. She sat in her wheelchair in between Clovis and her mother. To Marianne's left was Lelich and next to Lelich sat Shirley. At the end of this side of the table was Cornelia and to her left, at the edge, all the way across from Senna, was Suzaku, attending as a dinner guest. To Suzaku's left, across from Cornelia, sat Yuffie. While Marianne wanted to sit next to Marianne, she figured it was more important to sit next to Yuffie. She'd become suspicious of her and Suzaku's romantic connection and, protective older sister that she was, intended to keep a watchful eye on them. To Yuffie's left there was a seat yet to be filled in next to the empty seat, across from Lelouch, Susanna currently sat. To her left, across from Marianne, was Mia, and across from Nunnally was Kazumi. Talbumasuk finished off that end of the table right next to his sister. It was quite a spread-out feast. Senna had gone all out for this family meal and so she wanted it to be perfect with all the best her house could offer. There was fish, fruit, salad, 3 different soups, cheeses, and deli meats and, of course, pizza, which about the only non-gourmet food on the table. "Oh, are we missing someone?" Nunnally asked when everyone else was seated. "Whose spot is that?" "I said it for CC, Senna stated. Everyone missed the unconscious blink and quick glance from Kazumi. "You know her," Lelouch said, reaching forward for a small cube of meat with his chopsticks. "She comes and goes as she pleases." "CC is here?" Suzaku asked. "Well, yeah," Lelouch said, glancing down towards the end of the table. "She asked if she can be in Soul Society since she can live forever." Kazumi's fork unconsciously scraped across her plate slightly. No one noticed. "Miss CC can live forever?" Nunnally asked. "I'll explain it to you later," Lelouch smiled. "Who's this CC woman?" Cornelia asked. She'd never met the woman herself. "CC is brother's friend. She lived with us for a while." "I've met her too while I've been here," Yuffie said with a smile. "She's sort of distant, but she's not a bad person." Yuffie then tapped a finger to her chin. "Come to think of it, I know I saw her this morning, but I haven't seen her since we came back." "Well, nothing can happen to her because of her code," Marianne said. "She'll turn up." "You know her too, Mother?" Nunnally asked. Marianne rubbed Nunnally's head. "CC used to live with us too when you were little, but I guess you don't remember. She was very good at not wanting to be seen." Lelouch glanced at his mother with a slight frown. "That's right. CC was Mother's best friend since she was young. But she was living with us? I can't believe I never took notice. I hope she's all right. Even if she can recover from any injury, she's missing such a nice family dinner," Shirley spoke up, leaning forward. "All right, enough already," Kazumi said in anguish. "Kazumi, is something the matter?" Talbumasuk asked. Kazumi stood up and bowed her head in guilt. "CC won't be joining us." Lelouch scowled. "How do you know her? What did you do?" Kazumi balled her fists. I knew about her from your memories when I cast the Dream Maker spell." Kazumi paused before exclaiming. "I had Naira capture her during the battle." Shocked faces went all around the room. "Why would you do something like that?" Clovis asked. "I wanted her code," Kazumi stated. "If I had her immortality, temporary immortality that I could pass off if necessary, it would be insurance in my fight with the Soul King. I also saw her own memories because she too was affected by the Dream Maker. I thought she was tired of living, I thought she was like me. I wouldn't have captured her otherwise." Kazumi slumped back in her chair. She buried her face in her hands. "All that fighting, it was the only way I felt I could express the hatred bottling up inside me. I didn't want all of those people to die. I just wanted to be noticed. I wanted revenge." She started to cry again and Talbumasuk put a comforting arm on his daughter's back and rubbed it. "So then Aizen has her? Does he intend to use her?" Lelouch asked. "He might," Kazumi said, wiping her eyes. It was on a need-to-know basis." She brought her chair forward and leaned up. "I was going to reveal what happened to the rest of you," she said, referring only to her parents, "but Aizen backstabbed me first." "Kazumi, will CC be safe for the time being?" Marianne asked. "I don't know. She'd have to be," Talbumasuk threw in. "How do you figure?" Lelouch questioned. "Think about it. If Aizen knew what Kazumi captured her for, he would take her code and go right for the Soul King. We'd know if that was happening. Either he doesn't know, or he does know and has no idea how to take her code. We have the time we need, Lelouch. In fact, perhaps Aizen has figured we might find this out ourselves and wants us to rush in blindly to save her so he can trap us. We need to stick to the game plan." Like you said, she's immortal. As long as Aizen doesn't take her code, we're in the clear. The question is, how do we know? How would we know if she's still safe? Susanna asked. Lelouch pondered the thought for a moment only to smack his fist into his palm. Kurosaki Orium. The others looked at him. She has a geese given to her by CC. If it isn't acting up, it means CC is safe. At all times she's under the careful eye of Ichigo and the 4th Division. Ichigo would come running to us immediately if there was trouble. I'll drop by the Shiba Manor after dinner. As long as Orium is fine, the same can be said for CC. Mother, any particular symptoms we should watch out for? Yes. During a code transfer, all geeses granted by the previous bearer of the code will become permanently active if the process is done haphazardly, which I suspect Aizen might do since he wouldn't care about CC's well-being. That's a pretty large symptom, Lelouch noted. Like I said, I'll touch base with Ichigo later. As long as Orium is fine, we have a connection back to CC. Still, poor CC. Hey, Lelouch said, putting a hand on Shirley's shoulder, we'll get her back. Yeah. Shirley said with an upbeat smile. How can you all just brush things off like this? Aren't you mad at me? Kazumi exclaimed in anguish. Of course we're mad, Lelouch said leaning back, but answer me this, if you weren't in such pain, would you have stolen her from Aizen and brought her with you? Absolutely. Kazumi exclaimed. Then why should I yell at you or lose my temper? This is fixable. Like Talbumasuk said, if we get flustered then that's exactly what Aizen wants. But Kazumi, drop it, Talbumasuk told her, let's try and have a nice dinner, all right. He put a reassuring hand on her shoulder. You made a mistake. We're going to fix it. It's as simple as that. Miss Kazumi, Nunnally spoke up, you want Miss CC to live, right? Yes, Kazumi nodded, I intended to just take her code. If she died after that I wasn't going to consider it my fault. I wanted to give her the choice to die again since that choice was stolen from me. And that's exactly why I'm not as upset as I could be, Lelouch continued, you never intended to kill her and you would have brought her back to us safe and sound. Lelouch nodded as he imagined a hypothetical situation. I would have been really mad, sure, scowling even as you dropped her unconscious body in front of me, but as long as she was alive I wouldn't have been too upset. If she lost her code though, you'd have to return her to the world of the living, Marianne spoke up. Lelouch looked at his mother again as she added facts that only served to worsen the situation. CC has no inherent spiritual power. It's all granted to her by her code. If it is removed she would lose all her spiritual power. She'd become normal. Then that's just another reason to rescue her, Lelouch said, getting serious. CC promised Mao he could see her again. I may not like Mao, but I won't let CC not keep a promise. The sound of a banging pot and ladle alerted the entire table as Senna was seen standing up with both in her hand. All right, that's enough. I didn't make this dinner to turn this into a soap opera. Let's all smile and try to have fun. This is a joyous family occasion when I can have the whole family at the table. I'm never going to get another chance like this. Can we please remove this dreary atmosphere from the room? Sounds good to me, Yuffie nodded. I agree. This is a family occasion. Let's eat, Shirley said, reaching for some more to put on her plate. Dinner was all right after that. Nothing too serious or dreary occurred. However, Kazumi's table manners were pretty pathetic, even her mother showed better etiquette. Still it was a bit tense, but for different reasons than before. Talbumasuk had to keep resisting the urge to fling food or his knife at Clovis for his flirtatious dialogue with Senna. Cornelia looked bipolar as she kept flip-flopping between going gaga over Marianne and having dinner with her to watching her sister and Suzaku like a hawk, glaring at the poor kid if he did so much as step an atom out of line in her eyes. Things got worse when Mia started eyeing Nunnally like she wanted to do things to her. This got Cornelia, Marianne, and Lelouch's attention straight away, allowing Yuffie to make a mischievous pass at Suzaku with her leg under the table. Further down the line, Lelouch and Talbumasuk began taking pot shots at each other with rather minor insults without hitting too close to home, but still managing to undermine each other to an extent. It got to the point where the only people well behaved at the dinner table who weren't involved in the antics and shenanigans in any form were Shirley and Susanna. both of which just kept their eyes on each other and the occasional glance towards the appropriate side of the table where the chaos was, depending on what was being said, all the while having the most civil discussion. "So, how was your first outing?" Susanna asked. "As rough as you expected? Think you're cut out for this?" Clovis gasped as a broken chicken bone hit his plate. "Oh, I am so sorry, Clovis-san," Talbumasuk said with a dull stare that read, "I will kill you in your sleep," on it. "Sometimes I'm just a bit clumsy." "Yeah, it was rather exhilarating actually." "I'm just glad you were there to keep an eye on me," Susanna surely answered. "I don't think I would have been all right by myself or with my peers." Susanna smiled warmly. "That's what I'm here for. You're as important to me as you are to Lelich Dano." "Wan wan, like a little puppy," Mia giggled. "Stop looking at my sister like you want to chain her up and leash her. You're lucky I don't have my geese." "No way, Lulu's far more important to you. Don't be modest." "Well, maybe not as much, but you're still important to me." "Kurugi. I saw that. Don't make me draw my gun. I didn't even do anything." "My dinner sure is lively now," Senna said with a smile. "Nunnally, would you like some cheese? You've finished what's on your plate?" "Yes please, mother." "Of course, I'll get it." Since Nunnally couldn't reach, Marianne got it for her. "As caring as you are dangerous. You truly are a loving mother, Marianne-sama," Talbumasuk praised, raising his glass. "Oh, you flatter me, Talbumasuk-kun," Marianne said with a flirtatious smile. "Oh hell no. I see where this is going," Lelich exclaimed. "Both of you cut that out." Marianne laughed cheerfully as she ruffled her son's hair. "Oh Lelich, calm down. We're having fun." Kazumi was about to speak only to remember her cheeks were full of lamb. She swallowed. "It's putting me off my meal. It's sad. You'd think we'd be the ones fighting the most," Shirley sighed. "That's why I let you sit next to Lelich Dano. I've been married to him for almost 20 years now. You deserve to have every chance you can to make up the time." "Sister. That's dangerous," Yuffie exclaimed as Cornelia's fork went sailing with precision accuracy towards in between Suzaku's legs, barely missing his crotch. "Sorry," Cornelia said with a dark smile, "my hand slipped." "Sure it did," Suzaku exclaimed nervously, calling Cornelia out on her bullshit. It certainly became a hectic dinner. Thankfully though the chaos passed and everyone dispersed and the Tremere household became, for the most part, quiet. Lelich took the time to go check on Orium over at the Shiba Manor and have a civil chat with Ichigo if he was up for it. The last time they'd seen each other was during the incident with Zero. Talbumasuk continued to catch up with his sister and Kazumi spent the time getting a good night's sleep, falling asleep almost instantly on the soft bed she was given. Mia referred to her daughter as a sleeping fallen angel, before kissing her goodnight on the forehead and taking the next room over to wait for Talbumasuk to eventually join her. The Lamperouge home was another story entirely. Since there were a limited number of rooms, it meant sharing was necessary. Lelich made it very clear that no one was to disturb him in his room and of course Cornelia jumped at the chance to be with Marianne as she tripled up with her and Nunnally. This just left Suzaku as the only person in need of sleeping quarters and his only options were doubling up with Clovis or borrowing the guest room. Okay, yes, Yuffie's room was also an option, but Suzaku feared for his health of what Cornelia might do to him if he were caught there. Speaking of Cornelia, she and Marianne were currently outside, talking with each other over sake. Lelich, before leaving, had told Marianne that he felt it was about time that she should share with Cornelia the truth about her. Marianne agreed. Nunnally was currently inside, sound asleep. This information was not missed by Yuffie. The young Soul Reaper was all dressed and ready for bed, having exited the manor's onsen and was walking through the house when she spotted Suzaku. The two were having the loveliest chat when they reached Yuffie's bedroom. Suzaku bade her good night, fully intending to take the guest room, which was just down the hall. However, he didn't get 2 steps before Yuffie grabbed his shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Come stay with me in my room tonight." Yuffie! He heard the door to her room opening. Yuffie was standing in the doorway waving him inside. Suzaku cautiously followed her in. Yuffie shut the door behind him. Her room was arranged so nicely. She had a large queen-sized bed with white sheets. She had hardwood floors with nice red carpet laid about it. She had a closet on the far end of the room and a table set up in front of the windows where Yuffie kept a whole bunch of knickknacks and trinkets. There was a bookshelf next to the door and a potted plant in the corner. Yuffie had been acting very impishly since dinner, and it was making Suzaku more and more afraid of how many seconds he spent in her room. Yuffie crawled into bed and opened the sheets. "Suzaku, aren't you coming to bed? Yuffie, are you crazy?" Suzaku exclaimed in a loud whisper, "If your sister finds out I was in here, she'll gut me like a trout." "Then we won't tell her." Yuffie smiled mischievously and put a finger by her lips. "It'll be our little secret." She put her hand down and put both hands on the covers in front of her as she sat up. "Besides, I'm not a little girl anymore, Suzaku. I'm almost 20. Cornelia said I had to wait until I was 19. "Why yeah, but you saw her at dinner." Suzaku drew his thumb across his neck with a panic look. "If I take one more step further into this room, I'll be returning Britannia with my head mounted over your sister's fireplace." "Oh Suzaku, you have the most amusing imagination." "Cornelia wouldn't do something so barbaric," Yuffie said sweetly. It was impossible to tell if Yuffie was oblivious to her sister's possible malice or just trying to make Suzaku more comfortable by playing innocent. Either way, it did not have the desired effect. "I don't know about this, Yuffie. We don't have to do anything except sleep if you want," Yuffie said with a smile only to flush as she stared down at her lap. "Please Suzaku, we only have 6 days. Let's try to remember at least one joyously." "Yuffie," Suzaku called her name. He sucked in a deep breath. He had fallen for Yuffie due to her impulsivity, and on that feeling he decided to screw logic and go with what would bring him instant gratification. "All right," he said. He crawled into bed next to the woman he loved and lay down with her. Yuffie reached over and shut the lamp off next to her bed, encompassing her and Suzaku in total darkness. The moon shone into the room, but barely. As Yuffie lay on her side, falling asleep, all Suzaku could do was look at the back of her head, feeling his heart thumping as realization settled in that he was sleeping next to her. He was in her bed. He wondered why he was stopping himself, why he wasn't going the 9 yards or taking the chance. Yes, okay, Cornelia terrified him and would castrate him the moment she found out, but there was more to it than that. He was concerned about Yuffie. Sure, she could take care of herself now that she was a Soul Reaper, but a knight's duty was a knight's duty. Not to mention, Suzaku was raised on Japanese culture, so all the cultural inhibitions applied to him. He swallowed as he squirmed towards her and wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close, and jolting her from the sensation of falling asleep. Yuffie gasped a little as he did so. Suzaku's nostrils became filled with Yuffie's scent. Her body was every bit as smooth and tender as he had imagined. He clasped her hand in his. "Yuffie," he whispered in her ear, "if you want to cherish these 6 days, then let's make them ones to remember." Yuffie turned over and she and Suzaku kissed. "Thank you, Suzaku. This means so much to me." "Yuffie," Suzaku pulled the covers up over them as both of them disappeared from the world. Outside. In the garden, Cornelia and Marianne continued to drink with each other. Marianne had just finished coming clean with Cornelia about everything she didn't know about what she tried to do. They were sitting across from each other on opposite stone benches next to the rose bushes under the stars. "So, you were involved," Cornelia mumbled, looking down. "Your reaction does not surprise me. If you think less of me over this, I would understand." "How could I think less of you?" Cornelia asked in anguish, surprising Marianne. She lowered her voice. "You made a mistake, but you've been doing your best to fix it." Cornelia's voice dropped further. "Like I have." "What do you mean?" "I watched you." "You didn't make any mistakes, Cornelia." "Yes, I did." Cornelia exclaimed. "I failed you. I failed Lelich. I failed Euphemia. I failed Nonet. Worst of all," Cornelia looked at her idol with tears, "I failed myself." "Cornelia," Marianne looked at her sympathetically. "Look at what I have left." Cornelia tilted her head forward. "You, Lelich, Euphemia, Darlton and Nonet might be safe here, but it doesn't change the fact that I lost all of you." She clenched the fabric of her pants with her hands. What if it's only a matter of time before I fail to protect Nunnally? I wind up losing everyone close to me. It's not fair. I can't take it. Cornelia started crying. It was easy to see the effect the alcohol was having on her bloodstream. She always got like this when she drank. Marianne walked over, sat down next to Cornelia and gave a reassuring hug, causing Cornelia's pupils to shrink and her to raise her eyebrows. When I was a little girl, my mother spent almost every penny we had to send me to a nice academy. I was a little commoner growing up in the nobleman world. I hated it. I got into all sorts of fights and my family was often persecuted and cruelly ridiculed. They died long before Charles ascended to the throne. I was their only child. I felt like I failed them as well as I sobbed in front of the cinders that used to be my house. I was just a little girl. Britannia. 1989 ATB. Marianne sat on her knees looking at the ruined building she'd used to live in. People did this, cruel, aristocratic people. They had taken her parents, left her with nothing but the clothes on her back. She had heard the rumors, but she didn't want to believe it. Marianne leaned forward on her hands and cried in front of the rotted foundation that had once sheltered her. She ground her hands into the dirt. She had no idea what on earth she could possibly do now. Standing on her legs, she wandered into the burnt wreckage and found an unrecognizable sharp object that she then held by her throat. This was no life for her, this cruel, unforgiving world. She should just end it and spare herself the pain of living. She had no close relatives. She would continue to be picked on in school. She was tired of it all and she wanted the pain to go away. However, just as she was about to start breaking skin, a hand clasped the shaft of the object in Marianne's own hand. She turned her head to see a woman with green hair and eyes of gold standing behind her. "You wish to die?" Marianne nodded tearfully. The woman took the blade away from Marianne and tossed it away. "Ah. Hey." The woman's strong arm kept Marianne relatively where she was as it pressed against her stomach. "If you are so despaired that you would die, that you would throw your life away, allow me to take command of it." "Huh. I won't let you be alone. We will form a contract and a symbol of our promise shall be born." "You'll be with me?" Marianne asked. "More than that, I will take care of you, until you are old enough to look after yourself." Present day. "And that was the first time I met Cece," Marianne said with a smile. "She saved your life," Cornelia noted. "I think she could understand my pain, since death was something she sought as well. Even though she intended to break her promise eventually, at the time and forevermore, she made me want to live again. She gave me a reason to go on even when I felt I had failed everything I had set out for myself. And now, I give you reason to go on, to give life your best effort. Although we are parted now, eventually you will come here, to the Soul Society when death finally takes you after you've lived a long fulfilling life, and we'll all be here, waiting for you." Lady Marianne, Cornelia looked like she was going to cry again. Marianne wiped Cornelia's cheek with her thumb. "Your mother always said he was disappointed in you, but I don't think Dolores ever realized what a wonderful girl you were and the wonderful woman I see before me." Marianne smiled. "Cornelia, you're not a failure, you've made great accomplishments in your life. Let your troubled heart push you forward. Don't let it drag you down. I know that's hard to do in most cases, but from now on," Marianne outspread her palm underneath Cornelia's left breast, "I'll always be here." Lady Marianne, Cornelia felt moved by Marianne's words. "If there was any regret I had between us," Marianne gave Cornelia a hug again, "it's that I wasn't around to see your growth firsthand, General-in-Chief. If I had been around, maybe you would have even become a Knight of the Round." Cornelia hugged Marianne. "I'm so happy I get to see you again. I missed you so much." "Me too. You were a good friend and bodyguard." Cornelia and Marianne let each other go and stood up. "What do you say tomorrow we spend the day together? Just the two of us?" "Well, Lelich will be busy, but I'd like Nunnally to come along and maybe Euphemia as well." "I'd love to," Cornelia smiled. "It would be just like old times." "Yes," Marianne smiled, "it would." Artificial dimension. Eisen walked into a secluded room where Cece sat against the wall with a bored look on her face. "So, you were the one who ordered my capture?" she asked. "I am indeed," Aizen said, "even though it was Kazumi who ordered it." "I think you'll find I don't make a good hostage," CC said with the same bored tone. "If you wanted someone to scream for help, you should have gone after one of Lelich's betrothed." "Ah, but see, you have something I want, and I aim to take it for myself." "You mean my code?" CC asked. "I hate to disappoint you, but codes can only be given willingly to another person, and I happen to enjoy life now." Aizen's eye holes turned to narrow slits. "You've bought yourself some time then, Miss CC, but rest assured, your code will eventually be mine one way or another." "Bark all you want, I won't give it up." "Challenge accepted," Aizen replied and walked out. He left CC to her own devices. She scowled as she leaned forward. "Lelich, I'll buy you as much time as I can, but I'm not dealing with living rules. It's only a matter of time before that man figures out how to take my code by force. I hope you can get here before that time. I want to live Lelich, please come for me." End of chapter 198. Chapter 199, Cornelia's Got a Gun. Shiba Manor Training Grounds. Renji and Kaien clashed blades out in the field as Rukia observed off to the side. Both were using their sealed blade and coming at each other with vigorous fury. It was only a friendly spar, but they were acting like they were out for blood, despite the fact that this particular instance couldn't be further from the truth. The two vice-captains were helping each other get stronger as steel met steel, and loud clangs sounded through the morning air with sparks flying as Nijibana and Zabumaru fiercely clashed in a spiritual tug-of-war. With a fierce battle cry, Renji swung his sword with both hands horizontally from a vertical position as Kaien blocked, holding his sword handle up by his shoulder with the blade facing down. He slid the length of his blade up towards his right and then swung down at an angle towards Renji's neck. Renji ducked under Kaien's swung and stabbed forward. Kaien jumped backwards and tilted his body so that he went flipping heels overhead as he smacked his palm into the grass and stood erect. "Well, not bad, Renji," Kaien said, rubbing blood away from an open cut on his cheek. "You win this round." "Rukia." Rukia trotted over to Kaien to apply Kaido to his cut. "You've certainly improved a great deal, Renji. Decades ago you couldn't even keep up with me. Now you're practically on my sealed blade level." Kaien watched as Renji put away his sword. "How's your Bankai coming along? You almost mastered it yet?" "Almost," Renji remarked. "I still have a while to go. I certainly won't have it mastered in time for us to fight Aizen." "What about you, how's your Bankai?" Rukia lowered her arm and Kaien rubbed the small residual scab where the open cut had been. He then put his blade away and went over to the cooler to get out some canned juice. He tossed one to Renji. "Me?" he asked, cracking open his own can. "I've got a few years before I learn all of what Nijibana has to teach me regarding my Bankai. I still can't use Tenjin Tapamatsu without it practically draining me dry." "You two seem like you're coming along well, sounds like I need to redouble my own efforts," Rukia stated, arms folded. Renji sneered. "Oh please, Rukia," he teased, "we're talking about manly things like Bankai training. Like you have any idea what we're going through." Rukia outspread her palm. 500 Kin says I could materialize my Zanpakuto right now. "You're on," Renji exclaimed. "I'll take that bet at 100, Kaien said, rubbing his head. He was a little more confident in Rukia than Renji was being, but not confident enough that he still wouldn't like to make a profit on the chance she was wrong. Rukia withdrew her Zanpakuto and stuck it into the ground. Frosty Ryotsu resonated between her hand and the hilt as she held her palm over the blade. "Dance, Sode no Shirayuki." There was a blast of frosty air that whirled around like a hurricane. It died down in 5 seconds, and when it cleared there stood Sode no Shirayuki looking as magnificent as ever. Renji and Kaien both spat out the fluid currently in their mouths. "All right boys, pay up," Rukia smirked, extending her palm out. Lamperouge House. The sun shone in on Yuffie's room with her and Suzaku still nude and cuddled up with each other from the night before. Suzaku's lids were prodded open by the gentle kiss of the sunlight. He was about to get up when he noticed Yuffie laying a little on top of him, and he just cuddled her closer. He was alarmed when the door slid open, and it was well that he should be. In the doorway Cornelia was practically glowing, eyes closed as she announced, "Already dressed, Good morning, Euphemia. Lady Marianne, Nunnally, and I are going out into town for the day. She opened her eyes. I was wondering if... She noticed Suzaku, noticed her sister in bed with him and noticed the lack of clothing on both of them. If her brain were a pinball machine it would have gone tilt. Cornelia took a deep breath, smile still on her face. I'll be right back. I think I'd better make myself scarce, Suzaku thought to himself as he wrenched the closet open for clothing and found a spare robe and ran out the door. Oh Kurugi. Cornelia's voice was unnaturally sweet. Suzaku's feet felt like lead as he turned his neck slowly to look behind him. Cornelia was smiling cheerfully in stark contrast to the rage inside her. Why yes. Cornelia, still smiling, took out her shotgun and aimed it at him before the scowl appeared seconds later. Die. Suzaku gulped and ran. Cornelia, understandably, gave chase. Come back here, you bastard. Markets. Hitsugaya and Momo were walking together in the market districts in their off-duty apparel. Momo had her hair pinned back up for this special occasion, but with her usual bonnet replaced with what one might mistake for a small umbrella normally used to accent tropical drinks. She was wearing a beautiful white robe adorned with red branching lines all across the robe with a silver sash. Her groin and chest was noticeable. Gone was the flat little girl of yesteryear. In the last 20 years Momo had undoubtedly changed into the almost regal appearance of a woman. Hitsugaya thought she looked incredible. He himself was wearing a similarly designed turquoise kimono, but with dark navy patterning. Gon was the small boy trying to play hero. As he stood a little bit taller than Momo, she noted that he was not the little boy anymore she used to share watermelon with. Hitsugaya was definitely a man now. He looked just as much as he sounded the part. The two new lovebirds had already had a delicious breakfast at one of their favorite places to eat and had now decided on just walking out back to Junranen and maybe seeing how the district was faring. It didn't matter what they did, just being with each other was good enough for both of them. They stopped in the street and looked at each other. Hitsugaya stared at Momo's face, noting just how beautiful she had become from the little girl he'd once known. Momo stared into his eyes. To her, Hitsugaya looked like a regal prince that she could envision saving her from a tower and carrying her away on a white horse. Hitsugaya reached out and touched her cheek as she took a step towards him. And then the moment was practically ruined as gunfire sounded through the streets and wind blew the sleeves of their kimonos and the top of Hitsugaya's hair. Suzaku was sprinting down the pathway doing his best to avoid public indecency as the robe he was wearing kept slipping off him since he hadn't tied it properly in his haste. Cornelia was taking shots at him with her gun and missing terribly in her rage. She was either making dents in the ground or walls or turning the rooftops to splinters. Come back here and take your punishment like a man. She shouted as she continued to fire. You dare defile my sister. Suzaku kept running with a string of cuss words through his mind as he dodged Cornelia's shots. What happened to teamwork? You can't kill me. I'm Zero. Then you're back to being my enemy, Zero. Cornelia shouted as she continued to fire. I'll kill you and mark you as a traitor. I am Cornelia Lee Britannia, General-in-Chief of Britannia's armies. No one will question me, you leech. I will not apologize in the name of love. Then you can die for your love. I will have your head, Suzaku Kurugi. Momo and Hitsugaya watched as Cornelia and Suzaku disappeared out of sight with looks on their faces appropriately adorned for the situation in front of them. In other words, what the fuck was that all about? First Division, Vice Captain Conference Room. Lelich, Talbumasuk, Byakuya, and Anohana sat together in the conference room with Lelich wondering where the heck Urahara was. He was late. We could just start without him, Talbumasuk stated. They'd only been waiting a few minutes, but every second counted. He'll be here. He knows how important this is, Lelich noted. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, Urahara walked in. Sorry, I'm late, he apologized with unusual sincerity. I had to run back to my shop to get something. Oh yeah, what's that? Lelich asked with a dull stare. He had heard about Urahara's shop from Ichigo. He was a bit disappointed that that was where the former captain had been. This, Urahara said, putting a small, maroon cardboard box on the table and taking off the top. Inside was a small, multifaceted orb with a swirling dark center. That's the Hogyaku, Urahara finished Lelich's statement. I thought you destroyed that. Byakuya glanced at Urahara. Destroyed? No. It's far too valuable an object to simply dispose of. I just locked it away on the off chance that one day it might be needed again. Urahara lightly pushed the box on the table towards Talbumasuk. You've worked with the Hogyaku before, any ideas you can think of that might help us? Talbumasuk folded his arms and began formulating some ideas. After a brief thought process he stated, nothing that won't involve a huge risk factor that I'm not willing to take. What kind of risk factors? Lelich asked. Two ideas come to mind, Talbumasuk stated. The first would be to turn the 13 captains and vice-captains into vizards. That would certainly give us an edge, but we run the risk of losing those incapable or afraid of such power in the process. It could help us just as badly as it could hurt us. Noted. What was the other idea? Forcibly unlocking Bankai core forms, Talbumasuk stated. However, I myself do not have one, so we'd run the risk of hopelessly sealing Bankais if we're not careful. Unless someone here understands how core forms work and can overtake the Hogyaku at the same time, it's not worth the risk involved. Any volunteers? No one said anything. I didn't think so. Urahara sat down. Well, that's a darn shame, he lamented, pulling the Hogyaku, box, and all, towards him. Lelich reached out his hand and grabbed Urahara's wrist. Wait a minute, Urahara-san, why don't you leave the Hogyaku in my possession? You have an idea of something you can do with it? To be honest, no, Lelich answered honestly, but Aizen's research notes said that understanding the Hogyaku could lead to utilizing it to its fullest potential. Lelich, you're talking insanity, Talbumasuk told him. The Hogyaku is a fickle thing. If you try to do what you're saying, you might lose yourself to it. It would ruin you as a Soul Reaper. That is a risk I am willing to take. Lelich folded his arms. I pay my own penalties. I was nothing between the time I became a Soul Reaper and the time I died, nothing except for perhaps a monster. That's one difference between you and me, Talbumasuk. I am willing to risk my own life to the fullest in order to succeed. It's noble that you're not willing to sacrifice our allies for the greater good. I wouldn't either given the circumstances. However, I am willing to risk my own life. I am but one piece to the puzzle, not even the strongest. As long as we don't lose Kazumi, Rita, and Ichigo as fighters, we still have a second plan. I'll say it again, Urahara-san. Lelich looked sternly at him. Let me hold on to the Hogyaku. Urahara took a deep breath. I sure hope you know what you're doing, Lelich. He slid the Hogyaku over to Lelich, who pocketed it for now. Don't I always? Lelich said with a smirk. There was a pregnant pause. Don't answer that. He folded his hands on the table and looked at his comrades with a serious stare. Right then, let's start formulating a plan of attack. Aloman House. Aloman Kiyaki, Soul Society resident for 20 years, daughter of Aloman Shisato, lazed around in bed, snoring loudly. His mother, Aloman Shisato, entered his opened room and reached behind her son's bed to open the blinds, forcing his brown eyes open with strain as the light hurt them as his pupils adjusted to the change in brightness. He groaned, HMMMMRN, Kaaseon. It's late morning, Kiyaki. Shisato smiled down at him, hand still clamped around the blinds. You can't spend all day in bed. Kiyaki sat up. His short blonde hair was a mess. What if I want to be in bed all day? He huffed. Oh, I doubt that, Shisato said with a kind smile as she slid her fingers in line with each other. Kyuzajishi Fukotaiko said she was going to come by today. Huh? Yachiru-ni-san. Kiyaki looked up Yachiru like a big sister. When both of them were small, Yachiru used to pretend like she actually was Kiyaki's big sister. Shisato's parents always worried that Yachiru was going to be a bad influence on Kiyaki, but were too afraid of Zaraki Kenpeka to be rude to her. As Yachiru and Kiyaki grew older and Yachiru started becoming a lazy, but skilled swordsman, she had spent so much time with Kiyaki already that he pretty much considered her his older sister. He, as well as Shisato's parents, was also still fooled into thinking Yumi Chika was actually his father, of whom Shisato had an arranged marriage to. Like the Kukaki twins, Kiyaki was due to enter the Shino Academy next year. Kiyaki hadn't grown up with the strictest lifestyle, much in contrast to the Kukaki twins, which probably had something to do with his attitude slowly making Shisato know that he was his father's son after all. She was going to tell him eventually, about Ikeku. Her father was still clinging tightly to the Oloman mantle. His health may have been going on him, but he still had his brain to carry out clan duties. Of course, it really looked like Shisato was doing the bulk work, which was her father's intention. He wanted his daughter to know what to do and how to do it at his request so that when he finally croaked she would know what to do. Kiyaki yawned and slipped into his tabi and sandals as Shisato lightly pushed him down the hallway to the breakfast table. She poured herself some tea and picked up the Siri communication lying on the counter. She hadn't gotten past the opening headline's first paragraph when the front door was thrown open. "Good morning," Yachiro cried cheerfully as she stood in the doorway. "Good morning, Kyuzajishi Fukotaiko," Shisato smiled. Kiyaki's face lit up. "Ah, Yachiro-ni-san." "Morning Kei-kun," Yachiro said with her super cheery demeanor. "Morning to you too, Blondie," she said, referring to Shisato by her usual nickname. Yachiro then slid under the table and popped out on the other side sitting in the chair. "Kenny said he was gonna go train with Ichi and Yu and he said he didn't want me to bother him, so I thought I'd come by. You wanna go out and do stuff together Kei-kun?" "Kyuzajishi Fukotaiko, if your Ota-san is training, shouldn't you be doing the same? We are about to head off to an invasion again." Yachiro flexed her arm and grabbed her bicep. "It's alright Blondie. I'm really strong. I'm like Kenny, I don't lose. You really should put in at least one day of training, Kyuzajishi Fukotaiko. You wouldn't want Zaraki Teiko to worry about you, would you?" "No, I guess not." She then gave a cheerful grin, "But I can do that another day. Today I wanna hang out with Kei-kun. Can I Blondie?" Shisato smiled kindly. "I don't see why not. Just let Kiyaki finish his breakfast and you two can go play together." "Yay!" Yachiro cheered. Shisato put her empty teacup down and watched Kiyaki and Yachiro talk to each other while the former ate. They've become such good friends since he was born. She's always looked out for him, Kyuzajishi Fukotaiko. Her body is starting to get to be that age. I wonder if Kiyaki also. Footsteps from behind dragged Shisato from her thoughts as Yumi Chika dragged his feet across the floor. He looked tired. "Morning sunshine," Shisato teased. "Good morning," Yumi Chika moaned. "Morning Ota-san," Kiyaki said politely. "Good morning, Kiyaki," Yumi Chika said, going for the tea. After downing a mug it was like someone flipped a switch on his body and he suddenly became live with energy. "Ah, that's much better. There's nothing like some fresh brewed tea in the morning to get yourself going." "Good morning Yun-yun." Yachiro waved. "Good morning, Fukotaiko. I take it you and Kiyaki are going to be spending time together today." Kenny's playing with Ichi and Yu so I'm gonna play with Kiyaki. The captain with Kurosaki and Homura Teiko, that's a rather unique combination." Kenny was really excited when he saw them practicing. He said he didn't want to be bothered so he asked me to go find my own thing to do. I'm surprised Kurosaki and Homura Teiko were together. They were already training and Kenny wanted to join in. Ichi didn't seem to mind. Well, Kurosaki sure seems like he's changed in the past few decades. Before Kiyaki was born he would have run for the hills if Zaraki Teiko came within 20 square meters of him. Shisato laughed. "Yup, but it sounds like he's really matured from what I've heard, married with a kid on the way even. There's an article here in the paper. Our little boy sure has grown up, hasn't he?" Yumi Chika said, referring to Ichigo who, despite being a Soul Reaper strong enough to have defeated his captain, was still very much a greenhorn when they first met, not to mention a bit childish, but that was to be expected considering his age. "I wonder how that training session is going." 7th Division Training Grounds. Kenpeka came swinging in fiercely at Ichigo, grinning manically all the while. Ichigo blocked with the utmost precision and unflinching expression, parrying every single last one of Kenpeka's blows. He was only using a sealed blade. From above Yuna came swinging down. Ichigo jumped out of the way as Yuna's sword made a slamming strike into the dirt and the pressure wave from her attack tore up the ground in front of her. "Damn, I missed." "Don't feel bad, Yuna," Ichigo told her as the captain righted herself. I've been training under extreme conditions. He held his sword in front of him with both hands, that's why I asked both of you to take me on at the same time. I know I beat Aizen with my core form, but I want to see just how strong I am in base. Well then, let's take things up to the next level, shall we? Kanpeki asked as he clenched his eye patch. You've gotten a lot stronger since I last saw you, Ichigo. Against you, he ripped off his eye patch. I can have fun even without any restraints at all. As long as we're taking things up a notch, Yuna said, going to Shikai without calling it out. Perhaps I should go all out as well. Bankai. Yogo Kaikai no Chujutsu no Kishi. Yuna swung up her sword so that the blade was behind her as the entire weapon glowed brightly. Teiga, she swung fiercely at Ichigo. Tensho. A bright green energy beam went blasting towards the expectant father, but Ichigo was gone long before the attack reached him as he dodged to the side with Shunpo. Whoa. So fast. And this is why I'm glad I decided to train with you two. Like with Rita, if you guys do your best to keep up with me, it'll increase your own skill proportionally. Let's go. Ichigo flared his Ryuryoku. Protect. Zanjutsu. His Shikai materialized. Round 2. Ichigo was about to charge when he heard screaming and gunfire. Yuna, Kanpeki, and Ichigo paused their training to climb out of the crater that Yuna's division used for training and saw Cornelia still at it as she continued to fire at Suzaku. This falls under the heading of not our problem, right? Ichigo asked. Totally, Yuna stated. Kanpeki affirmed. Like I thought, Ichigo said, letting go of the outer crust of the crater and sliding down the inside to get back in position. Let's get back to training. 9th Division. Tison stood up on a hill staring down at 3 nameless graves arranged in a triangular pattern. He sat knelt on the ground as though in the presence of the king, but was deep in thoughts of prayer for the souls of the departed whose grave sites lay before him. Oh, Teiko, you were out here. Tison turned his head in the direction of the voice. He recognized the Ryutsu and voice of who was speaking to him. Oh, it's you, Senna. Senna walked closer to her captain, noticing the 3 nameless graves. Whose grave sites are these, Teiko? Soul Reapers from before your time, friends of mine, Kozumariko, Hisagi Shihei, and Komamura Seijin. Ah, I remember Hisagi-san, Senna said, smacking her fist into her open palm. He's my predecessor and I have at least heard of Komamura. He's Homura Teiko's predecessor. But who is Kozumariko? Senna scratched her head. Tison looked back at the grave sites. She was your father's wife before he struck her down in cold blood, a frenzy caused by Aizen Sosuke. How horrible. Father did something like that. He did. And if not for Lamperouge Lelich I would have never learned the truth surrounding Mariko's death. If not for Lamperouge Lelich it might be my gravestone sitting here instead. Why do you say that? I was vengeful when Mariko was killed. Aizen took advantage of my desire for revenge and my blindness, turned me to his side despite being responsible for the death of my friend. I almost turned against the Siriti completely and called it justice. Wait, so the destruction of my house? Yes, it is indeed connected to this very incident. Lamperouge Lelich burned your home to make a statement, invaded the estate to secure information. Why? Senna stammered, still not seeing how it all fit together. Kozumariko was a lead. For more than 100 years, Lamperouge Lelich and Aizen Sosuke have been at war with one another. Lamperouge Lelich looked for every advantage he could to expose Aizen and Mariko was his ticket in, which he tracked to your family. Tison looked back towards Senna. I still have the tape of what your father told Lelich when he was confronted by him. Would you like to hear it, your father's final words? It may not bring you happiness, but it may bring you peace. Senna nodded. Yes. I would like to know, once and for all, what my family died for, and why my estate was burned. Very well, Tison told her, follow me. 2nd Division. Renji, Kyan, and Rukia had all gone to 2nd Division with the 2 men wanting to see Luska Stefan. Kyan and Renji were hoping he could help refine their swordsmanship a little and even Rukia figured she might benefit from a few advanced lessons. However, as it turned out, Stefan wasn't in at the moment. What do you mean your captain stepped out? I thought he was doing training on the grounds. Well, he was, Kendra answered as she sat behind her desk, dealing with a slightly irritated Renji, a disappointed Kayan and a patient Rukia. However, he heard about what was going on in 7th Division and decided to join in. What do you mean? Rukia asked. What's going on at Division 7 right now? Kendra glanced to the side. Well, Division 7 training grounds. Sparks flew as Yuna's Bankai smashed against Zanjitsu. Ichigo was having a difficult time fending her off with just Shikai as she ruthlessly came at him with her Bankai. Her swings were quite heavy despite the blade being as thin as Tensou Zanjitsu and as long as Zanjitsu's Shikai state. Teiga Tensho! Yuna shouted as the solar energy barreled towards Ichigo. He shifted out of the way with Shunpo. With a frenzied battle cry, Kenpei came swinging down from above. Ichigo dodged as Kenpei created a small crater in the crater the trio was already fighting in. Ichigo felt short of breath, having not been ready to sidestep so quickly, not to mention Kenpei's thick, uncontrolled Ryutsu put a damper on him in Shikai state. Another Teiga Tensho ripped through the air and Ichigo had to counter with his own Getsuga Tensho. The blast ripped towards Yuna like a small house. She was smashed with a direct hit. The blow was lessened by her Bankai. She hit the wall of the crater and slumped to her knees, panting. However, Ichigo couldn't give chase as Kenpei came swinging in like a maniac and slashed his blade as it smacked against the flat side of Zanjitsu. Ichigo grunted with frustratingly little success at attempting to push Kenpei off him. Kenpei had certainly gotten a lot stronger since his first clash with Ichigo, but then again, so had Ichigo himself. As he struggled to push Kenpei off him, Ichigo stared into that manic grin, trying to think of a way to get around Kenpei. Remember your training, move your body like a river. Kenpei is strong, but he's not tactful. I might be able to get away for a few seconds. Ichigo lowered the tension in his right arm and then hoisted himself up into the air, pushing the flat of his palm against the base of Zanjitsu's grip. He hoisted himself up over Kenpei's head as he grabbed the chain-pulled Zanjitsu with him and then slashed at the man's back, creating a laceration. Kenpei turned to swing, but Ichigo was already jumping away to catch his breath. The flow of Kenpei's Ryutsu shot out towards the police chief, but Ichigo stood his ground with minimal flinching. However, that's when a new challenger entered the arena. Ichigo felt the shadow cast upon him and the sudden appearance of Ryutsu. He used Shunpo to dodge to the side and now could see his attacker, Luska Stefan. Well now, you three seem like you're having fun, Stefan commented with a smirk. What the hell are you doing here? No one invited you, Kenpei growled. Hey, that's the pot calling the kettle black, don't you think? Yuna asked. I wasn't aware this was a private party either. Exactly, Stefan said, brushing his hair back. Mind if I step in? Not at all, Yuna said as she used Shunpo to make an askew square between her, Ichigo, Kenpei and Stefan. What say we all see how well the three of us make against Ichigo? What? Why am I getting ganged up on? Ichigo snapped. Why not? Yuna shrugged. You've proven you're more than capable of handling Zaraki Teiko and me with just your Shikai. I say we need the handicap. TCH, fine, Ichigo smirked. He held Zanjitsu out in front of him. However, don't think I'm gonna go easy on you in a 3-against-1 fight. If you guys want to see what the three of you can do against me, then bring it. I'll take all of you on at once. Sounds like a fight. Kenpei exclaimed. He grinned as he held his Zanpakuto in front of him. Go all out. Fumetsu Senshin no Senso. Kenpei's Ryutsu intensified. Stefan swung his blade down, bare your fangs, Yajokokuo. Bankai. Shiretsu Hokori no Yajokokuo. All three Soul Reapers formed near each other to face off against Ichigo, who was charging up his spiritual pressure. If he charged up his Ryutsu before releasing Bankai, his durability, speed, and overall power were enhanced considerably. However, overcharge could run him dry pretty quickly. He hadn't charged his power at all when he fought Aizen. In fact, against Aizen he'd already spent a bit of his Ryutsu fighting weaker Togabito to get warmed up. However, Ichigo had his warm-up and now it was time to bust out his Bankai and show what he was really capable of. He figured that this 3-against-1 would have to be more difficult than just taking on Aizen solo. The Ichigo of old would be shaking in his boots, but Ichigo had embraced his enjoyment of battle. He wanted to keep the peace, but anyone fighting him would find out that he was very good at making war. Bankai! Ichigo Ryutsu exploded skyward in a controlled space. He emerged as he swung Tensou Zanjutsu down at his side, his hair cascading down over his face before he glanced upwards slightly. Tensou Zanjutsu. Looks like our boys finally come out to play, Stefan grinned. Let's. Before he or the other captains knew what was happening, Ichigo was in the center of their formation and flared his Ryutsu. In the next instant Ichigo was on the attack. In the next instant he let out 3 fierce swings, letting loose no Getsuga, only his Ryutsu. He blew Kenpei, Stefan, and Yuna all the way to the walls of the crater, injuring their backs as he stood in the center and took a step back. He glanced down again so that his hair hit his eyes. With his free hand he beckoned them forward again. Kenpei took Ichigo's invitation without any hesitation or thought. Stefan smirked as he prepared to make his approach. My, this looks like it'll definitely be a good workout. He raced forward as he attacked Ichigo with a horizontal swing only for Ichigo to block him with his blade while staving off Kenpei's Zanpakuto clamped between his index and middle finger. You've become so strong Kurosaki Ichigo, I can feel it in your soul and I want to see just how strong you've become. Division 2. Renji rubbed his head. I feel sorry for the guy. Zaraki, Homura, and Luska Teiko. Poor kid doesn't stand a chance. I don't know, he handed Aizen back his ass on a silver platter, Kaien figured. Sounds like you all want to go out and spectate, Kendra said and scribbled something down on a sheet of paper. Give me 2 minutes and we can all go watch the chaos together. This is gonna be sweet, Renji said, getting fired up. You boys wanna make a bet? Rukia asked. Kaien sighed, rubbing his forehead with his palm while looking up. More of your crazy bets. What is it this time? I say Ichigo will win, Rukia stated. Yeah, I figured that myself, Kaien stated, though some might disagree. He looked at Renji. And I also add that Homura Teiko will be his last opponent to go down. Oh, you are on. Kaien exclaimed. There is no way she is outlasting powerhouses like Zaraki and Luska. How much? Rukia grinned. 5,000, Kaien answered. 1,500. Renji exclaimed. What's the matter Renji, no confidence? Kendra teased. Hey, unlike Mr. Nobleman here, I don't have a disposable income, Renji barked. Right, almost forgot, Kendra said, capping her pen and tapping her stacks of papers to the table. You guys head on over, I'll meet you at Division 7. The other 3 nodded and began to head out when they felt a tremor from all the way from Division 7. It was faint, less than a magnitude of 2, but if they were feeling it here, they worried for the foundation of the Division 7 barracks. I think we should talk with Lamperouge Fukutaiko about putting up the barrier fence around the training grounds. Something tells me it'll be necessary, Kaien gulped. Both Renji and Rukia agreed. 9th Division. You're the one who just blabbed your allegiance to Aizen and you know about who we are connected to. I must make sure our secret is kept safe. No one must take vengeance on your behalf. Hado 4, Byakurai. The recording ended. I see, so my father was a traitor. I always thought it was my family, but no, just one, stupid, selfish, greedy man. A Tremere Retin was a man with strong ambition. Aizen Sosuke felt such a man could be useful to his plans. Like overthrowing the Kuchikis. Tison looked at Senna oddly. My father talked about it a lot. He said that my family deserved to be a great noble family more than the Kuchikis. He was always so angry about us being a lesser noble family. How exactly did you escape the purge, now that I listen to this recording again? Tison asked. I wasn't home at the time. I was out in the markets. One of the servants found me and told me what had happened. I was taken into hiding along with mother. When Nii-chan returned home, I got to see him, if but briefly. He told me that Aizen would protect us, that we had been wronged by the vigilante that was Zero, but knowing what I know now, it seems that my brother had already been touched by Aizen's manipulation even by that point. Aizen's most dangerous skill has always been his silver tongue. It is far sharper than his sword. My brother, Senna was starting to cry a little, my whole family. Lamperouge Teiko didn't kill them selfishly. He was trying to stop Aizen. He was trying to get to Aizen. It's always been about Aizen. Senna stomped her foot and clenched her eyes shut. Everything connects back to Aizen Sosuke. It's his fault. If not for Aizen, my house wouldn't have had to have been burnt in the first place. Nii-chan and Lamperouge Teiko might be friends. Kazumi might actually have a loving lifestyle. It's not fair. Senna, you're too emotional, Tsun stated. Senna looked at Tsun, feeling that he was being a bit insensitive. She held her tongue to keep her lips from speaking disrespect, but her distraught face said it all. We all are angry with Aizen. We all wish to see him suffer and perish in the name of justice and vengeance. However, tears never solve anything. Sorrow is permitted, but there are greater reasons to cry, more important times to cry, and during war, tears must be staved off until after the enemy has been beaten. You are grieving for events long since past. You can be sad, but to sob uncontrollably is unbecoming of a vice captain. Senna took a deep breath. Yes, I understand what you're saying. Senna, do you know why I asked you to become my vice captain? My skill. Senna asked. It was the most logical answer. Apart from that, Tsun answered. Senna shrugged and made a confused sound. It is because I wanted to keep you from walking down the path of vengeance. Although you said that you walked for atonement, I could not be so noble when I was stripped of what I had. However, if it turned out that you were being sincere, I wanted to learn from you and see what made you so noble, so able to cooperate with the society that robbed you of your house and your family. You intrigue me, and as a person I have observed you and done my best to understand you. I also hoped that perhaps there were things I could teach you as well, like the tape you just listened to. I appreciate it, Captain, thank you. Markets. Having come back from Junranin, Momo and Hitsugaya sat down at a restaurant for lunch. They were surprised when they walked in and they saw Lelouch sitting at a table with Shirley. The 10th Division captain waved them over. What are you doing here, Lamperouge-sensei, don't you have a strategy meeting? Momo asked him. We just broke for lunch, Lelouch said with a smile. Sit down, stay a while. Sure, Momo said, sitting down. Hitsugaya did so with slight reluctance. This was supposed to be his and Momo's special day, just them, and Lelouch certainly was not his favorite person, never had been. However, sitting down he did notice something odd. Where's the other Mrs. Lamperouge? Hitsugaya asked. Abarai Fukutaiko just came in a few minutes ago and asked if Susanna could set up the barrier field around her division's training grounds. It sounded like some really heavy stuff's going down, Shirley answered. Wow, really, what? Momo asked. Don't know, Lelouch responded, folding his arms. Renji didn't specify. We can ask Susanna when Susanna then suddenly walked in the door. Well, that was fast. It was urgent that I make it there, and I wanted to rush back as soon as possible so you could get back to your meet soon, Susanna said, taking her seat. Oh, Hitsugaya Teiko, Hinamari Teiko, how nice to see you both. Nice to see you too, Susanna-san, Momo said with a smile. Don't rush yourself on my account, Susanna, Lelouch told her. Well, I had to rush to get there, Susanna stated. Apparently Kurosaka-san, Yuna-san, and Zaraki and Luska Teiko are going nuts. Huh? A battle royal? Hitsugaya asked. Susanna shook her head. No, 3-on-1, against Ichigo. What? Momo exclaimed. Is Ichigo-san going to be okay? From the looks of it, he was handling himself just fine. They hadn't put a scratch on him. Lelouch chuckled. He really has improved if he can manage a team-up of some of the greatest blade wielders in the Go-Di. Yeah, no kidding, Shirley said with nervous laughter. She'd already begun to learn about captains in her history class. Stefan, Yuna, and Kenpeka were amongst the greatest sword wielders in the history of the entire Soul Society, Ryotsu notwithstanding. Yuna especially was noted because of her proficiency with great swords as well as long swords. Stefan was noted for his mastery of all types of swordsmanship and expertise, and Kenpeka because of his immeasurable strength. If I wasn't so busy, I might like to spectate that fight myself, Lelouch stated. Yeah, it sounds like it must be quite the spectacle. Shiro-chan and I have other plans though. Besides, battle spectating isn't my thing, really. Yes, that's certainly true, Lelouch said. The waitress came by to take their orders as the 4 Soul Reapers and 1 Soul Reaper in training gave their lunch orders. Oh, by the way, Lelouch, Hitsugaya spoke up. Lelouch asked, twirling his pasta with his fork. I know it's not much my business, but I saw your sister chasing your best friend earlier. She was fuming. Lelouch sighed. I'll talk to Euphemia. I can already guess what might have happened. I already spoke to her this morning, Shirley said. She said she was going to try and catch up with Cornelia and get her to stop. Well, better her than me. She's probably the only one who could, aside from my mother, who could get her to stop. When my older sister is mad at you, flight is better than fight because you are not going to last. Still, I feel bad for Suzaku. I wish we could help him. If we did, then we'd be up on the chopping block too, Lelouch said, eating what was now on his fork. Shirley turned a little blue, not wanting that at all. Well, I'm sure it'll all work out, Susanna said with confidence. Suzaku didn't do anything wrong from what I heard. Not the way my sister sees it, Lelouch said. 8th Division. Shunsui was sitting out in the garden behind his office drinking sake and sitting under the clear blue sky against the shade of a coniferous tree. As the gentle breeze blew, a leaf was knocked from the tree and fell into his cup. Ah, quiet at last. Feels like the barrier field got put up, Shunsui thought aloud. He had been relaxing while feeling the intense ryotsus of the battle going on from the next division over. Ichigo-kun sure has come a long way. Ishine, you'd be proud of your son if you could see him now. Teiko, Shunsui looked up to see Ashido as he walked into the garden, carrying a piece of paper in his hand, looking at it. Oh, Ashido-kun. I just received a fatality total. Looks like we're one of the lucky ones. Ashido handed Shunsui the paper as the 8th Division captain scanned it over. Division 8 wound up being one of the top 3 divisions not to lose too many men. The other 2 were squads 2 and 7 at numbers 1 and 2 respectively. The squad with most members lost wound up being squad 12 with squads 9, 3, 1, and 11 trailing close behind. Squads 10 and 6 finished off the top 5 in that order and left squads 4, 13, and 5 caught in the middle. There was a big gap in the loss of men between squad 12 and 2, mostly having to do with the fact that most of squad 12's units weren't trained fighters. Squad 1 came as a shock as to the number of soldiers lost, but thankfully all squads had more than half their units left. What are you doing out here, Captain? Should you not be training for the invasion? Shunsui finished his sake cup. What? You think I should be acting like that mess going on in Division 7 right now? I'm going to just stay in shape with diet and exercise. I'm an old captain, Ashido-kun, Shunsui said as he stood up. I reached my potential a long time ago. He headed back inside. It's time for the new generation to take flight, for they are the ones who will be here when we old men are long since gone. Shunsui had just reached the door when the sound of gunfire alerted him and put Ashido to grab his blade. However, in the next minute Suzaku jumped over the wall and into the garden with Cornelia following him. Ashido cut away every bullet and Shunsui deflected each one with his finger that got deflected in his direction. The 2 soldiers didn't even pay the 8th Division officials much mind, with Suzaku focused on staying alive and Cornelia focused on killing him. As they hopped the wall on the other side, Ashido asked, Sir, should I report this to Lamperouge Teiko? Nah, Shunsui said, looking around, looking at the slight vandalism done to his garden area. This level of damage is minimal, no need to add to the stress Lelouch-kun's already got on his shoulders. I do think that his sister needs to switch to decoff though, Shunsui said and turned to head back inside. What say we open the game room and break out the Go table? Very well, Ashido agreed, I can play a few games. After that I have training to do. 13th Division. Teiko, I'm coming in, Kian said as she sat on her hands and knees, sliding open the door. Oh, good morning, Kian, Yukatake said, sitting up only to cough. Teiko, are you really going to be okay? Yes, I'm fine, just a little under the weather this morning, Yukatake said as he coughed again. Kian walked into the room, closing the door behind her, and sat on the floor next to her captain, legs crossed. She stared at the floor in shame perhaps. Whatever it was, she didn't look the slightest bit cheerful, and her voice earlier didn't exactly instill that she was on the up and up either. Kian, why are you making that face? I was just thinking about Sentaro, Kian said. You miss him? Yuka-take asked seriously. Like I miss that idiot. Kian scoffed, but, when Sentaro was around, although we fought a lot, we both gave our best to support you. You were always well taken care of because the two of us gave everything we could to keep you healthy and in shape. Kian's pitched in, but, when you were under the weather he took care of the division while we took care of you. If Sentaro was still here, then when things were going to hell. Yuka-take reached out and rubbed his hand on Kian's head. Kian, you're stressing yourself out too much. I couldn't ask anyone else more suited to be my third seat. Teiko, Kian looked like a sad puppy, but she quickly put on despaired look and bowed her head towards the floor. It doesn't matter. I'm not strong enough to look after you. I nearly caused us both to die. Your sister had to save us. I should be the one who protects Yuka-take Teiko. If I can't manage that, then I don't deserve to be your third seat. Kian's despair was met with a bop on the head by Yuka-take's knuckles. She stopped looking pathetic and looked at him in confused wonder. Kian, I wouldn't have asked you to be my third seat if you weren't capable. Yuka-take was smiling at her. Everyone makes mistakes and has their off days, and there are always hopeless situations that sometimes we need help from our nakama to overcome. You performed to the best of your ability during the battle, Kian. The fact that you were always at my side was definitely reassuring. Teiko, Kian said, almost in whisper, taken in by his words. Yuka-take put a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Kian, you are a good soldier, never doubt that at all. I'm very grateful to have you ask my subordinate. Kian's inner self went all fangirly at the prospect that Yuka-take was grateful to have her as his subordinate. Kian smiled a little as her cheeks started to flush while she still sat on her hands and knees, but now propped herself up so that her arms were straight. About what I said, all that stuff about you meaning so much to me and everything. Kian's cheeks flushed harder. Yuka-take Teiko, is there anyone you like? Yuka-take turned his head. Well, I'm not dating anyone if that's what you're asking. Wha really? Kian was surprised. Oh, I had plenty of offers in the old days, Yuka-take said with a goofy grin as he rubbed the back of his head. I was a regular heartbreaker in my youth. Kian giggled like a little kid imagining her captain playing with the hearts of young women. But there are plenty of people I like, Yuka-take said with a cheerful smile, including you. Kian's inner self nearly exploded with joy at the statement. Teiko, Kian was drawn in as she crawled slightly towards Yuka-take. Kian. Yuka-take Teiko. The sound of something breaking outside and the ground shaking completely ruined the moment, and Kian rushed to the door and wrenched it open to see what was going on. Hey, what's the big idea? She shouted only to see Suzaku and Cornelia fleeing in the distance. Kian thought about chasing them down and giving them a piece of her mind, but they weren't worth chasing after. She sat down in front of Yuka-take again, thoroughly disappointed at the destroyed mood by the Soul Society's guests. She sighed. Where were we? Right here, I think, Yuka-take said. Then, without warning, he grabbed hold of Kian roughly. Kian's body wasn't prepared when Yuka-take suddenly grasped hold of her and brought their lips together. Kian nearly exploded with joy. Her feelings were reciprocated. She couldn't be happier. Well, okay, that wasn't entirely true. Kian broke away from her captain feeling giddy. Teiko. Yes, Kian. Kian began opening her robe and pushed Yuka-take flat on his back. Why don't you let me make you feel really good? Go right ahead, he told her. And go ahead she did. Sokioku Hill. The afternoon passed by almost in an instant and the sun was already getting low in the sky. Suzaku had been running from Cornelia all day, but now his luck was at an end. He reached Sokioku Hill and now found himself caught between her gun and a cliff. Oh, how nostalgic, Cornelia said, advancing slowly. This will be the third time I get to shoot someone and push their body over the edge. It may have taken me all day, but this is at Kururugi, the end of the line. Princess Cornelia, please, you're making a mistake. Suzaku exclaimed, I'm in love with Yuffie and she's in love with me too. You find yourself on the verge of death, so now you plead for your life with these lies. I will not let you toy with Euphemia's heart. How am I toying with it? Have you even asked her about us at all? Silence. If you were such a good knight to her, she never would have died. I am the only one worthy of protecting Euphemia. And that's worth killing me over. Suzaku shouted. If you kill me, she'll hate you forever. Cornelia growled. Your expression says it all. Somewhere inside you know it too. You've already let go of your racism towards the Elevens, so what do you have against me? I've done nothing, but support Britannia as zero. We've worked together for 3 years. So go ahead, pull the trigger. Suzaku crossed his thumb across his neck. I dare you. Suzaku Kururugi, Cornelia growled through gritted teeth. He was goading her. He was calling her bluff that she didn't have the guts to shoot him. The strange thing was, Cornelia actually was hesitating. She looked at Suzaku's defiant stare at her. He wasn't smug like when she killed Evans or pleading for his life like Anardis. He was staring her down, trying to psyche her out. Suzaku knew why he had survived all this time. Although Lelich had subsequently lost his geese, the live command he'd placed on him still persisted. Cornelia was not that bad of a shot, but the live command he had kept his life out of danger. The live command wasn't going haywire. If Cornelia took a shot, there was still space for Suzaku to run around, and if need be, he would fight Cornelia for his feelings for Yuffie. Footsteps approached from behind Cornelia as a panting Yuffie ran out into the clearing. Sister, please stop. Yuffie shouted. She then dropped to one knee and both her hands in exhaustion. She'd been trying to catch up with Suzaku and Cornelia and finally had managed to do so. Suzaku breathed out in relief. Yuffie would definitely be able to talk some sense into her sister. Cornelia turned her head in surprise as Yuffie appeared and ordered that she stop what she was doing. Tears were in Yuffie's eyes as she stood firmly on both her legs. Sister, please. I love Suzaku. I love him with all my heart. So please, don't hurt him. You've worked together for 3 years. Haven't you become friends? Yuffie gripped at the folds of her shiakusho, tears trailing down her face. The sun was beginning to get low in the sky and shadows were cast on all 3 individuals atop the hill. Cornelia looked at Yuffie and let her words sink in. Friends? With Kururugi? Had she become friends with him? They had done a rather successful job in protecting Nunnally together, and Kururugi had never questioned her orders when she made requests of him. It was always, yes, Your Majesty. Cornelia looked back at Suzaku, who looked at her with his arms at his sides, awaiting her judgment with a rigid stance. His eyes were firm. She could see it in him. He knew that she wouldn't shoot, no, more like his eyes, though strong, were ordering her not to shoot. They were not the eyes of a coward, but the eyes of someone judging her, someone who denoted that he had the superior stance and that she was the one acting immature. Cornelia's arm went slack as it fell at her side. Fine, she said, you win, Euphemia. Cornelia put her gun away. Kururugi. She shouted. Yes, ma'am. Suzaku nearly jumped into the air. You have been charged with the duty of protecting not only the life of a royal princess, but also her heart. Do you accept this duty and responsibility as a Knight of Honor of Britannia? I accept it. Suzaku declared fiercely, crossing his arm over his chest and smacking his fist against his heart. Then, that's all that needs to be said, Cornelia said with a tired smile and began to walk away. Sister, please wait, Yuffie grabbed her arm. What is it, Euphemia? Cornelia asked, looking at her with a tired smile. Thank you, sister. This means so much to me. Yuffie was shocked when Cornelia suddenly turned around and gave her a big hug, almost crushing the young Soul Reaper in her strong arms. Yuffie's head was in her sister's chest. Cornelia's right hand had a firm grip on Yuffie's head, threading her fingers through her sister's hair while her left arm held tightly around Yuffie's back. These have always been the arms which have held you, shielded you from the world. I've done my absolute best to keep you safe and secure, but, she snuggled Yuffie closer, you're not a little girl that needs to be shielded. You're an adult now, Euphemia. You're 19 and you'll be 20 later this year. Cornelia, Yuffie muttered her sister's name. There comes a time when we must all let go of the notion that we will be the only ones in the lives in our siblings. Euphemia, I am your older sister forevermore and always. I am your family. No matter what, you have me to hold you, but, Cornelia stopped hugging Yuffie tightly and just put her hands on her shoulders. She was smiling. My arms aren't the only ones you want to hold you, it seems. Sister. Don't look at me like that. You have no reason to feel guilty, Euphemia. You're an adult now. Look at you, dressed in that black kimono. You really are a woman now, Euphemia. I'm very proud of you. Cornelia gave her sister a familial peck on the cheek and then began to head off. I'll see you later. Cornelia clenched her right arm with her left. I have some thinking to do. Yuffie and Suzaku watched Cornelia disappear into the distance. Suzaku. Yes. For my sister's sake, can we abstain tonight? Suzaku put a hand on Yuffie's shoulder. Of course. I was just thinking the same thing. I think once she gets over the shock, your sister will be okay. Cornelia, Yuffie spoke. She knew her sister would be all right, but it was like when Hisuna had to let go of Rukia. Cornelia had been both a mother and a sister to Yuffie. Letting go was hard. As the general-in-chief reached the bottom of the staircase that led up to Sokioku Hill, the sun finally went in. She was walking at a downtrodden pace. She said it was all right, but part of her still hurt. It hurts, doesn't it, like a scratch somewhere in your heart, you just can't itch right. Huh. Cornelia looked to the side. In the darkened streets there stood a woman with short black hair with a piece dangling between her violet eyes. She was wearing a captain's haori and she was leaned up against the wall. You're. Cornelia knew she had seen this woman before, but couldn't place her name. She'd heard it only once or twice. Kukaki Hisuna, Hisuna stated, walking towards Cornelia. I heard about what was going on from your brother. Cornelia furrowed her brow in confusion. I had to let go of my younger sister to someone she loved too, Hisuna told Cornelia. I know what you must be going through. Lelich suggested you might need someone to talk to. I agreed. Cornelia looked at the ground. Aren't you busy? You're a captain, aren't you? Hisuna put a gentle, reassuring hand on Cornelia's shoulder. I'm a mother, a wife, and a sister before I am anything else, Cornelia-san. You are Lelich Teiko's friend. And also, Hisuna put the hand on Cornelia's shoulder on her chest, I don't like seeing people suffer, not when there's something I can do about it. Cornelia didn't answer. Your brother said he wants this place to feel like a second home to you, that you're welcome here if you need an escape. You've become involved in our world, Cornelia Lee Britannia. We will all treat you like we treat all our allies, with the same open doors and the same lit lanterns. Cornelia took a deep breath. All right, she said with a tired tone, forcing a smile, thank you. It's no trouble at all, Hisuna said with a kind smile, follow me. 7th Division. Stefan came in with his great sword and attacked Ichigo overhead with his blade. Ichigo blocked, holding his sword horizontally as he swung upwards to counter the blow. Right upon impact, Stefan switched to his twin swords and then proceeded to hack inwards to slice Ichigo across the stomach. With speedy precision, Ichigo swatted away both swords and charged his blade. Getsuga Tensho. Stefan was sent flying back. Ichigo then jumped out of the way as Kenpeka prepared to pounce on him by performing a jump attack from behind. The shockwave caused by the impact forced Ichigo into a roll. Yuna's Teiga Tensho came barreling in from the side. Ichigo wasn't quick enough to dodge it completely and got his wrist sliced. He ignored the pain and turned his body to block as he heard Yuna's blade whistle through the air as their Zanpakuto met, sparks flying. Ichigo then slid Tensou Zanjutsu to hook Yuna's blade on his scimitar's ridge. He yanked her forward and punched her right in the face, sending her stumbling onto her backside. However, Kenpeka came roaring up from behind and Ichigo flipped backwards over Kenpeka's head and jumped up and backwards into the air before letting loose a bunch of weakly powered Getsuga Tenshos into the captain's back. He shredded Kenpeka's haori and inflicted small scratches on his back. Stefan appeared from behind in the air and flipped forward, performing a spiral carve, a blade in each hand, with the intention of slicing and dicing Ichigo up, but the young warrior able to just barely evade Stefan's strike. However, the follow-up Getsuga was deflected by Stefan's spin. Yuna nodded to Kenpeki, who took a large leap to meet Ichigo on equal altitude, but Ichigo smashed his sword into Kenpeki and sent him slamming back into the ground. However, he realized too late that Kenpeki was just a distraction, as Yuna had been charging her Ryutsu and charged a monstrous Teiga Tensho that gave Ichigo absolutely no breathing room, sliced through his Shiakusho and created a nice gash in his chest. Ichigo extended his left arm out and steeled his body, charging it with Ryutsu as pieces of nearby tree began flaking off and Ichigo began to regenerate his Shiakusho. "Damn it, that's unfair," Yuna grumbled, noticing Ichigo's Ryutsu was back in full force. "He can keep going and going no matter how much Ryutsu he loses." "Don't worry about it," Stefan told her, swing his sword as his Ryutsu became super dense. "We've been fighting so long that Yujokokyo finally wants to go all out." He released his Namikaze form. He then fired his fierce pressurized air blast at Ichigo, who barely managed to contain a direct collision. Stefan then tore after him, meeting Ichigo strike for strike in the air. "Not bad," Ichigo told him. "I'm surprised you can keep up with me." In our initial fight, Stefan grunted as he did his best to avoid letting the conversation distract him. "I wasn't at my best, hadn't done my morning exercises." "If you think you're the only one whose limitations have increased since you first came to the Soul Society, you're sadly mistaken. I didn't, but, if this is your maximum potential, I think I'll be alright." Ichigo's body seemed to tense up for a second before Stefan soon realized that Ichigo was now moving faster than the stealth captain could blink. He only felt the rush of wind pressure brought upon by Ichigo's movements only someone as skilled in blade work as him would have the capacity to sense and react to even without seeing his enemy move. Each time, though he barely blocked in the minuscule fraction of a millisecond he had to block Ichigo's attack, Stefan was overpowered by Ichigo's immense power and speed as Ichigo continued to dive, strike, pivot, move and repeat the process as fast as he could, his speed making it impossible to create a follow-up strike when Stefan would slightly move out of the way of Ichigo's strike. As Ichigo came in again, Stefan managed to focus his sight and catch a split-second still image of his opponent as Ichigo passed him by, poised to strike. Stefan motioned to counter-attack, but Ichigo saw the start of his movement and then slashed harshly across Stefan's abdomen. Stefan was stopped by the shock and couldn't move as Ichigo bashed the pommel of Tensou Zanjutsu into the wound he had inflicted and then did the same to the middle of Stefan's back, sending the captain slamming into the ground, rendering Stefan unable to get up and continue fighting. Ichigo lowered himself to the ground and the earth caved in under his feet as he let loose a pillar of Ryuryoku from under his feet, blowing the coat-tails of his Shiakusho. It was both for intimidation purposes and because Ichigo had too tight a lid on his Ryutsu, and if he kept going he'd get crushed by his Bankai's own Ryutsu. Rita taught him that trick. It was a basic Ryutsu control trick that most captains knew how to do, but not all of them could use it efficiently since they tended to leak Ryutsu everywhere. Of the 13 captains, only Yuna, Stefan, Byakuya and Hisuna could use this technique to its full advantage while using Bankai. Kenpeki didn't have Bankai and had no Ryutsu control to speak of anyway. Momo had yet to actually learn the technique. The other captains could use it, but not efficiently. Kaien and Renji had also yet to learn the technique as other Bankai holders. Ichigo. Kenpeki charged at him with maddened fury. Ichigo began thinking to himself as the battle-crazy captain wailed on him with wide, clunky, powerful blows. He's stronger than before. His Shikai is really something. He glanced over at Yuna. She's watching me, trying to figure out a strategy to counter me, I suppose. He looked at the flame around Kenpeki's blade. Looks like he's almost fully charged, Ichigo noted. Well then, let's make this interesting. 20 years ago, Ichigo would have tried to avoid such an action, but right now he understood that he needed to know his limitations. In his battle with Aizen, it was the first time Ichigo had been able to really feel alive in combat. His fight with Aizen was the first time using his core form, but Ichigo felt if he used it right now his company wouldn't be able to handle it. Stefan had been taken out by merely his Bankai, but the battle had become one of attrition and Stefan had begun to tire while Ichigo remained raring to go. If Ichigo could draw out Kenpeki's final stage he might actually have a really deadly battle on his hands, and the thought made his heart race. Ichigo put both hands on his blade and dodged Kenpeki swiftly before performing a counter-attack and slashing at Kenpeki's shoulder, causing Kenpeikas to stagger back a few steps. Ichigo then charged his blade. Getsuga Tensho. A powerful black beam of energy went blasting off of Ichigo's blade and consumed Kenpeika's location. Yuna had to use Shunpo to get out of the way as Ichigo turned the crater into a circle with a triangle on one end of it. The battleground now looked like a fat snow cone or a top-side view of a snowman's head. Kenpeika stood in the wake of Ichigo's attack with the top of his Shiakusho completely blown away and a burn mark on his chest, bleeding. Kenpeika was so happy as he watched the flame on his blade go all the way up. Maximum. Kenpeika's skin turned to the consistency of steel as he charged at Ichigo with fury and speed the likes of which Ichigo was unprepared for. After only 2 blocks, Ichigo noticed that Tensa Zanjutsu was chipping. He sneered in annoyance. Kenpeika continued his wide, clunky blows, but they were coming in much faster and had much more force behind them than before. With each swing, Ichigo felt like he was going to be pounded flat into the ground. And then Ichigo really got in trouble. As he was reeling from a few more swings, Kenpeika put both hands on the blade and swung as fiercely as he could. Oshi! A bright arcing yellow light could be seen all across the 7th division, illuminating the moonlit sky. Kenpeika stood grinning widely as Ichigo was sent smashed into a gigantic wedge that nearly cracked the barrier set up around the training grounds. In the darkness Kenpeika couldn't see Ichigo, but he could sense that Ichigo was very much alive. Yuna was in awe, just standing there. She couldn't compete. There was no way. Kenpeika and Ichigo were monsters. Though maybe if Ichigo continued the desperate struggle she might be able to come back and actually win the battle. That's the whole reason she'd just been standing around. She wanted Ichigo to tire out so that he was at her level. She'd spent all fight relying on her teammates to watch Ichigo's fighting style. She was pretty certain she had his pattern nailed down. Get out here. I know that didn't finish you. Kenpeika demanded. Ichigo appeared in front of the wedge Kenpeika had created. He was wearing his mask and his Shiakusho had been repaired. His Ryutsu was back on top, but he really had felt that last blow. He was concealing a really nasty wound caused by Kenpeika's Ryutsu beneath his Shiakusho. Ichigo spoke with his hollow distorted voice. Nice shot, Ichigo told him, speaking incredibly calmly. If I hadn't used Getsuga reflexively just as you swung, it's likely that would have ended it. Looks like I need to be really careful. Let's go, Kenpeika. Kenpeika's grin widened and he followed up and attacked Ichigo, but this time when his blade smashed into Ichigo's blade, the Soul Reaper didn't budge, as though Kenpeika had attacked a wall of Sekizeki. All of the energy passed through Ichigo and widened the crevice behind him. Kenpeika was surprised by this, especially when Ichigo cracked him with a punch to his gut and then began trading his sword to both hands, swinging with quickened fury, cutting into Kenpeika and delivering blow upon blow against the captain. However, Ichigo couldn't get through the thick armor coating around Kenpeika's body. As Ichigo performed a two-handed, fierce swing, Kenpeika put his hand up and blocked the strike with his bare hands, halting Ichigo's momentum completely, surprising Ichigo. What's the matter, Ichigo? Is that really all you have? Kenpeika said and then stabbed forward with his blade to pierce Ichigo's shoulder. He nearly got Ichigo, but the Soul Reaper pulled away and attacked Kenpeika from behind, only managing a shallow cut. Kenpeika turned and swung and the force nearly shattered Ichigo's mask even though Kenpeika missed. Ichigo regenerated his mask just in time to block Kenpeika's attack. An outflow of spiritual pressure flowed like a bomb of air, blowing away more dirt. Yuna and Rukia screamed as they tried to keep themselves grounded, with Kaien and Renji doing their best to keep the small Soul Reaper from blowing away in the fierce wind from their spectating point. Kenpeika and Ichigo continued to bash their swords into each other, neither being able to gain any particular advantage. Damn, his level 5 is on a completely different scale from 4. Was it always this strong? Damn it, I should be better than this, Ichigo growled internally, frustratingly. He didn't want to have to break out his core form, but it seemed like that possibility was slowly dwindling. Kenpeika swung at Ichigo's neck and Ichigo blocked and did his best to push Kenpeika off him. He then slid underneath his own arm and smacked his feet into Kenpeika's stomach. The impact was enough to allow Ichigo to distance himself from Kenpeika, which was exactly what he wanted as he somersaulted backwards and took to the skies. Ichigo flooded his energy into his blade. He would make this shot count for sure. Getchuga, Ichigo took a deep breath in between words, Tenshuga. The most powerful Getchuga Tensho Ichigo ever released was sent barreling into Kenpeki. However, Ichigo didn't let that be the end of it. He aimed his blade into the Getchuga as it flooded towards the ground as a sphere of energy formed along the tip. Zero de Luna. The mighty Zero increased the momentum of the initial Getchuga Tensho and then smashed Kenpeki with its own energy as well. There was a massive explosion that Yuna had to run to out of the pit in order to avoid getting injured. Rukia, Renji, and Kaien even ran away from their spectating spot until the fierceness of the blow calmed down. This is crazy! Rukia exclaimed as the others began approaching the spot again. Yuna passed them by to get back in the ring as the three Soul Reapers lined up along the edge of the crater. You're telling me, Kaien stated, looking at the dust that had been kicked up. Damn it, it's like those two aren't even in our league anymore. What delusions have you been under? They never have been. Renji exclaimed. This is insane. If not for that barrier, those two would have flattened most of the Siriti already. Ichigo stood panting as his mask came off. He'd used up all the energy it supplied him. It no longer had a time limit, but there was a limit to how much energy he could output with it on before his body couldn't handle the strain. I hope, he panted, that did it. Kenpeki stood in his level 5 form. Ichigo stared. He couldn't believe it. Kenpeki was still standing. He hadn't managed to do anything at all. Or so it seemed. Kenpeki was smiling widely at Ichigo. Ichigo then watched as the metal skin around the 11th Division captain began cracking all over him before it shattered into tiny pieces. That was a really good shot, Ichigo, Kenpeki told him as his body suddenly burst with blood from a multitude of locations, bathing the crazed swordsman in his own crimson body fluids. We need to do this again sometime. Kenpeki's sword then snapped in half and the most powerful sword fighter of the entire Godai planted face first into the dirt, unconscious with a thud. Well shit. Yuna hissed with a scowl as she readied her sword with both hands. Ichigo looked at her, still panting, gripping Tensou Zanjutsu tightly. What's with him? I thought his Shiakusho could restore his Ryutsu no matter how much he'd been fighting. Yuna then remembered that Ichigo was injured. Ah, I see, his wounds must be taking their full course underneath his Shiakusho. As he is now, he can barely stand. Maybe I can win this. A strategy like this, if it works on Ichigo, Yuna became steady with a determined scowl rather than a frustrated one, can work on Aizen. Teiga Tensho. Yuna sent her attack forcefully at Ichigo. Ichigo barely had the chance to dodge and had to do his best to withstand the impact. Yuna then rushed in to fight Ichigo head-on, smashing her blade against Tensou Zanjutsu, managing to hit precisely where Kenpeki had chipped it, widening the damage to the blade. Ichigo drew back from Yuna. Getchuga Tensho. Teiga Tensho. The attacks cancelled each other. Damn it, my body's too injured and Yuna's had plenty of time to recover herself. Hado 73, Soren Sakasui. The blast came out of Yuna's left hand only. What? One-handed? Ichigo dove out of the way. He circled around Yuna and did his best to strike as quickly as he could, but with her lower heart rate, Yuna was able to block Ichigo's sweating, fatigued blows with the full brunt of her effort and stability. She then counter-attacked and managed to slash Ichigo right down the front of his Shiakusho. Teiga Tensho. Shit. Ichigo took to the skies to dodge Yuna's attack. Ichigo, now is the time. Damn it. I know, but I have to focus. My mind's all over the place. Teiga Tensho. Yuna fired her attack into the air. Ichigo, just concentrate on finding your center, Tensou Zanjutsu told him. Don't worry about getting hit. Concentrate on what has to be done. You can trust me. Ichigo let out a deep breath. Alright. He held Tensou Zanjutsu loosely with both hands and concentrated, entering a zen sort of state. He relaxed the tension in his muscles, his wounds bled fiercely, but a deep feeling of tranquility welled up inside Ichigo. What? What's he up to? No one had any idea that Ichigo had a core form. By the time he'd met up with the others, he had already switched to Bankai. Ichigo's breath carried with it an ominous whisper as his eyes glowed blue and his Ryutsu formed in a bubble around him. I found it. Show. 10. When Yuna heard the declaration, her mouth hung open. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Ichigo was enveloped by his Zanpakuto's Ryutsu and landed on the ground. Yuna saw him in his Zanpakuto's true form. Tensou Zanjutsu Saigo no Geiken. Core form, huh? Yuna questioned. You don't sound surprised, Ichigo commented calmly. In all honesty, I really shouldn't be. You beat Aizen, the number 2 Togabito. I didn't figure such a thing could be explained by simply harsh training alone. Core form, the final form of the Zanpakuto, unlocked through wanting to surpass your very limitations and choosing to either for you and your Zanpakuto to become one with each other, to stop holding back any of your power, or to force your Zanpakuto to take the burden of your pain for you, allowing to rise higher and higher. Essentially, in these types of core forms you are considered to have ascended. This is the feeling I can get from you right now. You're quite knowledgeable, Ichigo commented. I have to be, Yuna said, readying her blade as she swung it down with one hand and created a crater beneath her feet. Ichigo, this isn't the same Godai 13 you know from 20 years ago. We have all pushed ourselves to great limits. Ever since Aizen's revenge plot, Anohanasu Teiko requested that we always remain in top form, double our training efforts and become even stronger so in case someone like him showed up again, we could be ready and drive him off even easier. For many of us, it was a simple matter of doubling our regime and increasing our limits, but for the rest of us we had to force ourselves to even higher planes. On our own, we slowly began to discover the phenomena known as core form. Ichigo, prepare yourself. Witness the new limits of the Godai that you yourself have reached. I didn't want to do this earlier since it really isn't suited for team fighting, but, if you have one, I don't mind bringing it out. If this is the final confrontation then I won't hold anything back. Bright green Ryutsu flowed up from underneath Yuna as her hair flowed out behind her wildly. Saigo no Teiga Tensho. Final Solar Fang Heaven Piercer. Ichigo was blinded as a green-tinted solar flare emitted from around Yuna. When he was able to look again, he saw what Yuna had become. Her entire body was bathed in a smooth green light with only her head at the bridge of her nose and above, as well as her hair still remaining organic. Bright energy radiated around her palms. White energy seemed to seep off of Yuna and evaporate into the atmosphere like the wisps of the sun as though her body had become pure solar energy. Ichigo, the type of core form you have is the most powerful of the three. Different circumstances create different core forms. My core form the Saigo no Teiga Tensho allows me to become Teiga itself. However, like with all core forms of my type, it comes at a price. Yuna turned her body and extended an arm towards Ichigo. Because all of my spirit energy goes into creating this form, once it disengages, all of it is drained and I have to regenerate it from complete scratch through sleep and exercise. It also has a time limit, 3 minutes. But, you yourself can see that the price is worth it. Yes. She's right, I can sense it from here. I can't sense any Ryutsu from her at all. Her body is composed almost entirely of spirit energy and spirit particles. Ichigo gave a determined scowl. Damn, this is not going to tickle. Ready, Ichigo? Yuna asked. Come. After a few more seconds of sizing each other up, Ichigo and Yuna tore into each other with Yuna creating a blade made out of pure spirit energy and using it to block Tensou Zanjutsu. With her fist Yuna struck forward and punched Ichigo so hard that he went flying across the air and she left a nice burn mark where she struck. She then fired off a few bolts of solar energy that Ichigo deflected away with his sword. Ichigo rushed forward and attacked with his core form, but as his blade scraped along Yuna's body it felt like it was going to melt. Ichigo retreated only to find that his blade was now incredibly hot at the blade tip. Your Ryutsu is so well controlled that if it hadn't your entire arm would have been burnt to a crisp right now. The heat of the sun is not something you should take lightly, Ichigo. Yuna then tossed a ball of pure solar energy at Ichigo. He dodged as it exploded. The energy of the shockwave pushed him towards the ground. Yuna dove after him as Ichigo put his arm up as their hands interlocked. Getsuga molded with Teiga, each fighting for dominance. The pressure put on Ichigo's body was fierce indeed, with Yuna not using any Ryutsu at all his own body had to deal with the strain all on its own. She was essentially changing the rules. Ichigo grunted as he tried to overpower Yuna as he saw her power begin to creep up his arm. Don't worry Ichigo, you're strong, but this form is just that powerful. Wrong, I have the strength to beat you. I just have to, bring it, out. Ichigo let loose an abundance of his energy into his arm and then sent Yuna blasted back by the Getsuga that fired out of it. Ichigo sheathed his blade, charging his spirit energy to its maximum limit. Oh, so that's how you want to play it, is it? Yuna asked. Then let's play it your way. One final attack, winner take all. She held up her hand as she began to create a miniature sun above her head. Ichigo prepared charged his body to the point where he had to recall all of the riot so that was currently leaking from him that he wasn't letting Yuna feel in order to make this entire shot count. Let's go, Yuna. Ichigo called. 5 more seconds, Yuna said as the ball in her hands became so large that Kaien, Rukia, and Renji couldn't even look in the direction of the fight, it was so big and bright. Ichigo was not bothered. His Zanpakuto was substituting the strain on his eyes and he knew his target even with his eyes closed. Got it, Yuna said, looking up and prepared to throw the giant ball of energy. Here goes then, Ichigo noted, Getsuga Tensho. Yuna let go of the giant ball of energy in front of her so that it floated in front of her. She then put a single hand on the glowing sphere. Choshinsei. Supernova. The ball of energy fired forward and collided with Ichigo's massive Getsuga Tensho. The attacks pushed on each other, each one fighting for dominance. Nothing more could be put into the attacks. Ichigo had put almost everything he had into that blast, and so had Yuna adding any more was practically impossible, but both had to remain in their core forms so that their bodies could withstand the aftermath. The resulting explosion destroyed the training ground barrier and lit up the starry night sky, waking several Soul Reapers. Damn it, those idiots are going to kill each other. Renji said, bending over with Rukia and Kaien for cover as the harsh wind passed over them. And then, as though it had never happened, the sky returned to its normal darkness with the only light source from the moon and the stars. That, Kaien said getting up, was crazy. I hope Ichigo and Homura Teiko are okay, Rukia stated, doing the same. She looked out into the night sky. Damn it, I don't see them. Where are they? Renji tapped Rukia on the shoulder, and when she looked towards her shoulder to see his hand, it was now pointing over her shoulder into the crater. Rukia adjusted her eyes to the darkness, wondering what Renji was pointing at, only for to finally see a dark figure walking up the side of the crater. The revelation eventually came to pass of Ichigo looking like absolute hell walking up the side with Kenpeki under one arm, Stefan under the other, and Yuna slung over his back with Ichigo leaning forward since she was currently unconscious. See, what did I tell you? Rukia folded her arms. All right, you win, Rukia, Renji said, scratching the back of his head. You too, Kaien, Rukia said with a wide grin. I said Yuna would be the last one standing of Ichigo's opponents. Damn it, Kaien said, reaching into his pocket for his wallet. How the hell do you keep winning these bets? Renji asked Rukia as Ichigo laid Stefan, Kenpeki, and Yuna on the ground. Simple, I know people and understand the flow of battle. Strength and skill alone doesn't win a fight. It takes strategy and reading your environment. Well, Renji said, stretching, I'm stiff watching this practically all day. Yo, Ichigo, you hungry? Sure, Ichigo said. What's the matter? That battle knocked the wind out of you. Well, kind of, but, Ichigo scratched his head as he then proceeded to ask, who are you again? What? I'm Renji, Aburai Renji. Renji exclaimed. Relax, Renji, Kaien said, patting his ponytail. Ichigo hasn't been here in 20 years. He probably doesn't remember all of us. Still, what do ya say, Ichigo? Dinner. Sounds good, but let's get these guys to 4th Division first. Works for me, Kaien said, bending down to hoist Stefan onto his back. Rukia, you're paying all right. Isn't it usually customary for the gentleman to pay for dinner? She asked. It would be, Kaien said with a forced smile, if hadn't just won my paycheck. Ichigo was squatted on the ground, his tired arms struggling now to pick Kenpeki back up. Renji pushed him lightly on the side of the shoulder, inferring he wanted Ichigo to step aside. Don't worry, I got this. With minimal effort Renji picked him up. Wow, very nice Renji. What are you lifting these days? Rukia asked. A couple dozen tons I think. I actually have to use the machines in the 12th division now. The weight gym can't handle this much, man, he bragged. Ichigo managed to pick Yuna up onto his back. She was very light compared to Kenpeki. If you're so manly, how come you didn't dive into that scrap? Ichigo teased Renji. Oh yes, because I have the tenacity of a giant cockroach. Renji exclaimed sarcastically. Ichigo just laughed. Well anyways, let's get these guys over to Hinamari-san, I'm starving. Hinamari's not in today, we'll have to just let Kotetsu-senpai know what's up, Rukia said as the group began to walk. Huh? How come? Ichigo asked. She took the day off to be with Hitsugaya Teiko, Kyan told him. Lelich doesn't want her to rush and she managed to get everyone stable yesterday so she could afford a little R&R. Ichigo let out a deep breath, sounds like what I ought to do tomorrow then. Ichigo felt that he and Orium definitely should spend tomorrow together, just the two of them. It would be a vacation day for Ichigo. They hadn't had a chance to kick back and relax ever since their lives got back to normal, since Ichigo had work every day and, even if he didn't, the store was always open. Also, he and Orium had yet to celebrate the fact that she was pregnant. Suddenly, however, a thought went through Ichigo's mind and his expression was like realizing you left your safe deposit box wide open in the bank when you left. Rukia saw his expression. Something the matter, Ichigo? We left Orium, Ichigo's voice shuddered with fear, with your sis-in-law all day. The same realization hit Kyan and Rukia. The idea that Orium spent the entire day with Kyokaku was not a good thing. It was like putting a zebra in the same pen as an ocelot. They didn't mix. Rukia, Kyan said, starting to shiver, forget what I said. Let's buy everything on the menu. I'll pay for dinner. It wasn't Orium they were worried about, but Kyokaku's attitude for having to put up with her all day. Ichigo knew how Orium could be a little, out there to say the least. If Kyokaku had to put up with that all day, then the trio would be better off walking into a lion's cage and tossing away the key than going home to Kyokaku. No one was in a hurry to get to the restaurant as the quartet headed on towards Division 4. 5th Division. Momo and Hitsugaya stopped in front of the white-haired captain's office as they walked side by side. Well, I guess this is good night, Momo said with a smile. It doesn't have to be, Hitsugaya said with a kind smile, would you like to come inside? Okay. Momo exclaimed cheerfully. She and her childhood friend walked inside his office as Hitsugaya closed the door behind her. Momo smiled as she took a look around. It's so nostalgic in here. Hitsugaya grinned. You spent a lot of time in this division, didn't you, almost your whole career as a Soul Reaper? Yeah, Momo said with a smile, under you. Her face turned sad, and Aizen. She did her best to keep herself from adding the Teiko after his name. Why do you sound like that? Hitsugaya asked her. Aizen Tai, I mean just Aizen, I wish he hadn't used his powers to do such wrong. Momo looked up at the ceiling. When I stop and think of how great a man he could have been if he hadn't been so selfish, I feel sorry for him. Momo, Aizen is a monster and a Togabito. What he did doesn't beget any sympathy, especially not from you. Momo sighed, I know, but, whenever I stop and think about what he's done and what Lamperouge-sensei has told me about him, I feel so sad. I start to think he might have been lonely. Lonely. In his youth, Aizen wasn't trusted by anyone because he was so skilled. He tried to help people, but they always thought he wanted something. I thought Akari Teiko was nice to him. It was a little late by that point. Aizen began to feel as if he had to be superior to everyone. But, from what I heard, she broke his heart. Right, her sexuality, Hitsugaya nodded, thinking of what he knew about the late captain. Aizen was heartbroken, lonely even. All he needed was a friend. I thought that that's what I was to him at times, why I tried to see if he was really the monster Lamperouge-sensei kept saying he was. Hitsugaya walked in front of Momo. Momo, you can't think of Aizen like that, anymore. He's not the kind of man that deserves your kindness. I know, Momo said with a smile, my smile is reserved for my nakama. She blushed a little, and for you, Shiro-chan. Momo, Hitsugaya called her name and then cupped her cheek and kissed her. Momo, I know it might be a lot to ask, but, will you stay with me tonight? Stay with you. She gasped and flushed as she covered her hands with her face. Why you mean, that? Sorry, Hitsugaya turned to the side, flushing, I guess it's a bit too soon to ask that from you. He began to walk towards the door. You can go home And no, Hitsugaya looked in Momo's direction. Her entire face was flushed and her fingers were fidgeting with one another. Momo. I want to do it, with Shiro-chan. You, do. Hitsugaya was surprised to hear such a thing be said by Momo. It'll be my first time though, Momo said, acting more and more timid and unsure of herself by the second. I hope that's okay. Hitsugaya walked over and put his hands on her shoulders. It's perfectly okay, Momo. But, I don't want to force you. I'll only do it if you really want to do it. Don't feel like I'm pushing you. You're not pushing me, Momo said forcefully. It's just, I'm nervous, okay? Her uncertainty looked so adorable to Hitsugaya. To him she reminded him of the old Momo before Lelouch got his hands on her. Momo may have had the body and personality of a full-grown woman, Lelouch may have made her less idealistic and childish, but deep down it was still there. The Momo he had always cherished in his heart was still there after all these years. Hitsugaya smiled warmly. I understand. He kissed Momo tenderly as he brought her closer. He then, during the kiss, lifted Momo up into his arms as she wrapped her hands around his neck. No words needed to be said. Hitsugaya gently placed Momo on his bed. He hovered over her and placed his hands inside of her robe, looking at her face for signs of consent. Once he had them, he gently caressed her grown-in breasts. Momo moaned a little from the pleasurable feeling caused by its touch. The fact that it was Hitsugaya made it all the stimulating. Shiro-chan, I don't want to wait, Momo said with a forlorn look as she held a hand up by her lips. She reached out and pulled Hitsugaya down on top of her. Movement was slow as Momo's kimono was removed from her and penetration was possible, there was nothing in the way. Momo was in heaven the entire time. She couldn't believe that a feeling so blissful was coursing through her entire body. It was like she was on some sort of drug as her body built towards her its climax. Gasps and moans were inevitable and Momo let her body do whatever it wanted to do. She wasn't screaming, but she was loud regardless. She was also very happy. Shiro-chan is in me. We're having sex. I'm going to, Momo let out a long loud moan as she climaxed. Hitsugaya followed suit not long after, releasing inside of her and collapsing alongside her, arm over her chest underneath where her breasts lay to either side. They snuggled up against each other, still mostly naked. They hadn't bothered to remove the sleeves of their apparel and briefly shared a kiss. Hitsugaya then pulled the covers up over him and Momo as they fell into a blissful sleep. Shiba Manor. Ichigo, Rukia, and Kyan were coming back to the manor with plenty of leftovers. Remember, Kyan said, as they reached the front door, let me butter her up. Then, Ichigo, you hand her the rib rolls. Right, Ichigo nodded. Okay, Kyan said. He had never been so terrified to enter his own house except for all the times when Kyokaku was going through menstruation. He took a deep breath and then pushed open the door. We're home. Oh, hey guys. For a moment, Kyan thought he had entered the wrong house to be welcomed so warmly. The scene before him was thus: Orium and Kyokaku were sitting across from each other in the fancy recliners in the foyer. Orium was drinking tea. Kyokaku had sake. Kyan sighed with relief. She's had a bit. Okay, maybe we can survive. Kyokaku did get violent after too much alcohol, but while she was buzzed as it were she could be rather amiable. So you started a party without me? Kyan asked. On the contrary, I haven't had a drop yet, Kyokaku said, shaking the bottle back and forth. I was waiting till you got home, but it looks like you guys already had food, that's too bad. Kyan blinked for a few moments, awestruck. Either Kyokaku really meant and intended to give Kyan her wrath later or something was just wrong with this picture. Like someone had replaced his sister with a badly acting clone. Wrong. Who are you, and what have you done with my sister? Kyan asked in jest as he strolled further into the foyer and waved Ichigo and Rukia inside. Oh, but Orium and I had the best day ever. You don't say, Kyan said, trying to keep his sister talking as he put down his styrofoam box on the coffee table and sat in one of the chairs. Yesy, I was working on some new explosives. Then our pregnant little princess waltzes down and starts asking me a whole bunch of questions. Next thing I know Kyokaku made air quotes, borrowing old junk from the research and using new methods Orium learned while she was with the Black Knights and blowing it up. You can't be serious, Ichigo said, feeling the atmosphere was calm enough for him to talk. He handed Kyokaku the box with the rib rolls. Oh, by the way, these are for you. Kyokaku opened the box and was smiling when she saw the rib rolls inside. Awesome, my favorite. It was a lot of fun, Ichigo, Orium said with a smile. I thought you hated your days in the Black Knights, Ichigo said, taking a seat next to his wife. Well, yeah, some of it, but I learned lots of neat stuff too. Right, Ichigo said, feeling slightly uncomfortable at the prospect that Orium took pleasure in blowing up old junk. Sis, how do you know what you borrowed was just junk? Well, I did ask Nemu for it. She said it was fine. I just said she shouldn't expect them back in one piece. Aeond. Kyan asked. Ganju should be back soon. He took the scrap with him to dump it into one of the spirit sealing pits. Kyan palmed his face with a sigh. Kyokaku then tossed her bottle to Ichigo. Here, she said, drink. But nothing. The kid ain't growing inside you. You're not on duty. We're not shipping out for 5 days. You're over 30. Have some sake. Better do what she says, Ichigo, Kyan told him, leaning back. Ichigo nodded. It was rare for Kyokaku to be in this good of a mood. He brought the sake to his lips. 10 minutes later. That is the last time I offer sake to someone who normally doesn't drink, Kyokaku said as she watched Ichigo, Orium, and Rukia dancing and singing a cappella, way off key, to brighten neon folk music. The sad part, only Orium was sober. I'll let them have their fun, sis, Kyan said. Besides, we're not going to get them addicted to the stuff. Kyokaku sighed, yeah, that's for sure. Stupid AA meetings. They're not stupid. Alcohol addiction is a serious problem, Kyan told his sister. Wait F, Kyokaku said, speaking in slang as she got to her feet and stretched, I'm gonna pack it in. You make sure the 3 amigos don't hurt themselves, alright? Kyokaku asked, hooking her elbow against her hip and jabbing a thumb at Ichigo, Orium, and Rukia. Don't worry, I got it, Kyan told her. Great, Kyokaku said and headed upstairs, see you in the morning. Kyan sat down his wife, his cousin, and Orium dancing about until he was certain he heard the door to Kyokaku's room shut. Then he looked all around the room to make sure no one else except the 4 of them were in the foyer. Then Kyan Shiba got up and joined in the singing and dancing. End of chapter 199. Chapter 200, Kojiki Collins Post-Heroism Blues. Shiba Manor. Kyan sat around watching Ichigo, Orium, and Rukia continue to go on and on about some sort of strange story involving internet critics and a man named Tite Kubo. Kyan was just about at the end of his own sanity, and while the 3 were lost in their strangeness, he uttered, "That's it, Ichigo, no more alcohol for you." The next day. Shino Academy. Dorothea Ernst, Monica Krasuski, Clovis Lamperouge, and Nonet Enneagram had broken for lunch and were currently discussing the madness that had occurred the other day, despite them only having been academy students. It was horrendous. Can we not discuss this? Clovis said, feeling short of breath. Clovis, I was with you, Dorothea said, putting down her tea. You passed out after 15 minutes. Some 5th-year student you are. That beast would have torn my head off and devoured my entrails. Clovis, it was a deer, Dorothea reminded him. It wasn't even a full-grown buck that Clovis had spotted, just a fawn in a suburban forest that he was stationed at. It's okay, Clovis, Monica said, patting him on the back as Clovis started entering panic mode. Count to 10. I'm really annoyed classes are starting again so soon, Nonet groaned. Well, they already compiled an obituary list and we're not going to the final invasion. Can't see why they wouldn't resume things as normal except for those getting ready to go to war. Nonet slumped over the table, but I'm already good enough to be a full-fledged Soul Reaper. After getting that rush I wanna fight some hollows. Monica put a reassuring hand on Nonet's forearm. It'll be okay Nonet, only 2 more years. Nonet just groaned. Say, did you two happen to see the General-in-Chief chasing Kururugi around yesterday? Huh? Kururugi is here. Nonet perked up. Do you know anyone else wearing a white nightmare pilot suit around here? Dorothea asked. Huh, so Suzaku has riot suit, ain't that something? Nonet said, continuing her meal. Hello ladies, and Clovis, a friendly, young male voice stated as a Soul Reaper with a mop-top head of brown said as he sat down at the remaining spot at the table. Oh, sensei, Nonet noted as the 7th seat of Squad 1, Naoto Kojiki sat down with his Hakuta students with a tray of food. Kojiki-sensei, good morning, Monica said kindly to him. Since Japanese honorifics were a big part of Soul Society culture, after having 4 years of it beaten into them like proper soldiers even the Knights of the Round had come to use it as part of their vocabulary. Having talks about that craziness we all just went through? Naoto asked. Well that and Nonet was complaining about how classes have already restarted. Oh, that. Yeah, even I don't want to have to go back to work, but hey I get to spend my time with you ladies, so it breaks about even, Naoto said, leaning back. Nonet smirked. You guys feel that mess going on yesterday at Division 7? I heard about it from Lelich, Clovis stated. It was a fight between Zaraki Teiko, Luska Teiko, Homura Teiko, and Kurosaki Ichigo. Who man, sounds like it was quite the spectacle. I was in physical rehab, Naoto said, winding his arm, broke my humerus in combat. Not fun. Gotta love the 4th Division's abilities. Normally I'd be out for 4 to 6 weeks, but now it's like nothing happened. Katetsu Fukutaiko's really good at her services. Oh so she served you, did she? Nonet teased. Naoto laughed, not that kind of service. I'll be taking it easy later this afternoon with you guys because of my arm. It may be fixed, but it still hurts a little. Do you want some help? Monica offered. Thank you Krizuski, but I think I'll be fine, Naoto said and sighed as he took a drink. Something troubling you? Dorothea asked. It's my sister, Naoto said. I wanted to see her during that scrap, but I got stationed out in the Middle East. A sister? Is her name Colin? Monica asked. Huh? You know her? Naoto questioned. Kojiki Colin is the pilot of the advanced Japanese-built nightmare frame the Gurren Seton, Dorothea informed. It's one of the most powerful frames currently in existence. At this point it's probably only second to the Beowulf that I took for a test run, Nonet said and then smiled. That was fun. I see, so Colin's doing alright. That's good. I'll ask Nellie if she or any of the others can tell you more. I didn't know you had a sister, sensei, Nonet said with a smile. Speaking of Cornelia, how is she these days, Clovis? Dorothea asked, excluding yesterday. From what I hear, Cornelia's doing quite alright for herself. He looked at Nonet. She's happy, Nonet. I saw a smile on her face that I haven't seen in years. Nonet seemed reassured and happy. Monica then took note of the clock up on the wall. Ah, crap, I have keto in 10 minutes. I'll see you guys later. Yeah, see you, Dorothea said as Monica left. I'm happy to hear Nellie's doing well, Nonet said. Nellie, thank you for doing what I asked. 1st Division, Conference Room. So, Kurosaki Ichigo has a core form? Lelich asked, having just received the information from Yuna. Yuna nodded, yes, and it's quite powerful. It's how he beat Aizen. Does that help with strategy at all? It should, Talbumasuk stated, though we were already thinking of sending him to fight Aizen anyway. Yes, but now at least we know how he beat Aizen. It's the details that can make or break a fight, Lelich stated. He did win yesterday, correct? Yuna nodded. Yeah, this is going to help considerably. Thanks, Yuna. It's no problem, Yuna said and left the room. Markets. After the disaster from yesterday, Marianne pushed back her outing with her, Nunnally and Cornelia to today. With Nunnally still crippled, Marianne and Cornelia took turns pushing her wheelchair as they walked about the markets, going into different shops and exploring the Siriti. As the trio of women continued on past a little knick-knack shop, Marianne was called out to. "Yoo-hoo, Mari-chan." Marianne turned her head and the others turned with her to see Hikifune waving to them. "Oh, Kiryu," Marianne said with a smile as she approached her co-worker. Kiryu trotted up to Marianne and raised her hand with a wave and a smile. "Nice to see you out and about." "I could say the same about you, Kiryu. How's the feast coming?" "I just got finished cooking. I need to take it easy for about an hour, then I need to bulk up again and cook some more," Kiryu said, putting the wooden spoon she'd been carrying on her shoulder. "Right," Marianne said, beginning introductions. "Cornelia, Nunnally, this is Kiryu Hikifune, a co-worker of mine. Kiryu, this is my daughter Nunnally and her half-sister Cornelia." Kiryu knew all about Marianne's origins. They two women had had time to get to know each other. It was Nunnally who caught Kiryu's attention first. "Mari-chan, she's adorable," she said, leaning forward and smiling at Nunnally. Thank you," Nunnally said, a little embarrassed by the compliment. "She's the Empress of Britannia," Cornelia said with a sense of smugness as she threaded her fingers across her bangs. "I suggest you treat her with respect." "Well, of course I would," Kiryu said, bowing to Nunnally. "I know how to treat royalty. But Empress at such a young age, you must be quite gifted." "Actually it was my brother, Lelich, who wanted me to become Empress. Cornelia and Schneeisel helped me govern." "Oh, that's right, you're Lamperouge Taiko's little sister," Hikifune said, spreading her fingers out in front of her open jaw. She put her hand on her hip and smiled. "Well, Mari-chan, you certainly managed to produce two healthy, well-groomed children." Marianne just laughed a little and smiled. She said nothing. "Miss Hikifune." "Oh, call me Kiryu, it's no bother." "Right then, Kiryu. Seeing as Lady Marianne and I will be going in on the invasion, might we partake in what you've prepared?" "Well, sure." Hikifune exclaimed friendly, "Follow me, help yourselves." "I suppose now would be a good time for a lunch break," Marianne said. Nunnally agreed and everyone sat down to Hikifune's buffet. Near Urahara's secret base, Rita sat on the side of a cliff kicking her feet as they hung over the edge. She was holding some sort of computerized tablet that she apparently was using to judge souls. She had borrowed the device from the 12th Division with Nemu and Akon's permission and had managed to link it to her apparatus in her tower. She was now sitting out here in nature enjoying the scenery and listening to the sounds of the wildlife when she heard footsteps approach her from behind. She turned her head. Kazumi was standing several meters away. She looked troubled. Her expression and the furrowing of her brow indicated she wanted to talk, but was nervous about doing so. Rita smiled and set aside her tablet. She then patted the grass next to her. "Come sit," she said. Kazumi did so and sat down next to Rita, knees bent, arms wrapped around her legs. "Talk to me," Rita told her. Kazumi sighed and tilted her head to look at the backs of her arms. "I heard about how you saved my life. I wanted to thank you." "What else?" "Just looking at you I know there's more to it. I spoke to Kiraku Shunsui. He happened to see me earlier as I was walking around aimlessly." "Oh." "He told me about the small drink you had with him and the other original captains. Anoha Naretsu talked about you fondly. I was wondering if she and I met the same person. My father even, he said that you diligently helped him look for me, even though you didn't know it was me he was looking for." Rita smiled. "You were always welcome to my abode, Kazumi. I couldn't trust you." Kazumi exclaimed, tilting her head down against her forearm. "After what you told me, how could I? You nurtured my trust only to destroy it. So why talk to me now then?" Kazumi picked her head up. "There are things I want to know. Questions I have. You would always say that setting me free was outside your jurisdiction. Did you ever try?" "Multiple times. I was always turned away." "How many times is multiple?" "So many times that I've lost count. But I really tried, Kazumi. Even before you were taken against your will by those Togabito whose souls you erased from my domain, I tried to get you out of hell. Why? Kazumi was almost certain Rita hated her. I've said it before, hell should never have been your home. Kazumi was speechless. She opened her mouth like she wanted to say something, but no words would come. The conversation was always the same between the Soul King and me, just with some slight variation. Rita cleared her throat. Your Majesty, please let me let Kazumi free. She doesn't belong in this world. And he'd say Rita, she may not have belonged there at the beginning, but she belongs there now. It's too late. And I'd say she doesn't understand. Let me help her before it really becomes too late. Or after your rape, I would say to him, she's already fallen so far. She needs to be let go. She's crying on the inside, let her out. You're not being fair. Either way, he'd say no and I'd answer. Why not? Why are you punishing this woman who never deserved any of this? And he'd say we do not know if she deserves it or not. Her origins are unknown to us. And I'd say she was born here. I'm sure of that. And he'd say then find me the evidence. Until you find me the evidence, I won't let her free. I kept complaining though. It wasn't right for you to go through that. None of it was. If you cared so much, Kazumi said, getting snappy, why didn't you protect me when I was raped? Kazumi, I need to do my job as much as I was trying to help you. Your priorities suck. If I got fired, I wouldn't have been able to help you at all. Would you have wanted that? Rita shot back. Kazumi said nothing. Your silence speaks volumes. Rita took a deep breath. In hindsight, I guess I did have one choice I could have made, but didn't. What do you mean? Kazumi asked. Rita sighed. When I first was aware of your existence, there were times when I contemplated taking you to my abode and raising you as my own. But for every time I thought about it, I thought of several reasons not to. Such as, I didn't know the first thing about raising babies. I didn't know where you came from or what type of soul you were. I didn't know if showing you special treatment would even be allowed by His Majesty. You interfered with Anoha Naretsu. To combat you, Rita reminded her, and she was already a girl by that point. You were a baby. So you let Zurich find me first. No. Why did you hesitate? Rita sighed, I didn't let him find you, but after he found you, that closed off any chance of me being allowed to raise you instead. I actually was there when he found you. I didn't approach afterwards. I figured you would be safe with him. I had no idea what he had in store for you. That's why I hired Codex to protect you to an extent. Codex did have a good head on his shoulders, it seemed. His sentence was longer than yours ever was. He was a very evil man, but he is someone who proved that my system can work. After being tortured by me for so long, he became a better person, started doing jobs for me. At first he did it just so he could slowly get back to where it was he belonged and escape this place, but the more he did for me, the more he started to realize he actually enjoyed being a good person. He was already well on his way to making up for what it was he was originally sentenced for by the time he met you. The old Codex, when I first sentenced him, was a man more evil than Hebiga Shinigeki. That's kind of hard to imagine. For you perhaps, but I haven't forgotten, Rita stated. Kazumi sighed and looked up at the clouds. What do you think it would have been like, raising me as your own? Chaos, Rita answered. The two of them both laughed at the obvious answer and how bluntly Rita had given her answer. In all seriousness though, Rita said, wiping a tear from her eye, I think it would have been a better lifestyle than how you wound up. However, Rita smiled, it would have been harder to let you go, and I don't know how well you would have coped with some of the revelations. I never would have been able to reincarnate you if I chose to raise you. I would have let you stay with me, a free spirit, Rita smiled, my little girl. If I knew now what I knew then, that would be how it would have been. Kazumi saw the genuine smile on Rita's face. With all the experience and knowledge she had now, she could really sense Rita's genuine feelings towards her. Rita had a soft spot for Kazumi. She was the only Togabito that Rita cared for. Kazumi was a life that she valued. Before Kazumi could say anything, Rita stood up. Kazumi, I can never begin to make up for not acting when I should have. The truth is, I'm terrified of His Majesty and his enormous power. We all are. However, there are things you do not know, reasons that we all must follow him, and in the interest of self-preservation and atonement I will never cross him. If I was a different kind of person, no, if I wasn't so selfish and willing to risk my neck for someone I care about instead of making excuses, a virtue I learned while in the company of Kurosaki Ichigo, I would have torn apart every last Togabito that hurt you myself. The glare on Rita's face sent the message that she wasn't kidding. And so, Kazumi, to at least take a step in the right direction, right here, right now, I'm going to let you have your way. Rita drew her thumb across her neck. Punch me. I will not defend myself. I permit you to strike me with no repercussions at all. Kazumi just stared. This isn't a joke. This is not a test. Attack me, it's what I deserve for how I've treated you, or so you believe. I want to prove that you can trust me. Go ahead. Kazumi didn't even hesitate. She got to her feet, made a fist and socked Rita in the face, sending the warden tumbling to the ground as she whirled and fell on her stomach. When Rita got back to her feet there was a huge red mark where Kazumi had hit her. What shocked Kazumi most was that Rita was smiling. Do you feel better? Kazumi was just unsure how to process the situation before her. Rita had done exactly as she promised. She wasn't pranking Kazumi, was not testing her. Rita had just let Kazumi wallop her in the face and took it full force, letting only her natural Ryutsu lessen the damage she would have received. Also, she was smiling and she was asking Kazumi if that helped her in any way by letting her vent her anger like that. Was Rita always like this? Kazumi didn't know. Kazumi, about 20 years ago you said that you thought it was terrible that I was the only person you could talk to and trust, the only person that could help you celebrate 2,000 years of being number one. I've never regretted our strange relationship. And all I've ever wanted to do was help you and be there for you when you were lost. Any reason I can give for never approaching you in person is little more than an excuse given what I know now, but I want to be a friend for you, Kazumi. I always have wanted to be your friend. Rita started to choke up. I always thought you deserved at least that. Rita, Kazumi said only to sit down and gesture Rita for her to do the same. Will you tell me a bit about yourself? Huh. It was something Kiraku Shunsui said. He said, Rita didn't just come out of nowhere to make your life miserable, Kazumi. She omitted the chan suffix Shunsui had used when he addressed her. She has her own life and history just as you have yours. We all are the stars of our own life stories. Your story is far more tragic, but maybe if you listen to Rita's story, maybe you might understand her a little more and maybe you might not hate her as much. Rita just smiled. Honestly, that man. So tell me, Kazumi said with genuine interest, how did you come to be Hell's Warden? Rita sighed and switched her tablet from sleep mode to off. She then looked at Kazumi and began in the most cliché way possible. Once upon a time there was a girl born to a family of 6 children. She was the second oldest in her family. Shiba Manor. Ichigo was sleeping soundly in the room he and Orium were sharing. He was snoring loudly and sprawled out on the bed. Yesterday had taken its toll on him, so he needed most of the day today to just unwind and take it easy. Meanwhile, Tatsuki had come over and she and Orium were currently scarfing away food at the table, a scrumptious buffet prepared by the Shiba clan chefs. During the meal, Tatsuki brought up something she had come over to talk to Orium about. I saw Colin during that whole apocalypse thing, she stated. You saw Little Red? Orium was ecstatic. Tatsuki nodded. Yeah, and she's happy to know you're doing well. How is she doing? She's I want the truth, Orium said with a serious look. Tatsuki sighed. You're not going to like it. 2 days ago. With the chaos finally in serenity, Tatsuki and Colin finally had a chance to talk. They stood leaning against a wall in front of a house that was still standing, by a vending machine that was still working where Tatsuki had purchased 2 cans of canned juice. So, about Big Blue, Colin began. Huh? Something else you want to know? Tatsuki asked, taking a drink. If you're her best friend, where were you when she was suffering? Colin turned towards Tatsuki. She said you all didn't want to help fight, but you're still her friend. Why weren't you at least around to comfort her? Tatsuki sighed, yeah, I'm a terrible friend. I put my own needs first. We've met once before, you know, you and me. We have. Remember that trip your group took to Karakura, several years ago? Tatsuki cracked a nervous smile. I was down on my luck. I nearly tried to kill you. That was you? Colin asked, leaning forward off the wall, turning her head to look up at Tatsuki. The older woman took another drink. I was going through a rough time. At the time we had already lost Ichigo, the glue that held us all together. And, a few days before you arrived, I thought Orium had gone with him. Huh? What do you mean? She was alive. Tatsuki put her foot on the wall. People like her, me, and her husband, we can sense what's known as Ryotsu. It lets us sense other people like us. I couldn't sense hers, but I guess that was because the source of her power was taken from her. The source? Colin asked. Tatsuki pointed to her hair as she put her foot down and put the kin on the ground. She used to wear these floral hairpins. She put her hands down and went to pick the kin back up. Now she just carries them, but at the time, she'd lost them. But what about that necklace? That's how she showed me she had this Ryotsu thing, Colin stated. I think that may have developed a little later as she became prideful in being a part of your group. At the time though, I couldn't sense her at all. Her Ryotsu was sealed inside her body with no way out. When I saw her though, she gave me hope, told me that Ichigo had to be alive. I went to the coast and I trained my butt off. I was waiting for the day when Ichigo would return and we could finally tell Britannia to go fuck itself. Tatsuki spoke with annoyed expression, but her tone made it obvious she was annoyed with herself. I didn't learn about Orium's suffering until much later. In hindsight, pairing up with you guys may have been the better idea. I know my outburst was caught on the news, even though Britannia pushed it under the rug. Oh yeah, I heard about that. People are still referring to it as the Napalm Cafe incident. That was the second time I thought Orium was dead, Colin said with a serious look, but she was traveling with Lelouch. Ichigo saved her when her beret exploded, so he told me. He was still around. He just didn't want to be seen. Colin leaned up against the wall looking down as she processed all of what Tatsuki told her, letting it sink in. By the way, Tatsuki asked as she stood up straight and tilted her head towards Colin, what have you been up to lately? Orium said you were down on yourself, but that was 2 years ago. What are you doing these days? The question only seemed to make Colin more depressed. I was asked to pilot the Gurren when this madness started. In reality, I still haven't done anything with my life. Lelouch suggested I join the Black Knights, Empress Sumeragi suggested I could become part of the JDF. Colin sighed depressingly, I just don't know what to do. What about college? Tatsuki asked. Colin looked even more miserable than before. I flunked out of my first college because I didn't apply myself and because I spent so much time faking illness when I was with the resistance, my grades suffered. I see, Tatsuki said. The red sky above began to give way and was replaced with a starry night sky. She sighed as she finished her juice, crushed the kin and threw it away. I have to go. What? Already? This battle isn't over yet. There's still more that has to be done on the other side. Then I want to come. Colin exclaimed, scowling fiercely. You can't, Tatsuki said, back to her. Why not? Colin shouted angrily. I'm not saying it to be mean. I'm saying it because you can't see spirits. I'm human, that's the only reason we're still talking. If I was a Soul Reaper I would have vanished about 40 seconds ago. You don't have Ryotsu, Colin. You can't fight alongside us no matter how much you want to. Colin stared at the ground, fists balled. But I have to fight. Tears splashed the ground. The only thing I know how to do is how to fight. It's the only thing I'm really good at, whether it's fighting to protect someone or protect something. Colin looked up and shouted in tears. If I can't fight, then what the hell am I good for? Her outburst alarmed Tatsuki as her pupil shrunk in momentarily. When it regrew she turned around to face Colin. I used to think that way too. Huh. After high school I didn't think I could just return to my normal life after everything that had happened, Tatsuki continued to explain, but I knew what I still wanted to do, the life I still wanted to lead. Tatsuki clenched a fist and smirked. That's why I became a martial arts teacher. She lowered her arm and looked at Colin as she put her hand on her hip. When you were young, didn't you have any dreams, any aspirations, or goals? All of that was taken from me when Britannia took this country, Colin growled. Bullshit, Tatsuki told her. Colin looked at her in confusion. The one who's currently taking their future from you is you. If you cling to the past or desire to persist the present, you will be left behind in time. Only if you look towards the future will you be able to step forward and keep moving. Who said that? Lelouch, Tatsuki told her. Colin's eyes shivered. Anyway, I really need to get going, Tatsuki said and emitted her flaming wings, not feeling that she needed to enter her final form for transportation purposes. When we return, I promise you'll get to see Orium. I promise. Tatsuki then took off. Present day. Orium was now staring at the table in depression, trying to think of ways she could possibly cheer Colin up. Hey, Tatsuki said, putting a hand on Orium's shoulder, relax, there's nothing we can do about it now. We need to focus on what's important. We have to save Colin's life and everything else that matters first before we can worry about their future. I know, but... Orium trailed off. Tatsuki bopped her on the head with her knuckles. Hey, come on, the Orium I know wouldn't get all mopey. She'd put on a smile or start. Excelsior! Orium shouted out of nowhere and thrust her fist high into the air. Daydreaming. Tatsuki trailed off. Huh? You say something, Tatsuki-chan? Orium asked. Never mind, Tatsuki sighed. Earth. United States of Japan. Kojiki residence. No, I don't know what's wrong with her. Maybe you can talk some sense into her, Colin's mother shouted at the person she was speaking to on the phone. She's your daughter too, she said, now making it obvious the person it was that she was speaking to. Colin could hear the argument over the phone, downstairs in the kitchen, upstairs in her bedroom. In the hot summer atmosphere, Colin was lying face down on her bed, topless, head in her pillow, just thinking. For 3 years now she had a small townhouse with her and her biological mother, leaving her father and stepmother behind. Her mother was so excited when Colin managed to graduate and get into a good college, but then Colin slowly let her desire to be back on the battlefront eat her life away. The confrontation with Zero hadn't helped either. Even after her conversation with Lelouch, her life was a rut. She had a part-time job at a burger place and her own car and driver's license, making minimum wage while her mom worked in a corporate office. Colin's connections could only get her so far, she constantly found herself saying. She flipped over onto her backside and stared at the ceiling, the light in her room off, arms out at her sides, palms facing towards the ceiling. Colin had considered military positions, but she didn't know if she wanted all that red tape telling her what she could and could not do. She wanted to fly the Gurren. She wanted to fight. More than anything, she wanted in on that battle with Orium. Brought on by nothing, Colin's sorrow slowly brought her to tears and she sat up clutching her pillow and just started crying. She felt useless as her current life was not how she ever envisioned it. She had won back Japan, now what and at what cost? Ogai was dead, Violeta was dead, Lelouch was dead, and as she learned now, Kent died in the apocalypse, and for what? What on this green earth was all that fighting for, and why couldn't Colin just have Riot so that, more than anything, would make things so much easier? She felt like her life had no meaning. She couldn't do it. She absolutely couldn't do it, she told herself. She had no willpower. She needed to belong somewhere and she couldn't find where it was she belonged. After her little cry, Colin put on a clean periwinkle t-shirt with white stripe running above the bust line and headed down the stairs for her shoes to go out the front door, and got her keys from off the coat hanger, which contained the access key to the Gurren Seton. Colin, where are you going? Her mother asked. Out, Colin said and left without another word. She took her car to the storage facility that she paid once a month to store the Gurren for her and hopped into the cockpit before taking off out into the wide blue yonder. She didn't know why she never thought to do this before. She didn't have anyone to bother her, there were no traffic lights, no pedestrians to watch out for, and since she wasn't looking for a fight, there was something peaceful about being in the Gurren's cockpit all by herself. Kojiki. Oh right, there was that. Yes. Colin answered rather rudely as Todo appeared on screen. Any particular reason the Gurren is active? It's mine, isn't it? Do I have to have a reason? I'll forgive your tone on a level of familiarity, but Colin, please understand that every time you pilot that thing it could the civilians into a panic. If nothing's wrong then taking off in it. I know, Colin said, quickly in a bit of a whine. She gripped the controls tightly. I just need it for transportation purposes. I'm going out to an island for solace. I'm not intending to bother anyone. I would appreciate being told next time you intend to take the Gurren out for a joyride, Kojaki. Remember, it's a military-authorized combat tool before it is your plaything. I know that. Colin bit back. She then realized how rude she had just been to the Director of Military Affairs. She looked to the side in shame and regret. Sorry. Apology accepted, Todo told her. I hope while you're having your moment of solitude you'll think about Her Majesty's offer. Todo then hung up on her. Colin landed on one of the many islands surrounding her homeland and then sat down on the Gurren's leg and leaned against a pendage, staring out across the Pacific. She sighed. She was reminded of the time she spent with Suzaku when the two of them were stranded as she sat there, not knowing what to do. The ocean breeze felt good on her face, very calming. Colin tilted her head to look up at the machine she had taken with her all the way outside of civilization. Her mind started to play the memories of her time not only with it, but even back when it was the Gurren Mk2. Colin wanted to fight, but not to help, at least not the kind of help that joining the military would provide. She sought battle to pursue her ideals. Now that the world was at peace she almost felt like she might never fly again. She was a wild beast trapped inside a zoo. She began to daydream off into space as she pictured herself as a lion caged up as people walked by and looked at her oddly. No, not a lion, maybe she was a ferocious tiger or something similar. It didn't matter. Colin sighed. What do I do? I know I promised Lelich I'd get better, but I just don't know how to even make a first step. She frowned. Everyone I could talk to is either out of reach, wouldn't understand or gone. Colin clenched her eyes shut. I can't do this. I need guidance. I need help. Colin put her head in her knees. I'm so alone. She started crying again. Again she didn't understand why she was so sad, but she was incredibly frustrated. She had to battle. She absolutely had to be able to support Orium and her friends. If nothing else she had to be there for Leich, but how? How did one even go about acquiring spiritual power? Was it just something you could just wish from the bottom of your heart to want? As Colin thought about this her head throbbed out of nowhere. She clutched her forehead as her mind suddenly went to memories of when she was attacked by Zero and how Lelich had saved her. Something inside her was threatening to get out and Colin could feel a harsh pressure deep within her body. She began to pant. What the hell was that just now? For a moment, it felt like my entire body was on fire. Colin stood up and figured she might be able to blow off some frustration by chucking rocks into the ocean and seeing how far she could throw one. She watched them go one by one into the sea at a pretty far distance. It was when she went to go for the 10th rock that something happened. Not only did it sail farther than any of her rocks thus far, but it rocketed out of sight and created a pretty big splash. Colin felt her arm hurting a little even. What's happening to me? I feel so strange. What Colin didn't know is that her body was slowly going through a transformation. In the time that she had spent both as Zero's attempted victim, in the battle against Hell, it was tempering her body with low amounts of spiritual residue. On top of that, the normally harmless levels of radiation from being the pilot of a high-level advanced nightmare frame were now starting to react to this spiritual residue. However, unlike Suzaku, who was born with spiritual power just not enough to see spirits, Colin didn't have any spiritual essence of her own. Thus her body was begging for some sort of spiritual release, like a man with blue balls or a woman about to climax an orgasm. The only problem was finding a way to release it. Thinking about it fired it off into her brain, and throwing all those rocks repetitively had gotten it wound up in her arm. Furthermore, Colin didn't understand that this was happening to her and therefore had no idea how to solve the problem. She climbed back into the Gurren, feeling that if something was going to happen to her she wanted to at least be in civilization where a bystander might be able to intervene on her behalf if she started to feel lousy and collapsed in the middle of the street. Upon returning to civilization, Colin decided to visit a hospital where they accepted walk-ins for routine checkups without any checks of a person's identity. Some hospitals even catered this service for a pretty cheap price. Colin filled out a little form sheet when she arrived at the hospital of her choice and then waited to be called. After the nurse called her and she entered a room and was asked to remove her pilot suit if possible. The nurse also asked for her autograph. Colin might not have been easy to pick out of a crowd, and it wasn't like anyone rushed to see a war hero the same way they would a movie star, but she was still popular enough that she managed to get free lunches and merchandise if she signed a couple of autographs if someone recognized her. The woman that stepped into the room had light brown hair that came down only so far as the back of her neck. She had dark brown eyes and short bangs. She was wearing a white doctor's coat and was carrying a clipboard with her. "Let's see here. Miss Kojaki." Colin nodded. "Yes." "Okay." The doctor made a check mark on the sheet of paper on her clipboard. She then held the clipboard down by her stomach and rocked back and forth on her feet. "I'm Dr. Kisaragi. I'll be looking after you today. What seems to be the trouble?" I just felt strange earlier. My brain flared up for like no reason and I started panting. And then I threw rocks into the water and all of a sudden I whipped one really far, like I couldn't even see where it landed, but I saw the splash." Okay then," Dr. Kisaragi said. She did what was routine, using her stethoscope on Colin's heart and back, looked in her ear, and down her throat. She took her blood pressure, asked a few questions about Colin's eating and exercise habits, weighed and measured her and even checked her body as she was a certified gynecologist as well as being just a general physician. "Everything seems normal," Dr. Kisaragi said after taking Colin's temperature and having it register at 37 degrees Celsius. "Are you sure you are not feeling well?" "Now I'm not so sure. I mean, well, you know about the whole apocalypse we all just went through." "Oh yeah, that's right." "Oh wait, you're that Colin Kojaki?" Dr. Kisaragi asked, putting her hand by her mouth in shock. Colin smiled with a sigh. I see." Dr. Kisaragi took a seat on the stool. She smiled at Colin. "I was really frightened when it all happened. My husband is a veterinarian and he's as much a pacifist as I am. We were in the car when it happened. I thought for sure we were goners when this big huge bug thing landed from out of the sky. It started firing lasers out of its eyeballs. I thought Yuichi and I were goners, but then, well, you heard about those people in black cloaks, right?" "Why yeah, of course. People are calling them Shinigami, right?" She knew what was really going on between her conversations with Tatsuki and Lelich, but she didn't want to let slip that knowledge. Dr. Kisaragi nodded. "Well, and I know this is going to sound strange. Despite the fact that I know he's alive, one of them is my Unii-chan." "Wow, really?" Colin thought it was amazing that someone's older brother could be like that. She was suddenly reminded of Naoto and her brain flared up again. Are you alright?" Dr. Kisaragi asked. "Yeah, my brain just flared up again." Dr. Kisaragi put her hand on Colin's head. Her brain was pulsating unnaturally. "I think we'd best get you down to MRI." While the two women walked, Colin said to her doctor. "So you were saying about your brother?" "Oh, yes, Ichigo, he saved our lives and—" Wait, Colin said, stopping in her tracks. "This is just a stab in the dark, but, your maiden name wouldn't happen to be Kurosaki, would it?" That's right." Dr. Kisaragi gasped. "Do you know Ichigo?" "I've heard of him," Colin smiled. "Your sister-in-law, Orium, she's my best friend." "Oh really?" Dr. Kisaragi lit up. "Hime Nisan is your bestie?" Hime Nisan was how she referred to Ichigo's wife since Orium treated her as such. "Yeah, she was with me when I was with the Black Knights." "Well then that practically makes you family." Dr. Kisaragi gave Colin her hand. "Here, call me Yuzo, nice to meet you Colin-san." "Yeah, nice to meet you too, Yuzo-san." Yuzo gave Colin an MRI and she was noticing residual abnormal brain waves in random locations of the brain. The parts that controlled Colin's nervous system, had memory storage and controlled her vision were particularly abnormal, as if the neurons they were attached to had been firing off rapidly mere seconds ago. Yuzu brought Colin back to the exam room where she held up the transparencies of her scan. I think it's because the flaring up calmed down, but I was able to catch residual rapid activity in your vision, nervous and memory center. They're not inflamed, but it was like you were rapidly using them simultaneously and they flared up considerably. I've never seen anything like it. It doesn't appear to be life-threatening, but without knowing a cause. It happens every time I start to remember certain things, Colin said. She stopped when Yuzu grabbed a cloth and dabbed her forehead. Hold still for a minute. Yuzu then looked at the cloth and how it was rather damp. You weren't sweating this much before. Something's going on inside your body and I'd wager that whatever it is it wants out. What? You mean like a baby? I'm a virgin, I swear. Colin exclaimed. Colin, I checked your vaginal cavern, I already know that's not it, Yuzu told her. Colin flushed in embarrassment. No, I mean like, how do I put this while still sounding professional? Yuzu rubbed her head. I think it's psychological while also being metaphysical. I think what's going on might be going on in your soul. Sorry, I know that sounds silly. Hey, after that whole apocalypse thing I'll take what I can get, Colin said with a smirk. And it's alright if you can suggest how I go about this issue. Well, I don't know. I mean, I have a few suggestions, but I don't know what will happen once you release all this tension that seems to be going on inside your body. Tension? Colin asked. Yuzu nodded. Yes, your body is incredibly tensed up internally. But it's in stark contrast to your lifestyle. It's not the kind of life that would cause the level of tension going on in you. If anything, you'd be under extreme stress or having a panic attack, which would cause the tension in different areas. Yuzu paused. I'll show you what I mean. She walked over to Colin and clasped her thumb and forefinger around the muscle along her shoulder. Ow! Colin exclaimed. I didn't even squeeze that hard, Yuzu said professionally as she let go. And now you can't feel it at all, can you? Colin realized that Yuzu was right. The flaring pain that had been there 2 seconds ago was gone now. If you want to release this tension, I have 2 suggestions: sexual release or furious, grueling physical activity. Either way, I can't as a professional say I know what might happen once this tension is relieved. You might pass out, your heart might stop. There are so many risk factors involved, but it's the only way I, as a medical professional, can help you. If Unai-chan was here, he might have some ideas, but I know. He and the others are preoccupied. Colin got up off the table. Thanks, Doc. Colin prepared to leave. I think I can take it from here. If you see Unai-chan before I do, give him my regards, would you? Sure thing, Colin said with a smile. Colin left the hospital and flew the Gurren back to storage. She then went home. Oh, you're back, Ms. Kojiki said as Colin walked in. Everything all right? I think so, Colin said as she went for the stairs. Mom, my room's going to be off limits for a little while, all right? Of course, dear, her mother smiled. Colin entered her bedroom and then stripped down naked. She shut the blinds and stood in front of the mirror looking at her body. She then cupped her breasts. Sexual release, huh? Since Colin didn't know what would happen to her, she thought about going for Yuzu's first suggestion rather than being out in public. She lay down on her bed and pushed the covers away. She began to please herself as the pressure built up. She reached plateau phase rather easily, but never seemed to get closer to climax. As her panting breathing continued for what seemed like forever, but was only 10 minutes, she wondered if her heart might stop before she even climaxed. Colin had masturbated before. She never lasted this long. Something was definitely going on here. She continued to feel herself up until she finally could feel herself approaching climax. It was 40 minutes before Colin could finally feel herself getting close to release. Almost there, just a little more. Colin arched her back as pressure continued to build, and then finally she came hard. Her fluids exploded out of her passage and her voice sounded for a solid 12 seconds in a loud continuous mode, the explosion of pleasure nearly clocking in at 2/3 of a minute. As Colin came down from her high, at first she didn't feel different at all, apart from feeling like she wanted to pass out from how fast her heart was throbbing in her chest. However, as she stood up to get her shirt, putting her hand to her face as the room spun from her getting up too quickly, she felt a faint trace of something odd. She couldn't quite place her finger on what. She put her shirt on, not bothering with her bra for now, and then opened the blinds. Her window was at stomach level. Anyone looking in wouldn't be able to tell that Colin hadn't put on pants at all. She stared out into town, and that's when it finally clicked. The sensation in her mind was telling her that there was something far out towards the northeast. She closed her eyes as they suddenly shot open. She had seen people, no, not people like their bodies. Souls, they had to be souls, she figured. Colin looked at her hand. It somehow felt different from before, as if something within her body had changed. With the release of her inner tension, though she had yet to understand it, but soon would, Colin had finally done it. The half-Britannian, half-Japanese had spiritual power. To be continued. Check the description for the links to the author.